Some forms of influence are obvious. Others are quiet enough to go unnoticed. These small psychological tricks show up in conversations, decisions, and everyday situations, often without being recognized while they're happening. This video slowly explains 100 dark psychology techniques at a calm pace meant for listening in the background or falling asleep to. If you enjoy long, slow videos like this, like and subscribe to our channel Restwise. These videos take a lot of time to make, and your support helps keep the channel going. Also tell us in the comments, do you like this new voice or not? Now let's continue with the 100 dark psychology techniques. The silent treatment as a weapon of emotional control. You ever try to talk to someone, and it feels like you are talking to a wall? Not anger. Not yelling. Just nothing. No response. No eye contact. No reaction. Just silence. And somehow that silence feels louder than screaming. The silent treatment looks harmless on the surface. No insults. No threats. No drama. But that is exactly why it is so powerful. It forces your brain into survival mode. Human beings are wired for connection. From childhood, connection equals safety. When someone suddenly withdraws that connection, your nervous system does not see it as a simple pause. It reads it as danger. Rejection activates the same neural pathways as physical pain. Studies using brain imaging have shown that social exclusion lights up the anterior cingulate cortex, the same area triggered when you stub your toe. So when someone ignores you on purpose, your brain reacts like you have been hurt. Now here is where it becomes a weapon. The person using silence understands something, consciously or not. They know you will feel uncomfortable first. They know you will start replaying the last conversation in your head. You will analyze your tone, your words, your facial expressions. You will wonder what you did wrong. That self-doubt is the entry point of control. Instead of them explaining their feelings like a mature adult, they create an emotional vacuum, and you rush to fill it. You apologize even if you are not sure what you are apologizing for. You over-explain. You become softer, more agreeable, more careful. You are no longer focused on the issue. You are focused on restoring connection. That shift gives them power. In toxic dynamics, silence becomes conditioning. Every time you challenge them, they withdraw. Every time you disappoint them, they disappear emotionally. Your brain starts associating disagreement with abandonment. Over time, you learn to avoid conflict entirely. Not because you are weak, but because your nervous system wants relief. Intermittent reinforcement makes it worse. One day they ignore you. The next day they act warm again. That unpredictability strengthens attachment in a way that mirrors gambling addiction. You keep hoping for the good version to return, so you tolerate the bad. And here is the part that really stings. The silent treatment gives the illusion of innocence. If you call it out, they can say they just needed space. They can frame you as dramatic for reacting. That subtle gaslighting makes you question whether you are overreacting. Meanwhile, they sit in control of when communication resumes. But let me validate something you might have felt. Wanting to fix it does not make you desperate. Feeling anxious does not make you crazy. Your body is responding exactly the way it was designed to respond to social disconnection. The pain is real. The confusion is real. The urge to repair is biological. The difference between healthy space and emotional control is intention and communication. Healthy space is explained. It has a time frame. It reassures connection. Weaponized silence is cold, strategic, and meant to make you chase. When you understand this, something shifts. You stop scrambling for approval. You start observing patterns instead of reacting to them. And once you see silence not as mystery, but as manipulation, it loses some of its grip. Love bombing to create instant emotional dependency. It does not start with control. It starts with intensity. The kind that feels rare. Electric. Almost cinematic. They text you good morning and good night on the first day. They say they have never felt this understood before. They tell you that you are different from anyone they have ever met. And a part of you wants to believe it, because it feels incredible to be chosen that quickly. Love bombing is not just about compliments. It is about acceleration. The relationship moves at a speed that bypasses logic. You go from strangers to soulmates in a week. They talk about future trips, future homes, even future children before you have seen how they handle disappointment or stress. Your brain gets flooded with dopamine and oxytocin, the same chemicals involved in addiction and bonding. When attention and affection are delivered in high doses, your nervous system locks onto the source. It feels like safety. It feels like destiny. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Real intimacy takes time because trust is built through consistency, not intensity. When someone overwhelms you with praise, gifts, constant communication, and emotional vulnerability right away, they are not building connection. They are creating dependency. Psychologically, this works because of something called reward conditioning. When a behavior is paired with a powerful emotional reward, your brain learns to crave it. Every notification from them becomes a hit of validation. Every grand gesture reinforces the idea that you have found something special. You start organizing your day around their messages. You prioritize them over hobbies, friends, sometimes even your own boundaries. Not because they forced you, but because the emotional payoff is so strong. Then comes the shift. It is subtle at first. The texts slow down. The praise becomes inconsistent. The warmth turns selective, and suddenly you are working to get back to the beginning. You replay those early days in your mind and wonder what changed. You become more agreeable, more available. You tolerate small red flags because you believe the intense version of them is the real one and this colder version is temporary. This is the trap. The early flood of affection was never about deep love. It was about fast attachment. When attachment forms quickly, separation feels terrifying. Your brain interprets the withdrawal as loss, and loss triggers anxiety. That anxiety makes you cling tighter. What makes love bombing so effective is that it mirrors fantasy. Movies taught you that overwhelming passion equals true love. So when someone delivers that fantasy in real life, it feels like proof. But healthy love is steady. It does not need to overwhelm you to keep you interested. It unfolds, it leaves room for mystery and autonomy. If you have fallen for this before, it does not mean you are naive. It means you are human. We all want to feel seen and valued. The desire for connection is not weakness. It is wiring. The danger is confusing speed with depth. When someone tries to build a forever bond in a few days, pause. Real connection can handle patience. Manipulation cannot. Gaslighting and the slow erosion of reality. It rarely starts with a big lie. It starts with something small. You remember a conversation clearly. The tone. The words. The look on their face. And when you bring it up, they calmly tell you that never happened. Not aggressively, not defensively. Just calmly enough to make you hesitate. Gaslighting is not about one argument. It is about repetition. It is the steady drip of doubt that slowly corrodes your trust in your own mind. The first time it happens, you brush it off. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I am being sensitive. But when it keeps happening, your brain starts searching for stability. And if the only stable voice in the room sounds confident, even when it is wrong, your mind begins to lean toward that voice. Here is why this works so well. Your brain values certainty. Studies in cognitive psychology show that when people are exposed to conflicting information repeatedly, they often default to the source that appears more composed and assured. Confidence can feel like truth. So when someone denies events with steady eye contact and a relaxed tone, your nervous system registers that as credibility. Meanwhile, your own memory feels shakier because you are emotionally involved. Over time, the manipulation escalates. They do not just deny things. They rewrite them. They tell you that you are overreacting. That you are too emotional. That you always twist their words. Notice the pattern. The focus shifts from what happened to what is wrong with you. Your reactions become the problem. Your memory becomes the problem. Your perception becomes the problem. This creates cognitive dissonance. You are holding two realities at once. The one you experienced and the one they are insisting is true. That mental tension is exhausting. And the human brain hates prolonged tension. So to relieve it, you may start surrendering your version of events. Not because you are weak, but because constant self-doubt is draining. The scariest part is how gradual it is. There is no dramatic moment where you realize your reality has been hijacked. It feels more like fog rolling in. You start double-checking everything. You ask friends if you are crazy. You apologize for things you are not sure you did. You become hyper-aware of your tone, your words, your facial expressions. You are not trying to win anymore. You are trying not to be wrong. And here is the emotional hook that keeps people trapped. Gaslighting often comes mixed with affection. After making you question yourself, they comfort you. They say they love you. They say they are just trying to help you grow. That combination of destabilization and reassurance creates dependency. If they are the one shaking your reality and the one soothing you afterward, you start relying on them to define what is real. Let me ground you in something important. Memory is not perfect, but neither is theirs. Disagreement is normal. What makes gaslighting different is the systematic dismissal of your perspective. It is not about resolving conflict. It is about gaining control over the narrative. When someone consistently makes you feel confused about events you clearly experienced, pay attention to the pattern, not the isolated incident. Your perception is not the enemy. The erosion of it is the strategy. Trauma bonding through cycles of pain and reward. It feels insane when you try to explain it to someone on the outside. They hurt you. They apologize. They hurt you again. And somehow you feel more attached, not less. You tell yourself this is the last time. Yet when they pull you back in, the relief feels so intense that you forget the damage for a moment. That is not weakness. That is trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is built on cycles. Pain followed by reward. Fear followed by comfort. Distance followed by affection. The human nervous system is not designed for emotional whiplash, but it adapts to it. When someone becomes both the source of your distress and the source of your relief, your brain links them to survival. Here is what is happening underneath the surface. During conflict, especially if it involves yelling, threats, or emotional withdrawal, your body releases stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart rate rises. Your muscles tense. You feel anxious, maybe even panicked. Then the fight ends. They apologize. They hold you. They promise change. In that moment, your body releases dopamine and oxytocin. Those chemicals create relief and bonding. The drop from stress into comfort feels powerful, almost euphoric. That sharp contrast is what wires the attachment. Psychologists call this intermittent reinforcement. It is the same principle that keeps people pulling a slot machine lever. If the reward came every time, it would be predictable and less exciting. If it never came, you would walk away. But when the reward comes randomly, after periods of loss, it becomes addictive. You cling to the hope of the next high. Over time, your brain stops focusing on the pain as proof that you should leave. Instead, it starts chasing the relief. You think about the good moments. The apologies. The times they were soft and loving. You minimize the bad because your body remembers how good it felt when things were okay again. The cycle trains you to endure more pain for smaller rewards. There is also a deeper layer. When conflict feels intense, your sense of identity can start to shrink around the relationship. You may isolate from friends. You may hide the worst parts out of shame. That isolation increases dependence. Now they are not just your partner. They are your primary emotional anchor. Even if they are unstable, they are familiar. And the brain prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar freedom. If you have ever thought, why do I miss them even though they hurt me? Understand this. Your attachment is not proof that the relationship was healthy. It is proof that your nervous system adapted to survive chaos. Bonding under stress is a biological response, seen even in hostage situations. When the threat and the comfort come from the same person, the lines blur. The hardest part is that leaving does not immediately break the bond. Without the cycle, your body can crave the highs. You may feel withdrawal, restlessness, an urge to reach out just to feel relief again. That does not mean you belong there. It means your system needs time to recalibrate. Trauma bonding thrives on confusion and intensity. Awareness is the first crack in that cycle. Future faking to manufacture false hope. Some people do not control you with fear. They control you with a promise. Not a real promise. A picture. A vision so vivid that you start living inside it before it ever happens. They talk about the house you will buy together, the trips you will take next summer, the business you will build as a team. They describe details with confidence, like the future is already scheduled. And when you are standing in the glow of that imagined life, the present does not feel so heavy. That is future faking. It is not just dreaming out loud. Everyone fantasizes. The difference is intention. Future faking is when someone uses long-term plans to secure short-term control. They sell you tomorrow so you tolerate today. Here is how it works on your mind. The brain does not sharply distinguish between a vividly imagined future and a real memory. When a scenario is described in detail, your brain activates similar neural networks as if you were experiencing it. You feel the excitement, the security, the sense of progress. Dopamine rises not only from actual rewards, but from anticipated rewards. So when they paint a glowing future, your brain gives you a chemical down payment on something that does not exist. That emotional advance payment bonds you to them. Now imagine the present reality is disappointing. They are inconsistent. They break small commitments. They avoid accountability. But every time you confront them, they zoom out to the future. They say we are building something bigger. They say once this stressful period is over, everything will change. They say you just need to be patient because what we have is rare. Suddenly, your frustration feels small compared to the dream. You do not want to sabotage the beautiful future over temporary problems. So you stay. You compromise, you silence doubts, because walking away would mean losing not just the person, but the imagined life. This is where hope becomes a leash. Psychologically, humans are wired to endure hardship if they believe it leads somewhere meaningful. Studies on delayed gratification show that people will tolerate discomfort far longer when a reward feels certain. Future faking exploits that wiring by manufacturing certainty. The reward is always around the corner. Just, not today. The pattern becomes clear only in hindsight. The timeline keeps shifting. The plans keep expanding. The big move happens next year. The proposal comes after one more goal is reached. The stability arrives once they fix one more problem. There is always a reason to wait. If you have ever stayed because of potential, understand this. Potential is not a promise. Words about the future are easy because they cost nothing in the present. Real commitment shows up in consistent action now. When someone repeatedly paints grand futures but cannot follow through on small, present responsibilities, the dream is not a vision, it is bait. And the longer you live in that imagined tomorrow, the harder it becomes to evaluate what is actually happening today. Mirroring to artificially build trust. You ever meet someone and within minutes it feels like you have known them for years? Same music taste. Same childhood wounds. Same opinions about relationships, money, ambition. Even oddly specific things like your favorite way to spend a Sunday. It feels rare, almost spooky, like you finally found someone on your exact wavelength. That instant familiarity is powerful. And sometimes it is genuine. But sometimes it is engineered. Mirroring is a natural human behavior. We all subtly copy body language, tone, and facial expressions when we feel connected. It builds rapport. But in dark psychology, mirroring is used deliberately to manufacture that connection before it has actually been earned. Here is why it works so well. Your brain is wired to trust what feels familiar. Psychologists call this the similarity attraction effect. When someone reflects your values and preferences back to you, your brain relaxes. Shared identity signals safety. If they are like me, they understand me. If they understand me, they are less likely to hurt me. That logic runs automatically in the background. A skilled manipulator listens carefully in the beginning. Not to know you deeply, but to map you. They take mental notes, your insecurities, your dreams, your political views, your spiritual beliefs. Then they subtly adjust. If you value ambition, they suddenly have big goals. If you care about family, they talk about how much family means to them. If you have been hurt before, they emphasize how loyal they are. It feels like alignment. But it is performance. The danger is not just emotional, it accelerates trust. Normally, trust develops when someone proves consistency over time. With artificial mirroring, trust forms before evidence exists. You feel understood on a deep level, so you lower your guard. You share more. You invest faster. You ignore small inconsistencies because the overall vibe feels right. There is also a neurological layer. When someone validates your beliefs and reflects your identity, your brain releases dopamine. Agreement feels rewarding. It confirms your worldview. That chemical reward strengthens your positive association with them. You are not just liking them. You are liking how you feel about yourself around them. Then, slowly, the mask can slip. Maybe their stories start to contradict each other. Maybe their values shift depending on who they are around. Maybe you realize that the things you bonded over never show up in their actions. The music they loved with you is never played again. The life goals they shared quietly disappear. And you are left wondering which version was real. If you have fallen for this, it does not mean you are gullible. It means you responded to what felt like safety and understanding. We all crave being seen. The key difference between authentic connection and manipulative mirroring is consistency. Real alignment does not need constant adjustment. It does not morph to fit every room. When someone seems perfectly tailored to you from day one, pause. Depth takes time. True compatibility reveals itself gradually. Instant sameness can feel magical. But sometimes it is just a reflection designed to pull you in. Intermittent reinforcement and addictive attachment. You do not get addicted to consistency. You get addicted to unpredictability. If someone treats you well every single day, your nervous system stabilizes. It feels safe, calm. But when someone is warm on Monday, distant on Tuesday, affectionate on Wednesday, and cold by Friday, something else happens. You start paying attention in a different way. You start scanning for clues. You start trying to earn the good version of them back. That pattern is called intermittent reinforcement, and it is one of the most powerful psychological conditioning tools that exists. The concept comes from behavioral psychology. When a reward is given randomly instead of consistently, the behavior used to chase that reward becomes stronger. This was demonstrated decades ago by psychologist B.F. Skinner in experiments where animals pressed a lever for food. When the food came every time, the animals pressed steadily. When it came randomly, they pressed obsessively. The uncertainty made the behavior more persistent. Now apply that to relationships. The reward is not food. It is attention, affection, validation. When someone gives you intense connection, and then suddenly withdraws it, your brain does not detach. It locks in. Dopamine spikes highest not when we receive a guaranteed reward, but when we anticipate a possible one. The maybe is more addictive than the always. So you start chasing the maybe. You replay conversations, wondering what shifted. You analyze your tone. You adjust your behavior. When they finally return with warmth, the relief feels amplified because of the deprivation that came before it. That emotional swing from anxiety to reassurance creates a chemical high. Oxytocin and dopamine flood in after cortisol has been elevated. The contrast makes the connection feel profound, even if it is unstable. Over time, your attachment becomes tied to the cycle, not the person. You are bonded to the pattern of loss and return. This is why people often say, "I know they are not good for me, but I cannot let go." The rational mind sees the inconsistency. The nervous system is hooked on the reward schedule. Intermittent reinforcement also erodes self-worth. When affection is unpredictable, you start believing you must earn it. If they are distant, you assume you did something wrong. If they are loving, you feel approved. Your sense of stability becomes externally controlled. Their mood dictates your emotional state. And here is the twist. The manipulator does not always consciously plan this. Sometimes it is just their inability to regulate themselves. But intention does not change impact. The effect on your brain is the same. Uncertainty keeps you engaged far longer than neglect ever could. If you recognize yourself in this pattern, pause and observe your body. Notice how you feel during the cold phases. Notice how intense the relief feels when warmth returns. That intensity is not proof of deep love. It is proof of contrast. Healthy attachment feels steady. It does not require you to endure confusion to appreciate connection. When love becomes a slot machine, the problem is not that you are too emotional. It is that your nervous system has been trained to gamble for closeness. Strategic vulnerability to lower defenses. It catches you off guard when someone opens up too fast. You are barely a few conversations in, and they are telling you about childhood trauma, betrayal by an ex, family wounds, their deepest fears about abandonment. It feels intimate. Raw. You think they must trust you to share something that personal. And when someone trusts you, your instinct is to trust them back. That is where strategic vulnerability begins. Real vulnerability unfolds gradually. It builds as safety is proven over time. Strategic vulnerability skips that process. It is not about connection. It is about acceleration. When someone reveals something heavy early on, it creates instant emotional depth. You feel closer than the timeline justifies. Psychologically, this works because of reciprocity. When someone gives you something personal, you feel an unconscious pull to give something personal back. Social exchange theory explains that humans are wired to balance emotional transactions. If they expose a wound, you feel compelled to expose one too. Suddenly, both of you are sharing secrets that normally take months to reveal. But here is the subtle shift. While you are bonding, they are gathering data. Your fears, your insecurities, your relationship patterns, the things that hurt you most. In a healthy dynamic, that information is handled with care. In a manipulative one, it becomes leverage. Later, during conflict, they might frame your reactions as trauma responses. They might subtly trigger the exact insecurities you shared. They know where you are sensitive because you showed them. There is also something called the illusion of transparency. When someone expresses vulnerability with emotion and detail, your brain reads it as authenticity. Emotion signals truth, even though emotion can be performed. The more expressive the confession, the more credible it feels. You assume depth equals honesty. And there is another layer. When someone presents themselves as wounded or broken, it can activate your caretaker instinct. Especially if you pride yourself on being empathetic. You may start seeing the relationship as something to nurture or fix. Their pain becomes a project. That dynamic shifts power quietly. You are now invested not just romantically, but morally. Strategic vulnerability often comes with phrases about how they never open up like this, how you are different, how you make them feel safe in ways no one else has. That framing flatters you. It makes the moment feel rare and special. But notice the speed. Notice whether their openness is consistent with their actions. Do they take accountability, or do they only share stories that position them as misunderstood victims? If you have fallen into this, it does not mean you are foolish. It means you responded to what looked like honesty. We are taught that vulnerability is the gateway to intimacy. And it is, when it is mutual and paced. The key difference is timing and follow-through. Real vulnerability invites connection without demanding immediate loyalty. Strategic vulnerability creates closeness that feels earned, even though it was engineered. Guilt-tripping through moral superiority. It does not sound aggressive. It sounds disappointed. Calm, controlled, almost righteous. They do not yell at you for saying no. They sigh. They remind you how much they would have done for you. They talk about loyalty, about values, about what a good partner or friend should naturally want to do. And somehow, by the end of the conversation, you feel like you failed a moral test you did not even know you were taking. That is guilt-tripping wrapped in moral superiority. Instead of attacking your actions directly, they elevate themselves. They position their preferences as the ethical high ground. If you disagree, you are not just choosing differently. You are choosing wrong. They frame their needs as selfless and yours as selfish. Subtle. Clean. Hard to argue against without feeling defensive. Here is why this works so deeply. Guilt is a social emotion. It evolved to keep groups cohesive. When we feel we have harmed someone or violated a shared value, our brain pushes us to repair the bond. The anterior insula and prefrontal cortex light up when we experience guilt, motivating corrective behavior. In healthy relationships, that helps us take responsibility. In manipulative dynamics, that wiring gets exploited. They might say they would never treat you the way you just treated them. Or that they guess they just care more than you do. Or that they were raised to show up no matter what. Notice the pattern. They are not discussing logistics. They are framing character. Your boundary becomes evidence of your deficiency. Moral superiority is powerful because it shifts the conversation from preference to principle. If you say you need space, they respond with how love means sacrifice. If you cannot lend money, they talk about generosity and how they always help people in need. Now you are not debating a decision. You are defending your identity. Over time, this erodes confidence. You start pre-editing your choices through their moral lens. You ask yourself not what feels right, but what would make me look good in their eyes. That constant internal filtering creates anxiety and resentment. You comply, but you feel smaller each time. There is also a subtle reward system at play. When you give in, they soften. They praise your heart. They say this is why they love you. Relief washes over you. Approval restored. That cycle trains you to associate self-sacrifice with emotional safety. If you recognize this pattern, pause before reacting. Ask yourself a simple question. Is this about shared values? Or is this about control disguised as virtue? Healthy people can express disappointment without questioning your character. They can negotiate needs without framing themselves as morally superior. You are allowed to have limits without being selfish. You are allowed to prioritize your capacity without being cruel. When someone consistently makes you feel like the villain for having boundaries, the issue is not your morality. It is their need to stand above you to keep you compliant. Triangulation to spark jealousy and competition. It starts with a name that keeps coming up a little too often. Not in a direct way. Just casually. They mention how funny this other person is. How supportive they have been. How attractive people seem to find them. It is subtle enough that you cannot call it out without sounding insecure. But it is frequent enough that you feel it. That is triangulation. Instead of building connection directly with you, they introduce a third presence into the dynamic. Sometimes it is an ex. Sometimes a coworker. Sometimes even a friend. The goal is not always romance. The goal is comparison. Here is why this hits so deep. Humans are wired for social ranking. From an evolutionary perspective, losing status or being replaced in a close bond once meant losing protection and resources. So when someone hints that you are not the only option, your nervous system reacts fast. Jealousy is not just emotion. It is a threat response. A manipulator understands this instinctively. By spotlighting someone else, they create perceived scarcity. And scarcity increases value. If you feel like you might lose them to someone else, you are more likely to compete for their attention. You might become more agreeable, more affectionate, more tolerant of behavior you would normally question. The psychology behind this connects to something called social proof. When we see others valuing someone, we subconsciously assign them higher worth. If multiple people want them, they must be desirable. So when they highlight how others admire or pursue them, it elevates their perceived status in your eyes. You start feeling lucky to have them, even if they are the one destabilizing you. Triangulation can also be emotional. They might confide in someone else about problems in your relationship instead of addressing them with you. Then, they casually mention how that person understands them better. Now you are not just competing romantically. You are competing emotionally. It creates insecurity without direct accusation. The most destabilizing part is the ambiguity. They can always claim you are overreacting. They were just telling a story. Just being honest. Just maintaining friendships. And because nothing explicit was said, you struggle to articulate why it feels threatening. Over time, this dynamic shifts your focus. Instead of evaluating whether the relationship is meeting your needs, you start evaluating yourself against the imagined rival. Am I attractive enough? Interesting enough? Supportive enough? Your energy turns inward in self-comparison, instead of outward in boundary setting. Healthy relationships do not rely on jealousy to maintain intensity. They do not need a third person to keep the bond alive. Security is built through reassurance and direct communication, not subtle competition. If someone consistently brings others into your emotional space in a way that makes you feel replaceable, that feeling is data. Connection should make you feel chosen, not auditioned. Playing the victim to avoid accountability. You confront them about something real. Something specific. A broken promise. A lie. A pattern that hurt you. And within minutes, the conversation is no longer about what they did. It is about how hard their life has been, how misunderstood they feel, how everyone always blames them. Somehow, you end up comforting the person who hurt you. That is the power of playing the victim. It is not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it is quiet and heavy. They lower their voice. They talk about their trauma, their stress, their anxiety. They frame their behavior as a byproduct of pain rather than a choice. And the moment you see their suffering, your anger softens. Empathy rushes in. Here is why this works so effectively. Most people do not want to feel cruel. When someone presents themselves as wounded, your brain activates compassion circuits. Research in social neuroscience shows that witnessing vulnerability can trigger caregiving responses, especially in people who value empathy. You shift from prosecutor to protector almost instantly. The accountability disappears in that shift. Instead of discussing the impact of their actions, you are now discussing their intentions and their struggles. They might say they never meant to hurt you, that they are trying their best, that they feel attacked. The focus moves from what happened to how criticized they feel. And because you care, you start softening your language. You minimize your pain so they do not feel worse. Over time, this pattern conditions you. You hesitate to bring up issues because you know it will spiral into their suffering. You predict the tears, the shutdown, the story about how everyone leaves them. So you start swallowing smaller and smaller disappointments to avoid triggering another emotional collapse. There is also a subtle reversal that happens. When they consistently portray themselves as the one who is hurt, you begin to question whether you are too demanding, too insensitive. Your boundaries start to feel like attacks. And once your boundaries feel immoral, they become easier to abandon. Playing the victim is powerful because it contains partial truth. Maybe they did have a difficult childhood. Maybe they are stressed. Pain can explain behavior, but it does not excuse repeated harm. The manipulation happens when explanation replaces responsibility. A healthy person can say I am struggling and still own what they did. They can acknowledge their wounds without using them as shields. They can apologize without immediately redirecting sympathy back to themselves. If you notice that every serious conversation ends with you apologizing for bringing it up, pay attention. Accountability should not require you to suppress your feelings. Compassion and responsibility can exist together. When someone consistently chooses one over the other, it is not vulnerability. It is deflection dressed as fragility. Subtle isolation from friends and family. It does not begin with a rule that says you cannot see your friends. That would be obvious. It begins with a comment, a raised eyebrow, a casual remark about how your best friend does not really understand your relationship, how your family judges them, how every time you hang out with certain people, you come back distant. Nothing dramatic. Just small seeds. Subtle isolation works because it feels like your choice. They never demand that you cut people off. They just question their influence. They say they want more quality time with you. They mention how other couples prioritize each other more. And slowly, without realizing it, you start adjusting your world. Here is why this tactic is so powerful. Humans regulate emotion socially. Your friends and family are reality anchors. They reflect back who you are outside of the relationship. They notice shifts in your mood. They call out red flags you might normalize. When those voices grow quieter, your reference point shrinks. A manipulative partner understands that isolation increases dependence. Research on coercive control shows that reducing outside support makes individuals more likely to tolerate unhealthy dynamics. When your social circle narrows, the relationship becomes your primary source of validation, comfort, and identity. If conflict happens, you have fewer places to process it. The strategy is gradual. Maybe they complain every time you make plans without them. Maybe they create tension before events so you feel guilty leaving. Maybe they frame your loved ones as jealous, toxic, or unsupportive. Over time, it feels easier to just stay home, to cancel, to avoid the friction. There is also a psychological effect called informational influence. When you are unsure about something, you look to others to gauge what is normal. If the only consistent voice in your ear is theirs, their version of reality starts to dominate. Without contrasting perspectives, even unhealthy behavior can start to feel standard. Isolation can even masquerade as romance. They might say you are all they need, that your bond is special, because it is just the two of you against the world, that outsiders could never understand what you share. It sounds intimate, exclusive, powerful. But exclusivity can quietly become confinement. And the more distance that forms between you and your support system, the harder it feels to reconnect. Shame creeps in. You worry people will judge you for drifting away. So you stay in the smaller circle, even if it feels suffocating. If you look up one day and realize you have not spoken openly to someone who knew you before this relationship, pause. Healthy love expands your world. It does not shrink it. It supports your existing bonds instead of competing with them. Connection should add to your life, not replace it. When someone consistently positions themselves at the center, while pushing others to the edges, that shift is not accidental. It is strategic. Push-pull dynamics to create emotional whiplash. 1 week they are all in. Texting nonstop. Making plans. Talking about how strong the connection feels. You relax. You let yourself believe it is finally steady. Then without warning something shifts. Replies get shorter, energy drops. They seem distracted, distant, almost irritated by the same closeness they were chasing days ago. You feel it in your chest before you understand it in your head. That is the push-pull dynamic. That is a cycle of intense closeness, followed by sudden withdrawal. Affection followed by detachment, validation followed by coldness. And the unpredictability is the point. When someone pulls you close, your nervous system settles. Oxytocin rises. You feel bonded, chosen, secure. Then when they pull away, your body reacts as if something valuable is being taken. Cortisol increases. Anxiety spikes. You start scanning for what went wrong. The emotional drop is sharp because the high was so convincing. This contrast creates what feels like passion, but it is actually instability. Psychologically, push-pull dynamics hook you through uncertainty. The brain is constantly trying to predict patterns. When a pattern keeps changing, your attention locks in harder. You become hyper-focused on their mood shifts. You analyze tone, timing, word choice. You invest more energy trying to decode them than you would in a stable relationship. The push phase feels intoxicating. They might praise you, prioritize you, make you feel like the center of their world. It can even feel vulnerable and deep. Then the pull phase creates doubt. Maybe they need space. Maybe you came on too strong. Maybe they are just stressed. Instead of questioning the pattern, you question yourself. That self-questioning is where control quietly grows. Over time, you start adjusting your behavior to avoid triggering the pull. You become more careful, less demanding, more accommodating. You tell yourself that if you can just stay in the good phase longer, everything will stabilize. But the cycle resets regardless of what you do, because it is not about your behavior. It is about their need for control, stimulation, or emotional distance. There is also a biochemical layer. The dramatic swing between connection and rejection intensifies emotional bonding. The relief when they return after pulling away feels amplified. Your body remembers that relief. So even when the withdrawal hurts, part of you holds on for the next reunion. It can look like chemistry, it can feel like fate. But real connection does not require confusion to stay alive. Consistency may feel less dramatic, but it builds safety instead of anxiety. If you constantly feel like you are bracing for the next shift, that tension is information. Love should not feel like trying to keep your balance on moving ground. When affection is repeatedly given and taken away, the instability is not an accident. It is the mechanism. projection to shift blame and confuse. Sometimes the accusation comes out of nowhere. They look at you and question your loyalty when you have given them no reason to. They suggest you are hiding something when you have been transparent. They accuse you of flirting, lying, manipulating, pulling away. And for a second you are stunned, because the behavior they are describing does not match your reality at all. That is projection. Projection happens when someone takes feelings, impulses, or behaviors they cannot accept in themselves and assigns them to you instead. Instead of confronting their own guilt, insecurity, or dishonesty, they relocate it. Now you are the suspicious one. You are the liar. You are the one with bad intentions. Here is why this tactic is so destabilizing. When you are falsely accused, your first instinct is to defend yourself. You start explaining, providing evidence, replaying events to prove your innocence. The entire focus of the conversation shifts from their behavior to your character. And while you are busy defending, their actions fade into the background. Psychologically, projection protects the ego. Admitting fault threatens self-image. So the mind unconsciously deflects. But in manipulative dynamics, this defense becomes a strategy. If they are being secretive, they might accuse you of hiding things. If they are losing interest, they might say you seem distant. If they are considering betrayal, they may question your faithfulness first. This creates confusion because it scrambles cause and effect. You start wondering if there is something you are missing about yourself. Maybe I did seem distant. Maybe I was not reassuring enough. Even if the accusation is exaggerated, you begin scanning your behavior for flaws. That self-scrutiny keeps you off balance. There is also a social layer to this. When someone confidently labels you with a negative trait, it can stick. Especially if they repeat it. Over time, you may internalize parts of the narrative. If they constantly say you are selfish, you may start overcompensating to prove you are generous. If they call you jealous, you may silence valid concerns to avoid fitting the label. Projection also works as preemptive defense. By accusing you first, they establish a storyline. If their own behavior is later questioned, they can point back and say you were the one acting suspicious. It muddies the timeline and makes it harder to untangle truth from distortion. If you find yourself frequently defending against traits that do not align with who you are, pause. Ask whether the accusation reflects your behavior consistently, or whether it mirrors something they might be struggling with themselves. Healthy conflict addresses specific actions with clarity. It does not rely on broad character attacks that leave you confused about your own identity. When blame keeps circling back to you in ways that feel disconnected from reality, that pattern is not random. It is displacement designed to keep you doubting while they stay protected. Information withholding to maintain power. Have you ever felt like you were always one step behind in your own relationship? Like decisions were being made somewhere offstage, and you were just reacting to the outcome? They do not lie outright. They just do not tell you things. Important conversations that happened. Plans that were forming. Feelings that were shifting. You find out later, accidentally or indirectly, and when you ask why they did not say anything, the answer is always casual. I did not think it was a big deal. You would have overreacted. I was going to tell you eventually. That is information withholding. At first it seems small. Everyone is entitled to privacy. And that is true. But privacy and secrecy are not the same thing. Privacy protects individuality. Secrecy protects control. Information is power because it shapes perception. When someone controls what you know and when you know it, they control your ability to respond in real time. You cannot give input on a decision you did not know was being considered. You cannot set a boundary around something that was hidden. You are left adjusting after the fact. Psychologically, this creates imbalance. In any relationship, power is influenced by access to knowledge. The partner who knows more about what is happening has a strategic advantage. Research in social dynamics shows that uncertainty increases anxiety and compliance. When you feel out of the loop, your brain starts filling gaps with worst-case scenarios. That anxiety can make you more cautious, more agreeable, more hesitant to challenge them. There is also a subtle status shift. If they position themselves as the one who decides what is important enough to share, they become the gatekeeper of reality. You are no longer an equal participant. You are a recipient of curated updates. Sometimes withholding is framed as protection. They might say they did not want to stress you, that they were handling it, that they did not want drama. It sounds considerate on the surface. But consistent exclusion from relevant information is not protection. It is paternalism. Over time, this pattern erodes trust in a quiet way, not because of one dramatic betrayal, but because you never feel fully informed. You may start checking more, asking more questions, or the opposite, you might stop asking altogether because it feels pointless. The most damaging part is how it makes you doubt your right to know. You begin questioning whether you are entitled to transparency, whether you are being intrusive for wanting clarity. That internal hesitation is exactly what preserves their advantage. Healthy relationships do not require you to chase basic information. They operate with mutual awareness and shared context. When someone consistently withholds details that directly affect you, it is not forgetfulness. It is leverage. And leverage, when used repeatedly, is about power. Feigned indifference to increase desire. There is a moment when someone pulls back just enough that you lean forward. They stop replying as fast. They act slightly distracted when you are together. They seem busy, unavailable, just out of reach. Not cold enough to lose you. Not warm enough to reassure you. And suddenly, you care more than you did before. That is feigned indifference. It is the art of acting less invested than you actually are in order to trigger pursuit. And it works because desire is closely tied to uncertainty. When someone appears fully available and openly interested, your nervous system can relax. There is no threat of loss. But when their interest feels questionable, your brain switches into evaluation mode. Did they still like me? Did I say something wrong? Am I losing them? That uncertainty increases mental focus. You start thinking about them more, not less. Psychologically, this taps into the scarcity principle. We assign higher value to what feels limited or difficult to obtain. If someone seems emotionally scarce, their attention feels more precious. You may begin to interpret basic responsiveness as a reward instead of a standard. There is also an ego component. When someone seems indifferent, it can challenge your sense of desirability. Especially if you were initially receiving strong signals of interest. The shift creates a subtle threat to your status in the dynamic. And humans are wired to restore threatened status. So you might try harder. Dress better. Text first. Initiate plans. Offer more affection. Notice what just happened. Their withdrawal increased your effort. Feigned indifference often hides behind phrases about not wanting to seem too eager, about keeping the upper hand, about letting the other person chase. It is framed as strategy, not manipulation. But the underlying mechanism is the same. Create distance to stimulate desire. Neurologically, anticipation can be more stimulating than fulfillment. Dopamine rises in the pursuit phase. When you are unsure whether you have secured someone's interest, your brain stays activated. The chase itself becomes energizing. That heightened state can be mistaken for chemistry or deep attraction. But there is a difference between natural pacing and calculated detachment. Healthy interest is steady, even if it unfolds slowly. It does not rely on confusion to maintain intensity. When someone intentionally withholds warmth to make you want them more, the connection is being engineered, not grown. If you notice yourself obsessing over mixed signals, step back. Ask whether your desire is rooted in genuine compatibility or in the anxiety of almost having something. True connection does not require you to constantly prove your worth to keep it alive. When indifference feels strategic rather than authentic, the increase in desire is not magic. It is a response to perceived scarcity. And scarcity, when manufactured, is just another form of control. Scarcity mindset manipulation in relationships. They make it feel like you are lucky to even be there. Not in an obvious, arrogant way. More subtle than that. They talk about how many options they have, how rare they are, how hard it is to find someone at their level. They might even compliment you while doing it. saying you are one of the few who truly gets them. And instead of feeling secure, you feel like you barely made the cut. That is scarcity mindset manipulation. It is the deliberate creation of the belief that love, attention, or commitment from them is limited and easily withdrawn. And when something feels limited, your brain assigns it higher value. Scarcity is one of the most powerful psychological triggers in human behavior. In consumer psychology, products labeled as limited edition or almost sold out immediately become more desirable. The same mechanism applies in relationships. If someone implies that their time, affection, or exclusivity is rare, you feel pressure to secure it before it disappears. This pressure shifts the dynamic. Instead of calmly evaluating whether they meet your standards, you start focusing on whether you meet theirs. You may tolerate disrespect because losing them feels like losing a rare opportunity. You might downplay incompatibilities because the fear of starting over feels greater than the discomfort of staying. Scarcity manipulation often shows up in subtle comparisons. They mention people who are interested in them. They highlight how independent they are and how easily they could walk away. They frame commitment as something they rarely offer. So when they give you small doses of reassurance, it feels like a privilege instead of a baseline expectation. There is also a biological layer. Fear of loss activates the same stress systems as physical threat. When you sense that a bond is unstable, cortisol rises. That stress can intensify attachment rather than weaken it. You cling tighter to prevent the loss. Ironically, the more insecure you feel, the more invested you become. Over time, this creates an imbalance of power. The person controlling the sense of scarcity controls the emotional temperature of the relationship. They can warm it up with attention or cool it down with distance. And because you believe they are rare, you hesitate to demand consistency. What makes this tactic so effective is that it does not look like control. It looks like confidence. It looks like high standards, and healthy confidence is attractive. But there is a difference between knowing your worth and making someone else feel replaceable to maintain leverage. If you find yourself constantly proving that you deserve to stay, pause. Love is not a limited time offer. Commitment is not a prize you win by outperforming imaginary competitors. When someone builds their value by making you feel scarce, the relationship becomes a marketplace instead of a partnership. Real connection is not about who can be replaced faster. It is about mutual choice, freely given, without the constant shadow of expiration. Creating artificial urgency to force decisions. It always feels rushed. Not in a romantic whirlwind way. In a pressured way. Like you have to decide right now or lose something important. They say they need an answer today. They cannot wait. This opportunity will not come again. If you really care, you will prove it immediately. That is artificial urgency. It is the tactic of compressing time, so you do not have space to think clearly. Because clear thinking is the enemy of manipulation. When humans feel time pressure, the brain shifts into survival mode. The prefrontal cortex, which handles rational analysis and long-term consequences, becomes less dominant. The amygdala, which processes threat and emotion, becomes more active. In simple terms, urgency makes you reactive instead of reflective. A manipulative person understands that if you slow down, you might notice inconsistencies. You might consult friends. You might compare their words to their actions. So they speed everything up. This can show up in big ways. Pushing you to move in together quickly. Pressuring you to commit before you feel ready. Demanding exclusivity after a very short time. Or in smaller but still significant ways. Forcing you to forgive immediately. Insisting that disagreements be resolved on their timeline. Expecting instant reassurance when they feel insecure. The message underneath is clear. Decide now or risk losing me. That threat does not always have to be spoken. It is implied through tone, withdrawal, or dramatic statements about how they do not wait around. Scarcity and urgency often work together. If they are rare and in demand, you better act fast. Psychologically, urgency narrows your focus. You stop evaluating whether the decision aligns with your long-term well-being. You focus on avoiding immediate loss. This is called loss aversion. Research shows that people are more motivated to avoid losing something than to gain something new. So, when they frame hesitation as potential loss, your fear outweighs your caution. Over time, repeated urgency trains you to override your intuition. You get used to acting before you fully process. You may even start equating intensity with seriousness. If it feels urgent, it must matter deeply. But urgency does not equal importance. Sometimes it equals control. Healthy relationships allow space. They respect processing time. They understand that meaningful commitments deserve thoughtful decisions. They do not punish you for needing to think. If someone consistently makes you feel like your window to choose is always closing, pause deliberately. Real opportunities can withstand reflection. Manipulative ones cannot. When time pressure becomes a pattern, it is not about efficiency. It is about limiting your ability to step back and see the full picture. Emotional blackmail using fear, obligation, and guilt. It does not always sound like a threat. Sometimes it sounds like desperation. Like heartbreak. Like, if you leave, I do not know what I will do. Like, after everything I have done for you, this is how you repay me. Like, if you really loved me, you would not even hesitate. That is emotional blackmail. It operates through 3 levers that hit deep parts of the human psyche. Fear, obligation, guilt. When someone pulls on those levers strategically, your freedom to choose starts to shrink. Fear is usually the first hook. They might imply they will fall apart without you. That they will spiral. That something bad will happen if you withdraw support. Even if threat is vague, your mind fills in the blanks. Humans are wired to prevent harm, especially to people we care about, so the possibility that your decision could cause suffering feels unbearable. Then comes obligation. They remind you of sacrifices they made. Money spent. Time invested. Support given. The unspoken equation is clear. You owe me. Relationships become transactional without being labeled that way. Your autonomy starts to feel like betrayal. And guilt ties it all together. Guilt is one of the strongest social emotions, because it protects bonds. When you feel responsible for someone's pain, your nervous system pushes you to repair it. Studies in social psychology show that guilt increases compliance. We are more likely to agree to requests when we feel we have wronged someone, even if the wrongdoing is exaggerated or fabricated. Emotional blackmail blends these elements so smoothly that it can feel like love. They say they just care too much. That they cannot imagine life without you. That your choices affect them deeply. On the surface, that sounds intimate. But intimacy does not require coercion. The dynamic often escalates gradually. At first it is small things. Staying longer than you planned because they look disappointed. Changing your decision because they brought up everything they have done for you. Later, it may become more intense. Threats of self-harm, financial retaliation, public humiliation. The pressure grows because it works. The most confusing part is that you may genuinely care. You do not want to hurt them. You do not want to be selfish. But emotional blackmail turns your empathy into a leash. Your compassion becomes the mechanism that traps you. Healthy relationships allow you to make choices without punishment. They allow disagreement without catastrophe. They do not frame boundaries as abandonment or independence as cruelty. If every major decision feels like it carries emotional consequences you must manage for them, that is not partnership. That is control through emotional leverage. Love invites. Blackmail corners. And when fear, obligation, and guilt are consistently used to override your free will, the issue is not your lack of loyalty. It is their reliance on pressure instead of mutual respect. The foot in the door technique for gradual compliance. It rarely starts with something big. It starts with something so small it feels almost silly to question. A tiny favor. A quick errand. A minor compromise. You think, that is not a big deal. Of course I can do that. And you are right. On its own, it is not a big deal. That is the foot in the door technique. It is a psychological strategy where someone asks for a small commitment first, knowing that once you agree, you are far more likely to agree to something larger later. The first yes changes how you see yourself. And that shift is where the real influence begins. This principle was demonstrated in classic social psychology experiments. Researchers found that when people agreed to place a small sign in their window, they were much more likely to later agree to put a large, unattractive sign on their lawn. The initial small act created internal pressure to stay consistent. Humans have a deep need to appear consistent, not just to others, but to themselves. In relationships, this does not look like a sign on a lawn. It looks like incremental boundary shifts. Maybe at first they ask you to cancel one plan to spend time with them. Then it becomes canceling more often. Maybe they ask to check your phone once, just for reassurance. Later it becomes routine access. Maybe they ask you to tolerate a joke that makes you slightly uncomfortable. Over time, the jokes get sharper. Each step feels only slightly bigger than the last. And because you already said yes before, saying no now feels inconsistent. Your brain whispers you have been okay with this before. Why make it a problem now? This works because of cognitive dissonance. When your behavior and your self-image do not align, your mind tries to resolve the tension. If you see yourself as supportive and easygoing, you will act in ways that confirm that identity. After agreeing to small requests, you begin to see yourself as someone who accommodates them. That identity makes larger accommodations easier to justify. The escalation is gradual enough that you may not notice how far you have moved from your original boundaries. If someone had asked for the biggest request at the beginning, you might have refused. But layered over weeks or months, it feels like a natural progression. There is also emotional reinforcement woven in. After each yes, they might praise you, call you understanding, say this is why they trust you. That positive feedback strengthens the behavior. You associate compliance with connection. The danger is not in being kind or flexible. Healthy relationships require compromise. The danger is in one-sided progression, where the requests consistently expand in their favor while your comfort shrinks. If you step back and notice that what once felt unacceptable now feels normal, pause. Ask yourself when the shift happened. Small agreements can quietly reshape your standards. The first yes may be tiny, but it opens the door wider than you think. The door in the face technique to anchor concessions. Sometimes they ask for something so unreasonable that you almost laugh. A huge favor, a massive commitment, an extreme demand that feels obviously unfair. You push back immediately. You say no. And then, almost generously, they scale it down. They sigh, act flexible, and offer a smaller request that suddenly feels manageable in comparison. That is the door in the face technique. It works by starting with an exaggerated ask, expecting rejection, and then retreating to the real target request. The contrast does the heavy lifting. Because once you have refused something big, the smaller request feels like compromise, even if it is still more than you originally wanted to give. This strategy was demonstrated in social psychology research, where participants were first asked to volunteer an unrealistic amount of time for a cause. After they refused, they were asked for a much smaller commitment. Compliance rates increased significantly compared to people who were only asked for the small favor. The reason is rooted in reciprocity and contrast. When someone backs down from a large request, it creates the illusion that they are meeting you halfway. Even though the first request was never realistic, your brain registers their reduction as a concession. And when someone makes a concession, social norms pressure you to make one too. In relationships, this can show up in subtle ways. They might demand constant access to your time, then settle for most of your weekends. They might propose moving in together immediately, then agree to just staying over several nights a week. They might ask to read all your private messages, then settle for just checking in occasionally. Because the initial request felt extreme, the reduced version seems reasonable by comparison. The anchor shifts your perception. There is also emotional framing layered into this. They may act disappointed but understanding after your first no. They might say they were just hoping for more closeness, more commitment, more trust. When they scale down the request, it feels like they are sacrificing for the relationship. That narrative makes you more willing to bend. The danger lies in how this distorts your baseline. If the conversation had started with the smaller request, you might have evaluated it differently. You might have said no without hesitation. But placed next to something outrageous, it feels like relief. Over time, repeated use of this tactic can train you to accept incremental overreach. Each negotiation starts high, then lands slightly beyond your comfort zone. And because you feel involved in the compromise, you do not see it as pressure. You see it as collaboration. Healthy negotiation begins with reasonable requests and mutual respect. It does not rely on shock value to shift your perception. When someone consistently starts at extremes and retreats to what they wanted all along, the initial demand was never the point. It was the setup. And once you recognize the anchor, the small request no longer feels like generosity. It feels like strategy. Social proof manipulation to shape behavior. It is strange how quickly your confidence can shift when you think everyone else agrees with them. You might hesitate about something. A decision. A belief. A boundary. And they casually mention that their friends think the same way, that their family agrees, that everyone they have talked to says you are overreacting. Suddenly it is not just you versus them. It feels like you versus a crowd. That is social proof manipulation. Social proof is a basic psychological principle. When we are uncertain, we look to others to determine what is correct or acceptable. If a restaurant is full, we assume it must be good. If many people support an idea, we are more likely to consider it valid. The brain uses consensus as a shortcut for truth. In healthy settings, this helps us navigate complex social environments. In manipulative dynamics, it becomes leverage. By invoking other people, real or exaggerated, they increase pressure on you to conform. They might say that every partner they have had was fine with this behavior. That all their friends think your boundary is unreasonable. That people who truly love someone would never question this. The message underneath is clear. If you disagree, you are the outlier. Humans are deeply wired to avoid social rejection. Studies in social neuroscience show that exclusion activates the same brain regions as physical pain. So when someone implies that your perspective places you outside the norm, your nervous system reacts defensively. You may soften your stance just to avoid feeling isolated. There is also the authority effect woven in at times. They might reference respected figures, therapists, books, cultural norms. They frame their behavior as widely endorsed and yours as irrational. Even if you have not heard those opinions directly, the suggestion of consensus can make you question your own judgment. The manipulation becomes stronger when you do not have direct access to the supposed crowd. You cannot verify whether their friends actually said that. You cannot hear the context. You are relying on their version of the group's opinion. That imbalance allows them to curate reality. Over time, this can erode your confidence in your instincts. You may start thinking, if so many people see it this way, maybe I am wrong. Even if the so many people are vague or unnamed. Healthy relationships do not require majority rule to settle personal boundaries. Your comfort does not need a vote. When someone repeatedly invokes invisible crowds to override your feelings, they are not seeking clarity. They are manufacturing pressure. Consensus can guide behavior. But when consensus is used selectively to silence your perspective, it stops being information and starts being influence. Authority framing to silence doubt. It sounds convincing because it sounds official. They do not just give an opinion. They reference experience, credentials, articles they read, experts who supposedly agree with them. They say things like psychologically speaking or any therapist would tell you. And suddenly the conversation shifts. It no longer feels like two equal perspectives. It feels like you are arguing with authority itself. That is authority framing. Authority framing is when someone wraps their viewpoint in the language of expertise to make it harder to challenge. Humans are wired to defer to perceived authority. From childhood, we are taught that teachers, doctors, leaders, and specialists know more than we do. That instinct keeps society functioning. But it can also be exploited. Classic psychological research has shown that people will comply with instructions from authority figures even when those instructions conflict with their personal judgment. The presence of authority reduces internal resistance. Doubt quiets down because the brain assumes competence. In relationships, this might not look like a lab coat. It looks like intellectual dominance. They might constantly cite studies without context. They might weaponize therapy language to label your reactions. They might say they understand human behavior better than you because they have read more, experienced more, or been through more. The framing creates an imbalance. If they position themselves as more informed, your disagreement can be reframed as ignorance. You are not just seeing things differently. You are misunderstanding. Overreacting, failing to grasp the bigger picture. This can be especially powerful if you already admire their intelligence or confidence. You may start deferring automatically. Even when your intuition signals discomfort, you second-guess it. You think maybe they know something I do not. There is also a subtle intimidation factor. When someone uses complex language or references technical concepts, it raises the cognitive barrier for challenging them. It feels exhausting to debate, so you withdraw. Not because you agree, but because you feel outmatched. Over time, this dynamic can silence your inner voice. You stop bringing up concerns because you anticipate being corrected. You may even adopt their language to describe your own emotions, filtering your experience through their framework instead of your own. Healthy expertise invites discussion. It explains without belittling. It allows room for your perspective even when it differs. Authority framing, on the other hand, closes space. It uses status to end conversations rather than deepen them. If you notice that disagreements consistently end with you feeling intellectually inferior instead of mutually understood, pause. Knowledge does not make someone automatically right, and confidence in delivery does not equal truth. Your intuition does not lose validity just because someone speaks with certainty. When authority is used to shut down doubt instead of explore it, the goal is not clarity. It is control. False consensus to pressure agreement. It sounds casual when they say it. Everyone thinks this way. Most people would agree with me. No one else has ever had a problem with this. It is delivered so smoothly that you almost feel strange for disagreeing. Like you missed a meeting where the rest of the world decided what is normal. That is false consensus. False consensus is the tactic of exaggerating how widely shared a belief or behavior is in order to pressure you into alignment. Instead of debating the actual issue, they imply the debate has already been settled by the majority. And if you stand alone, you must be wrong. Psychologically, this hits deep. Humans have a built-in bias called the false consensus effect, where we tend to assume our views are more common than they really are. Manipulators take advantage of this by confidently presenting their perspective as the obvious norm. When something is framed as universally accepted, your brain feels friction pushing against it. Social belonging is tied to survival instincts. Being the odd one out historically meant risk. So when someone suggests that your boundary, concern, or opinion places you outside the group, your nervous system reacts with subtle anxiety. You may start softening your stance just to avoid feeling isolated. The power of this tactic increases when the consensus is vague. They rarely name specific people. It is just everyone, most couples, any reasonable person. That vagueness makes it hard to challenge. You cannot fact-check everyone. Over time, this can distort your perception of normal. If they repeatedly claim that your reactions are unusual, you might begin to doubt your internal compass. You may think maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I expect too much. Even if your standards are healthy, the illusion of widespread disagreement can make them feel extreme. There is also an ego layer. No one wants to be seen as difficult or irrational. So when they imply that agreement equals maturity and disagreement equals drama, the pressure doubles. You are not just defending a viewpoint. You are defending your identity. Healthy relationships allow space for differences without appealing to imaginary crowds. They focus on the two people involved, not invisible majorities. Your comfort does not need validation from a global survey to be legitimate. If you notice that your perspective is constantly dismissed with references to what everyone else supposedly thinks. Slow down. Ask for specifics. Ask whose standards are actually being used. Often the consensus exists only in their narrative. Agreement built on manufactured popularity is not true alignment. It is conformity shaped by pressure. And your voice does not become less valid just because someone claims it is outnumbered. Selective praise to condition approval seeking. The compliment feels amazing. Almost intoxicating. They look at you with pride and say, "This is the version of you I love." When you are calm. When you are supportive. When you do not overthink. In those moments, their approval feels warm and powerful. You feel chosen. But the praise is not consistent. It appears only when you behave a certain way. When you agree. When you prioritize them. When you stay quiet about something that bothers you. The second you challenge them or assert a boundary, the warmth cools. The admiration fades. Sometimes it is replaced with subtle disappointment. That is selective praise. Praise on its own is healthy. We all thrive on appreciation. The difference here is pattern. Selective praise is used strategically to reinforce specific behaviors while withdrawing validation, when you step outside the desired role. This taps directly into the brain's reward system. When you receive approval, dopamine is released. You feel good. You associate that behavior with connection and safety. When approval is withheld, there is a drop. A subtle emotional discomfort. Your brain naturally wants to regain the reward. Over time, this creates conditioning. You start noticing which behaviors trigger affection and which trigger distance. You adjust. Maybe you hold back opinions that used to feel important. Maybe you laugh at jokes that make you uncomfortable. Maybe you downplay your needs because you have learned that low maintenance equals lovable in their eyes. The shift is gradual. You may not even realize you are editing yourself. You just notice that things feel smoother when you act a certain way. The praise becomes proof that you are doing it right. Their approval starts to feel like a scorecard. Psychologically, this is a form of operant conditioning. Behaviors that are rewarded increase. Behaviors that are not rewarded fade. When validation is unpredictable and tied to compliance, attachment can intensify. You are not just loving them. You are performing for connection. The danger is that your self-worth slowly externalizes. Instead of evaluating yourself by your own values, you measure yourself by their reactions. If they are warm, you feel secure. If they are distant, you question yourself. Selective praise often sounds positive on the surface. They might say they just bring out the best in you. That they love the mature version of you. That they appreciate when you do not create drama. But notice whether the best version always aligns with what benefits them. Healthy love celebrates your full range. It does not reward silence over honesty or compliance over authenticity. It does not turn affection into currency. If you find yourself chasing their praise or fearing its withdrawal, pause. Ask who you are becoming in the process. Approval should not feel like something you earn by shrinking. When admiration is conditional on obedience, it stops being appreciation and starts being training. Micro-invalidation to undermine confidence. It is not a big insult. That is why it slips through. It is a quick eye roll when you share an idea. A smirk when you get excited about something. A soft laugh followed by "you are so dramatic." Small comments like "that is cute," or "you always overthink things." None of it is explosive. None of it is obvious enough to point at and say that was cruel. That is micro-invalidation. It works in tiny doses. One comment alone means nothing. But repeated over time, those small dismissals start to chip away at your confidence. Not through confrontation, but through erosion. Psychologically, humans build self-trust through feedback. When you express a thought, and it is taken seriously, your brain registers safety. When your emotions are acknowledged, your nervous system settles. But when your experiences are subtly minimized, your brain starts to hesitate. You may notice it in small ways. You begin second-guessing stories before you tell them. You soften your excitement. You add disclaimers like "this might be stupid but." That shift is not random. It is adaptation. Micro-invalidation often hides behind humor. They claim they are just teasing. That you are too sensitive. that you cannot take a joke. The problem is not playful banter. The problem is pattern. If the jokes consistently target your intelligence, your ambition, your emotions, or your preferences, the message underneath is consistent. You are slightly too much. Slightly not enough. Over time, this creates internal doubt. Your brain internalizes repeated signals. If your ideas are often brushed aside, you may speak less. If your feelings are labeled dramatic, you may suppress them. The manipulator does not need to silence you directly. You begin doing it yourself. There is also a status dynamic involved. Subtle invalidation lowers your perceived standing in the interaction. If they position themselves as the rational one and you as the emotional one, they gain authority in disagreements. If they frame your goals as unrealistic or naive, they quietly elevate themselves as more grounded. The most disorienting part is that each incident feels too small to confront. You think maybe I am overreacting. Maybe it was nothing. But your body remembers. You feel smaller after certain conversations. Less certain. Less solid. Healthy relationships create space for your full expression. They may disagree with you, but they do not belittle your perspective. They can challenge ideas without diminishing your worth. If you consistently walk away from interactions feeling slightly embarrassed for being yourself, pay attention. Confidence rarely disappears overnight. It fades through repetition. Micro-invalidation is not loud enough to shock you. It is quiet enough to reshape you. And when you begin doubting your own voice before you even speak, the erosion has already begun. Strategic flattery with hidden motives. It feels good when someone sees you. Not just surface-level compliments, but specific praise. They notice your work ethic, your kindness, your creativity. They say things that make you feel understood in a way most people never articulate. And because the flattery is detailed, it feels sincere. That is what makes strategic flattery so effective. Flattery by itself is not manipulation. Genuine admiration is healthy. The difference lies in timing and intention. Strategic flattery appears right before a request, right before a boundary push, right before they need something from you. Psychologically, praise lowers defenses. When someone validates you, your brain releases dopamine. You feel connected, appreciated, valued. In that state, you are more open, more agreeable. Social psychology research shows that people are significantly more likely to comply with requests from individuals who have just complimented them, even when the praise is exaggerated. The mechanism is simple but powerful. Flattery boosts self-esteem, and we tend to like people who make us feel good about ourselves. That liking increases trust, and trust increases compliance. In relationships, this can look subtle. They might tell you how strong and understanding you are, right before asking you to tolerate something uncomfortable. They might praise your independence before encouraging you to handle something alone that should be shared. They might say you are the only person who truly gets them, just before asking you to keep a secret or side with them against others. The compliment creates an identity. You are the mature one, the loyal one, the special one. Once that identity is established, you feel pressure to live up to it. If you say no, it feels like you are contradicting the version of yourself they just elevated. There is also a contrast effect. If flattery is followed by subtle withdrawal, when you do not comply, the praise begins to feel conditional. You start chasing it. You may not consciously realize you are performing, but you notice that warmth increases when you align with their needs. The hidden motive often reveals itself over time. The compliments cluster around moments of leverage. They spike when they want something. They fade when you assert yourself. The pattern exposes the strategy. Healthy appreciation stands on its own. It is not a setup. It does not quietly prepare you for a favor. It does not disappear when you disagree. If you notice that praise frequently precedes pressure, slow down. Let the compliment exist without immediately offering something in return. Real admiration does not require repayment. When flattery is used as currency, the goal is not connection. It is influence wrapped in kindness. Manufactured insecurity to increase dependence. You did not feel insecure before. Not like this. Maybe you were confident in your appearance, comfortable with your personality, certain about your value. Then slowly, almost invisibly, that certainty started to wobble. Not because of one obvious insult, but because of small comparisons. Subtle remarks, passing comments that linger longer than they should. That is manufactured insecurity. It is the deliberate planting of doubt in areas where you once felt solid. Not enough to break you. Just enough to make you question yourself. It might sound like harmless observations. They comment on how attractive someone else is in a way that feels pointed. They mention how their ex used to handle something better. They joke about how you are lucky they are so patient with you. Each statement is small, deniable. But your nervous system registers the pattern. Psychologically, insecurity increases attachment. When you feel uncertain about your value in someone's eyes, you try harder to secure your place. Research on attachment dynamics shows that perceived threat to a bond can intensify efforts to maintain it. Instead of pulling away when you feel destabilized, you often lean in. That is the trap. Once doubt is planted, you start monitoring yourself. Am I interesting enough? Attractive enough? Smart enough? You may seek reassurance more frequently, and when they give it, the relief feels powerful. That relief ties you closer to the very person who triggered the insecurity. This creates a loop. They subtly lower your self-confidence. You seek validation. They provide it selectively. Your dependence deepens. There is also a comparison mechanism at work. By highlighting other people as benchmarks, they create competition that may not even exist. You begin measuring yourself against invisible standards. The focus shifts from whether the relationship is healthy to whether you are good enough to keep it. Over time, this can erode your baseline self-worth. Things you never questioned become sources of anxiety. You may change how you dress, speak, or behave in an effort to regain stability. The manipulator does not need to demand transformation. Your fear of losing status does it for them. The most disorienting part is that they often mix insecurity with affection. After making you doubt yourself, they might say I am just joking, or you are the only one I want. That combination of wound and soothe intensifies the bond. Healthy love does not require you to feel slightly inadequate to stay motivated. It does not keep you off balance to maintain your effort. If you notice that your confidence consistently drops in their presence and rises when you are away, pay attention to that contrast. Security builds independence. Manufactured insecurity builds reliance. And reliance, when engineered, is not intimacy. It is control disguised as preference. Rewriting shared history to control narratives. It usually starts with something small. You bring up a memory, a conversation, an argument, and they respond with "that's not how it happened." They say you are remembering it wrong, that you are leaving out important details, that you always twist things. The tone is calm, almost confident, like they are correcting a factual error. At first, you assume it is a misunderstanding. Memory is imperfect after all. But then it keeps happening. Important moments, hurtful words, promises that were made. Somehow the story keeps shifting in their favor. This is rewriting shared history. It is not just disagreement about the past. It is the consistent reshaping of events to protect their image and weaken your version of reality. Over time, the narrative changes. They were not harsh, you were too sensitive. They did not ignore you, you are exaggerating. They did not promise that, you assumed it. Psychologically, memory is reconstructive. Every time we recall an event, we slightly rebuild it. That makes it vulnerable. A confident alternative version can begin to blend with your own. Especially if it is repeated often. Especially if it comes from someone you trust. When someone persistently challenges your recollection, your brain experiences cognitive dissonance. Two competing versions of reality cannot comfortably coexist. To reduce the tension, you may soften your certainty. You might think, maybe I did misunderstand. Maybe I am adding emotion that was not there. The danger is not just about winning arguments. It is about controlling the storyline of the relationship. If they control the past, they control accountability. If an apology was never needed because the event never happened the way you remember, then they remain blameless. This tactic also isolates you internally. You may stop bringing up concerns because you anticipate being corrected. You may start keeping mental notes or replaying conversations in your head, trying to verify your own memory. That constant self-checking drains confidence. There is also a power dynamic embedded in narrative control. The person who defines what happened often defines what is reasonable now. If the past was harmless, then your current reaction seems dramatic. If they were always supportive in their version, then your dissatisfaction appears ungrateful. Healthy relationships allow two perspectives to exist without one erasing the other. Memory differences are discussed, not weaponized. There is room for accountability even when details blur. If you consistently walk away from conversations feeling disoriented about events you were present for, pause. Your lived experience deserves weight. Disagreement is normal. Systematic distortion is not. When shared history becomes flexible only in one direction, it stops being about clarity. It becomes about control. And once you start doubting your own memories, you become easier to lead through someone else's version of reality. Playing dumb to extract information. Sometimes they act like they do not understand. They squint slightly, tilt their head, ask innocent-sounding questions. Wait, what do you mean by that? I am just confused. Can you explain it again? The tone is light, curious, almost naive. It feels harmless, even flattering that they want to understand you better. But pay attention to what happens next. You start explaining more than you plan to. You fill in gaps. You clarify your intentions. You reveal how you really feel about someone. You disclose your doubts, your strategies, your vulnerabilities. The more they appear confused, the more you try to make things clear. That is playing dumb to extract information. It is a calculated lowering of perceived intelligence or awareness to encourage you to lower your guard. When someone presents themselves as less informed, less sharp, or less perceptive, you do not feel threatened. You feel in control. And when you feel in control, you speak freely. Psychologically, this taps into a few powerful dynamics. First, people enjoy feeling knowledgeable. When someone appears confused, it activates a subtle desire to teach. Teaching creates a sense of authority and safety. In that state, you often reveal more context than necessary, because you want to be thorough. Second, perceived naivety reduces your defenses. If someone seems sharp and strategic, you monitor what you say. But if they seem clueless, you relax. You assume they are not tracking deeper patterns. You assume they will not use what you share in a calculated way. The manipulation becomes clear later. Information you casually revealed resurfaces at strategic moments. Private opinions are referenced during conflicts. Personal insecurities you explained gently are used to frame you as unstable or inconsistent. Suddenly, the person who seemed confused understands you very precisely. There is also a subtle power reversal happening. By acting unaware, they position you as the one guiding the conversation. But in reality, they are steering it with questions. What did you mean when you said that bothered you? Why do you think you reacted so strongly? Do you usually get jealous like that? Each question invites deeper exposure. Over time, you may notice that they rarely share at the same depth. They gather, you reveal, they ask, you explain. The balance of information tilts heavily in one direction. Healthy curiosity is reciprocal. It involves mutual sharing, not silent data collection. It does not disguise strategy as confusion. If you start feeling like conversations leave you unusually exposed while they remain oddly opaque, pause. Ask yourself who is actually leading the exchange. Sometimes the person pretending not to understand is understanding everything. And the more you underestimate their awareness, the more access they gain to your inner world. Reverse psychology for behavioral steering. You can almost hear it in their tone. They tell you not to worry about showing up. They say you probably would not enjoy it anyway. They insist you should not bother trying. On the surface, it sounds like they are lowering expectations, giving you an out. But something about it feels like a challenge. That is reverse psychology. Instead of directly asking you to do something, they suggest the opposite, knowing it will trigger your instinct to prove them wrong. Human behavior is heavily influenced by psychological reactance, a built-in resistance that activates when we feel our freedom is being limited. When someone implies you cannot or should not do something, your brain interprets it as a threat to autonomy. And what do people do when their autonomy feels threatened? They push back. So when they say you probably cannot handle it, you feel an urge to show that you can. When they suggest you would never commit to something like that, you suddenly want to commit. The behavior becomes about reclaiming control, not about the actual decision. This tactic works especially well on independent personalities. The more you pride yourself on being self-directed, the more powerful the pull. Because now it is not about pleasing them. It is about defending your identity. The manipulation hides in subtle wording. They might say, I know you are too busy for something this serious, or you would not be interested in that kind of responsibility. The statement plants a seed. It questions your capability or dedication without directly demanding anything. Psychologically, this creates internal tension. If you do nothing, their assumption stands. If you act, you feel like you are proving something. Either way, they influence the outcome without ever issuing a clear request. Over time, this can condition you to respond predictably. They learn which buttons trigger your pride, your competitiveness, your need to be seen as reliable or strong. Then they press those buttons strategically. The most disorienting part is that you feel like the decision was entirely yours. After all, they told you not to. They discouraged you. But that discouragement was the bait. Healthy communication is direct. It respects your autonomy without manipulating it. It does not rely on ego triggers or implied limitations to steer your behavior. If you notice a pattern where you are constantly acting to contradict their subtle doubts, pause. Ask yourself whether you truly want the action, or whether you are reacting to a perceived challenge. Reverse psychology works because it disguises influence as opposition. And then your choices are shaped by the need to prove something. You are still being steered, just from the opposite direction. Gradual boundary testing to expand control. It rarely starts with something outrageous. It starts small. A joke that goes a little too far. A favor that feels slightly inconvenient. A comment that brushes up against your comfort zone but not enough to justify a confrontation. You notice it. You feel it. But you tell yourself it is not a big deal. That is where gradual boundary testing begins. Manipulators do not usually crash through your limits. They tap on them. Lightly, repeatedly. They are watching for friction. Watching for pushback. Watching to see what you tolerate. Psychologically, this works because of something called the consistency principle. Once you allow a small violation, your brain prefers to stay consistent with that decision. If you accepted it once, rejecting a slightly bigger version later creates internal tension. So instead of drawing a new line, you often adjust the old one. Maybe at first they tease you about something personal in private. You let it slide. Later they make the same joke in front of others. You feel embarrassed, but technically you never objected before. The boundary has already shifted. Or they borrow something without asking and apologize casually. Next time, they assume access. Then they stop mentioning it at all. Each step is minor. But the cumulative effect is major. There is also desensitization at play. The first time a line is crossed, your nervous system reacts strongly. The second time, slightly less. By the fifth or sixth time, what once felt uncomfortable starts to feel normal. Not because it is heady, but because you adapted. Gradual boundary testing creates a new baseline. What would have shocked you at the beginning becomes routine. And because the change was incremental, it is harder to pinpoint when things shifted. Manipulators often frame early violations as misunderstandings. I did not know that bothered you. You are overthinking it. You are too rigid. That response subtly pressures you to be more flexible instead of reinforcing your limit. Over time, you may find yourself explaining less and tolerating more. You pick your battles. You minimize your discomfort. You tell yourself relationships require compromise. And they do. But compromise is mutual. Boundary erosion is one-sided. The real control comes from expansion. Once small limits fall, larger ones are easier to approach. Emotional boundaries, time boundaries, privacy boundaries. Each successful test builds confidence on their side and reduces resistance on yours. Healthy relationships respect a no the first time. They do not treat it as a negotiation strategy. They do not repeatedly revisit the same line hoping it will move. If you look back and realize your standards have quietly lowered over time, pay attention. Ask yourself whether you consciously chose that shift or slowly adapted to pressure. Control does not always arrive dramatically. Sometimes it grows millimeter by millimeter, until the space you once protected no longer feels like it belongs to you. Creating rivalries to divide and conquer. At first it feels like harmless comparison. They casually mention how someone else handled the same situation better. They bring up how another friend agrees with them more. They highlight how a coworker is more reliable, more chill, more understanding. None of it is explosive. It is subtle, almost observational, but something shifts inside you. You start feeling watched, measured, ranked. This is creating rivalries to divide and conquer. Instead of addressing issues directly with you, they introduce a third party into the dynamic. Not physically, but psychologically. Now it is not just you and them. It is you, them, and the invisible competition. Humans are wired for social comparison. Psychologist Leon Festinger explained that we evaluate ourselves based on how we stack up against others. When someone deliberately triggers comparison, it activates insecurity and competitiveness at the same time. You might find yourself trying harder, being more agreeable, more impressive, more available, not because the relationship feels secure, but because you feel replaceable. That is the point. When rivalry is introduced, your focus shifts. Instead of questioning their behavior, you question your performance. Instead of asking whether they are treating you fairly, you ask whether you are doing enough to stay valued. This tactic also prevents unity. If they subtly pit friends against each other by sharing selective information, trust erodes. You may hesitate to open up fully, because you are unsure what gets repeated. Tension grows between people who could otherwise compare notes and recognize the manipulation. Divide and conquer works because isolated individuals are easier to control. When you believe someone else is your competition, you are less likely to collaborate with them. You are less likely to challenge the central person creating the comparison. There is also a reward element. Occasionally, they may elevate you above the rival. They might say you are different, better, more mature. That praise feels like winning. It reinforces the competition loop. You learn that approval comes from outperforming others in their eyes. But notice the instability. If they compare others to you, they will compare you to others. The same mechanism that pressures you today can be turned against you tomorrow. Healthy relationships do not thrive on manufactured scarcity of approval. They do not require you to compete for basic respect. They encourage connection, not quiet tension. If you constantly feel like you are being measured against invisible standards or unnamed people, pause. Ask yourself who benefits from that comparison. Real bonds are strengthened through collaboration and direct communication. When rivalry is planted intentionally, the goal is not growth. It is control through division. Weaponized silence in negotiations. The room goes quiet. You finish speaking. You make your offer. You explain your boundary. And instead of a response, you get silence. Not the kind that feels thoughtful. The kind that stretches. That tightens your chest. That makes you suddenly aware of every word you just said. They look at you. Expression neutral. Saying nothing. This is weaponized silence. In negotiations, silence is not always passive. It can be strategic pressure. Humans are deeply uncomfortable with unresolved social tension. When a conversation stalls unexpectedly, your nervous system interprets it as instability. You start searching for ways to restore balance. And most of the time, you do that by talking. You may begin to justify your position more than necessary. You soften your demands. You add concessions that were not part of the original offer. You fill the empty space because the silence feels heavier than compromise. Psychologically, silence creates ambiguity, and ambiguity increases anxiety. Research on social dynamics shows that people tend to overinterpret neutral expressions during tense moments. If they say nothing, your mind starts writing the story. Maybe I asked for too much. Maybe they are offended. Maybe I am about to lose the deal. That internal narrative pushes you to relieve the pressure. Often by giving up ground. Weaponized silence also shifts control of pacing. The person who is comfortable with quiet holds power over the person who is not. If they can sit calmly while you grow increasingly uneasy, they dictate the rhythm of the interaction. This tactic is common in salary discussions, business deals, and even personal conflicts. You state a number, they pause, long enough for you to question it, long enough for you to revise it downward before they even respond. The silence makes it feel like your position is weak, even if it's not. There is also a status signal embedded in this move. By refusing to react, they imply that your words do not urgently require response. That subtle dismissal can trigger a desire to regain their engagement. You may start overselling yourself just to break through the stillness. Healthy negotiation uses silence for reflection, not intimidation. There is a difference between thoughtful pause and calculated withholding. One invites clarity. The other manufactures discomfort. If you notice yourself scrambling to fill quiet moments or revising your stance simply because no one responded immediately, slow down. Let the silence exist. Breathe inside it. Silence only becomes a weapon when you assume it means you are losing. Often it is just space, and the person who refuses to be rushed by it regains control of the conversation. Controlled disclosure to build false intimacy. It feels intimate when someone opens up to you. They share a painful childhood memory, a past betrayal, a deep insecurity they claim they do not tell anyone else. The moment feels heavy and meaningful. You think this is real. This is depth. This is trust forming in real time. But look closer at the pattern. Controlled disclosure is not about honesty. It is about timing and dosage. They reveal just enough vulnerability to create a sense of closeness, but not enough to truly entrance themselves. It is curated transparency. Psychologically, vulnerability accelerates bonding. When someone shares something personal, your brain releases oxytocin, the chemical associated with trust and attachment. You feel chosen. You feel special for being let inside their inner world. That emotional response is powerful, and it often triggers reciprocity. When they tell you something raw, you feel compelled to match it. You open up about your own fears, your own trauma, your own secrets. The exchange feels balanced, but over time, you may realize the depth is not equal. Their disclosures are strategic. Yours are expansive. Controlled disclosure often follows a pattern. Early in the relationship, they share something heavy to fast-track intimacy. You bond quickly. You lower your guard. Later, when conflict arises, that same vulnerability is referenced to soften accountability. They might say, "You know how damaged I am. You know I struggle with trust." The original confession becomes insulation against criticism. There is also an information imbalance. They choose what to reveal and what to withhold. You, on the other hand, may have shared freely in response to their initial openness. They now hold pieces of your inner world while large parts of theirs remain selectively hidden. Because the vulnerability felt real, you assume the connection is deep. But true intimacy is built on consistent transparency over time, not isolated emotional bursts. Another subtle effect is emotional investment. Once someone has trusted you with something painful, you feel responsible. You do not want to hurt them. You may tolerate behavior you normally would not because you see them through the lens of their disclosed wounds. Healthy disclosure unfolds gradually and mutually. It is not used to rush closeness or secure loyalty. It does not appear dramatically and then retreat behind emotional walls. If you notice that moments of intense sharing are followed by distance, deflection, or secrecy, pay attention. Real intimacy expands steadily. Controlled disclosure spikely and stabilizes control. When vulnerability is rationed carefully, it can create the illusion of depth without the risk of true exposure. An illusion, when it feels emotional, can be just as binding as reality. Emotional withholding as punishment, nothing explodes. There is no yelling, no dramatic exit. They just change. The warmth disappears. The texts get shorter. The eye contact fades. Conversations turn mechanical. You can feel it instantly, like the temperature in the room dropped without warning. And the worst part is they will not tell you why. This is emotional withholding as punishment. Instead of addressing conflict directly, they remove affection, attention, and connection. It is not loud enough to call abuse. It is quiet enough to make you question yourself. Humans are wired for attachment. When connection feels threatened, your nervous system reacts fast. Studies on social rejection show that the brain processes relational exclusion in similar regions as physical pain. So when someone you care about suddenly pulls away emotionally, your body does not treat it as small, it treats it as danger. That urgency pushes you to repair. You start replaying recent conversations. What did I say? What did I do? You may apologize even if you are unsure what you are apologizing for. You offer reassurance. You soften your tone. You become hyper-aware of their mood. And when they finally warm back up, the relief feels intense, almost euphoric. That relief reinforces the cycle. Your brain links compliance with reconnection. Emotional withholding works because it creates uncertainty. If they clearly said, "I am upset about this specific thing," you could respond directly. But when affection disappears without explanation, you are left guessing. That guessing drains you and shifts the power dynamic. There is also a conditioning effect. Over time, you learn which behaviors trigger withdrawal. Maybe it is disagreeing. Maybe it is spending time with others. Maybe it is asserting a boundary. Instead of open discussion, the consequence is distance. So you adapt. You shrink certain parts of yourself to avoid the cold shift. You become careful, measured, focused on maintaining emotional stability in the room. The person withholding often frames it as needing space, and sometimes space is healthy. The difference is intention. Healthy space is communicated and time-bound. Punitive withholding is silent and strategic. It is designed to make you feel the loss. Control grows in that silence. Because now connection feels conditional. It can be removed at any time. In secure relationships, affection is not used as leverage. Disagreements happen, but care does not disappear as a tactic. You can be frustrated and still emotionally present. If you find yourself anxiously scanning for signs that warmth might vanish again, pause. Ask whether love feels steady or negotiable. When closeness becomes something you earn by behaving correctly, it stops being connection. It becomes compliance shaped by fear of losing access to affection. Induced cognitive dissonance to shift beliefs. Have you ever caught yourself defending something you once disagreed with? Not because someone forced you. Not because you were threatened. But because somehow over time, your stance slowly shifted. And when you look back, you cannot pinpoint the exact moment it changed. That shift often begins with induced cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is the mental discomfort you feel when your actions and beliefs do not align. Your brain hates that tension. It craves consistency. So when there is a mismatch, something has to adjust. Either your behavior changes or your belief does. Manipulators understand this. They rarely attack your core values directly. Instead, they nudge your behavior first. A small agreement, a minor compromise, something that feels insignificant. Maybe you laugh at a joke you actually found offensive. Maybe you agree to a plan that contradicts your priorities. Maybe you stay silent when something crosses your moral line. In the moment, it feels easier to go along than to create friction. But afterward, the dissonance kicks in. If I did that, maybe it is not that bad. If I agreed, maybe I do not actually care that much. Your brain begins adjusting the belief to justify the action. Because admitting I betrayed my own values is more uncomfortable than softening the value itself. Over time, these small inconsistencies stack. Each one requires a slight mental rewrite. You begin rationalizing patterns you once would have challenged. You start explaining away behavior you previously labeled unacceptable. There is also a social layer. If you publicly support something at their encouragement, backing out later becomes harder. Now your identity is attached to the stance. The more visible your compliance, the stronger the pressure to align internally with it. Induced cognitive dissonance works because it recruits you into your own persuasion. They do not need to convince you directly. They just need you to act once. After that, your mind does part of the work for them. This tactic often shows up gradually. A relationship that moves faster than you are comfortable with. A belief system that shifts subtly through repeated exposure. A boundary that blurs after you cross it one time. The danger is not immediate transformation. It is incremental belief drift. Healthy influence invites open discussion. It does not rely on cornering you into actions that contradict your principles. It respects your internal alignment. If you notice yourself frequently justifying behaviors that once felt wrong, pause. Ask whether your beliefs truly evolved through reflection, or whether they adapted to reduce discomfort. Your mind is wired to protect you from tension, but that same wiring can be used to quietly reshape what you stand for. And when belief shifts happen from the outside in, they rarely feel like manipulation. They feel like growth, even when they are not. Anchoring bias in persuasion tactics, the first number you hear matters more than you think. Someone throws out a price, a deadline, an expectation, And even if you immediately think that sounds unreasonable, something subtle happens. Your brain grabs onto it. It becomes the reference point. That is anchoring bias. Anchoring bias is the tendency to rely heavily on the first piece of information presented when making decisions. Once an anchor is set, every adjustment you make happens around it, not around objective reality, around the starting point they chose. In Persuasion, this is powerful. Imagine you are negotiating a salary. They open with a lower number than you expected. Even if you counter higher, your counteroffer is likely influenced by that initial figure. It quietly pulls your expectations downward. The same happens in personal dynamics. If someone frames a small favor as a huge sacrifice, your perception shifts. If they describe a minor mistake as catastrophic, your response inflates. The anchor shapes the emotional tone. Psychologically, this happens because your brain seeks efficiency. Rather than calculating value from scratch every time, it uses shortcuts. The first number, opinion, or standard offered becomes a mental shortcut. Even irrelevant anchors can influence judgment. Studies have shown that random numbers can sway estimates, simply because they were introduced first. Manipulators use this by setting extreme or strategic anchors. They'd ask for far more than they expect, knowing your eventual compromise will still land in their favor. Or they might label behavior as rare or exceptional, making average treatment feel generous. Anchoring also works in arguments. If they frame you as overreacting before you even explain yourself, that label becomes the baseline. Now you are defending against an exaggerated standard. Even if you scale your emotions down, you are still operating within their frame. The subtlety is what makes it effective. You feel like you are making rational adjustments. But those adjustments are tethered to a starting point you did not choose. Over time, repeated anchoring can reset your internal benchmarks. What once felt unacceptable starts to feel reasonable because the reference points have shifted. Standards move. Expectations drift. Healthy negotiation and communication allow space to define terms collaboratively. They do not rush to plant the first flag just to control the terrain. If you notice that your decisions often revolve around the first number or label introduced, pause, reset. Ask yourself what feels fair without that initial reference. Because, once an anchor drops, it is hard not to drift toward it. And the person who sets the anchor often shapes the outcome before the real conversation even begins. Priming subconscious associations. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt something about a person without knowing why? Maybe you trusted them. Maybe you felt uneasy. They had not done anything obvious. They had barely spoken, and yet your mind had already decided. That is priming. Priming is the subtle art of planting associations in someone's subconscious before they even realize a decision is being made. It works because your brain does not process every piece of information from scratch. It relies on shortcuts, patterns, emotional tags. When certain words, images, or experiences are introduced first, they quietly shape how everything that follows is interpreted. Here is how dangerous that can be. Imagine someone constantly using words like loyalty, honesty, and family around you. Not in a direct way, just woven casually into stories about themselves. They mention how much they value trust, how betrayal disgusts them, how they would never lie. They are not proving anything, they are building a mental frame. So when you later notice a red flag, your brain hesitates. Because the idea of them being dishonest clashes with the subconscious file already created. Your mind tries to stay consistent with the first impression. Psychologists call this cognitive fluency. When something feels familiar or consistent with existing associations, it feels true. Even if it is not. Studies have shown that people rate statements as more believable when they are easier to process or when they connect smoothly to prior information. So if someone primes you with warmth, competence, or victimhood early on, every future action is filtered through that lens. Marketers use this constantly. Soft music in a store slows your pace and makes you more likely to browse. Images of happy families next to a product make you associate it with comfort and belonging. Political campaigns repeat certain labels until those labels stick emotionally, not logically. But in dark psychology, priming becomes personal. A manipulative partner might tell you early on how everyone in their past betrayed them. That primes you to see them as gonded and misunderstood. Later, when conflicts arise, you subconsciously work harder to prove you are not like the others. You become gentler, more forgiving, more tolerant of behavior you would normally question. The original story framed your role before you even realized you were stepping into it. The shocking part is how little awareness we have of this happening. You think you are evaluating facts objectively. In reality, your brain is constantly matching new information to the emotional tone that was set first. Once that tone is established, it takes strong contradictory evidence to break it. And most people do not look for contradiction. They look for confirmation. Now let me ground you for a second. This does not mean you are gullible. It means your brain is efficient. Priming exists because it helps you navigate a complex world quickly. Without mental shortcuts, decision-making would be exhausting. The vulnerability appears when someone deliberately engineers those shortcuts for their benefit. The power move is awareness. Start noticing the emotional atmosphere people create around themselves. Pay attention to repeated themes in how they describe their identity. Ask yourself whether your perception is based on consistent behavior or on a narrative that was planted early. Because once you see the frame, you are no longer trapped inside it. Framing effects to alter perception. Let me ask you something strange. If I told you a surgery has a 90% survival rate, would you feel calm? Now what if I told you the same surgery has a 10% mortality rate? Same numbers, same reality, but your stomach probably reacted differently. That reaction is framing. Framing effects are not about changing facts. They are about changing the angle from which those facts are presented. And your brain, without realizing it, treats those angles as different realities. This is not weakness. It is how human cognition works. We are wired to respond emotionally first and analytically second. The frame hits the emotional system before logic has time to dissect it. Researchers like Daniel Kahneman demonstrated this through prospect theory. People fear losses more than they value gains. So when information is framed as a loss, it triggers stronger reactions, more urgency, more risk avoidance. When the same information is framed as a gain, it feels safer, more acceptable. The content stays identical. The perception shifts completely. Now imagine someone who understands this deeply and uses it intentionally. A manipulative partner does not say you never support me. They say I just wish you cared as much as I do. One frame accuses. The other implies you are falling short of a loving standard. You feel guilt instead of defensiveness. A controlling boss does not say overtime is mandatory. They say this is an opportunity to prove your commitment. Suddenly exhaustion becomes a test of loyalty. The frame reshapes your emotional response before you question the demand. Here is where it gets darker. Framing does not just influence decisions, it influences identity. If someone consistently frames you as sensitive, dramatic, or difficult during disagreements, your brain starts scanning your own behavior for evidence that confirms that frame. You begin self-monitoring. You soften your tone. You doubt your reactions. Over time, you internalize the label. The frame becomes a mirror, and the scariest part is how subtle it can be. Media outlets frame economic downturns as corrections or collapses depending on the story they want to tell. A person can frame their jealousy as protection, their control as care, their criticism as honesty. Each frame carries emotional weight that guides how you interpret the behavior. Let me validate something important. If you have ever walked away from a conversation feeling confused about why you apologized when you were the one hurt, you are not irrational. You were likely responding to the frame, not just the facts. The emotional tone shaped the meaning. Your mind craves coherence. When a situation is framed in a way that feels morally or socially charged, your brain rushes to align with that meaning. Especially if the frame threatens belonging or approval. That is why framing is so powerful in close relationships. The stakes feel personal. The moment you slow down and separate facts from presentation, something shifts. You start asking what is actually happening versus how it is being described. You notice emotional language. You question loaded wording. And when you see the frame clearly, you gain the ability to choose your response instead of being pulled by someone else's narrative. Subtle body language dominance signals. Power is rarely loud. It does not always slam fists on tables or raise its voice. Most of the time, dominance walks into a room quietly and lets everyone else adjust without realizing they are the ones adjusting. Think about the last time you felt slightly intimidated by someone who had not even spoken yet. Maybe they moved slowly. Maybe they held eye contact a second longer than normal. Maybe they took up more physical space than everyone else. Nothing aggressive, nothing aggressive. But your body reacted. That is because dominance signals are processed in the oldest parts of your brain. Long before language evolved, humans relied on posture, proximity, and gaze to assess hierarchy. Those instincts never disappeared. They just went underground. One of the most subtle signals is stillness. Most people fidget when they feel uncertain. They shift weight. They touch their face. They adjust their clothes. A dominant individual does less. They move with intention. When they are still, it creates psychological pressure. Your brain interprets excessive movement as anxiety and minimal movement as control. So when someone speaks calmly without unnecessary gestures, it can make others subconsciously speed up or over-explain. Eye contact is another powerful lever. Not wild staring. That feels unstable. Controlled, steady eye contact signals comfort with confrontation. Studies in social psychology show that people who maintain slightly longer eye contact are perceived as more confident and more authoritative. The key is that they break it on their terms. They decide when the interaction resets. That tiny decision establishes invisible leadership. Then there is space. Watch who claims the armrest. Who spreads their shoulders. Who leans back instead of leaning in. Expansive posture triggers associations with power because across cultures, higher status individuals take up more room. Even something as simple as placing personal items widely across a table can signal ownership of territory. Others respond by physically shrinking, crossing arms, pulling legs inward, making themselves smaller. Here is where it turns strategic. A person skilled in dark psychology calibrates these signals depending on the target. With someone they want to impress, they may reduce dominance slightly to appear warm. With someone they want to control, they amplify stillness, slow their speech, lower their tone. A slower vocal pace forces the other person to wait, and the one who controls the pace often controls the frame. What makes this unsettling is that you rarely notice it consciously. You just feel slightly off balance. You might start talking faster, laughing more, seeking approval without knowing why. Your nervous system is responding to cues that signal hierarchy. It is ancient wiring. Let me ground you in something important. Feeling affected by body language does not make you weak. It makes you human. These signals evolve to maintain social order and reduce physical conflict. The problem begins when someone uses them deliberately to suppress, intimidate, or manipulate rather than communicate. The shift happens when you observe instead of absorb. Notice who interrupts with silence. Notice who holds their posture when challenged. Notice who steps into your space during disagreement. The more aware you become of these patterns, the less automatic your submission response becomes, because dominance loses much of its power the moment it is seen clearly. Exploiting confirmation bias. You do not have to change someone's mind to control them. You just have to agree with what they already believe. That is the doorway into confirmation bias. Every human being carries a private set of beliefs about the world, about relationships, about money, about themselves, and once those beliefs are formed, the brain protects them like territory. It filters information in a way that confirms what is already there and quietly dismisses what contradicts it. Not because we are stupid, but because mental consistency feels safe. Uncertainty feels threatening. Now imagine someone who understands that. They do not argue with you directly. That would create resistance. Instead, they listen carefully. They study your opinions, your insecurities, your past experiences, and then they begin feeding you information that aligns perfectly with what you already suspect. If you believe people cannot be trusted, they will casually point out stories of betrayal. If you think you are unlucky, they will highlight every small inconvenience as proof the universe is against you. If you fear abandonment, they will remind you how often others have left. Each example feels independent, but together they build a reinforced mental cage. Psychologists have shown that once a belief is formed, people actively seek evidence that supports it while ignoring contradictory data. In experiments, participants presented with mixed evidence about a topic will remember the supporting arguments more clearly than the opposing ones. The brain literally edits reality to protect its internal narrative. That is confirmation bias at work. Here is where it becomes manipulation. A toxic partner might subtly validate your suspicion that your friends are jealous of you. They did not say it outright. They just ask leading questions. Did you notice her tone? That seemed off. Over time, you start scanning for disrespect that may not even exist. When you find the smallest hint, it feels like confirmation, and who is there guiding that interpretation from the beginning? The manipulator. In politics, media, and cult dynamics, this tactic is amplified. Information bubbles are created where only reinforcing viewpoints are shared. Once someone is inside that echo chamber, every new piece of aligned information strengthens loyalty. Opposing evidence is dismissed as biased or fake. The belief becomes identity. And identity is incredibly hard to challenge. The shocking part is how cooperative the VIP becomes in this process. You are not being forced. You are participating. Your brain rewards consistency with a sense of clarity and certainty. It feels good to be right. So when someone consistently provides material that confirms your worldview, you feel understood, connected, validated. That emotional bond makes you trust them even more. Let me ground you in something important. Having confirmation bias does not make you irrational. It makes you human. The brain evolved to conserve energy. Reevaluating every belief constantly would be exhausting. So it relies on shortcuts. The danger begins when someone intentionally feeds those shortcuts to guide your perception. The moment you start asking what evidence would prove me wrong, you weaken the hold of confirmation bias. When you actively search for disconfirming information, you regain mental balance, because manipulation thrives in unquestioned certainty. And the most powerful way to control someone is not by changing their beliefs. It is by quietly strengthening the ones that already limit them. Exploiting the halo effect. Sometimes all it takes is one good trait for you to hand someone the benefit of the doubt in every other area of their life. They are attractive, so you assume they are kind. They are confident, so you assume they are competent. They are successful, so you assume they are ethical. That mental shortcut has a name. The halo effect. The halo effect is a cognitive bias where one positive characteristic spills over and colors your entire perception of a person. Psychologists first identified this effect in the early 20th century, when they noticed that people who were rated highly in one area, like physical appearance, were consistently rated higher in intelligence, morality, and leadership even when there was no evidence to support it. Your brain takes one shining trait and builds a glowing circle around everything else. Now here is where it becomes dangerous. A manipulator does not try to look perfect in every category. That would be exhausting and unrealistic. Instead, they focus intensely on polishing one visible strength. Maybe it is charm, maybe it is style, maybe it is social proof, like being surrounded by influential friends. Once that single trait is established, your brain starts filling in the blanks automatically. If someone walks into a room well-dressed, articulate, and calm, you unconsciously assume they are disciplined, responsible, trustworthy. You do not consciously decide this. It just feels true. That feeling of coherence is what makes the halo effect so powerful. Your mind prefers a simple, unified story over a complicated one. Attractive people are often perceived as more honest in courtrooms. Confident speakers are rated as more knowledgeable, even when their content is weak. A person with a prestigious job title is often trusted faster, even in personal relationships. The halo blinds you to contradictions. Red flags become misunderstandings, inconsistencies become stress. Harmful behavior becomes an exception. In dating, this plays out constantly. Someone who is physically attractive or socially admired can get away with behavior that would immediately disqualify someone else. They cancel plans last minute. They speak dismissively. They avoid accountability. But because your brain already tagged them as high value, you reinterpret their flaws in a softer light. You tell yourself they are just busy, just misunderstood, just intense. In workplaces, a high performer might be protected from criticism because their results create a halo. Their temper is excused. Their manipulation is reframed as strategic thinking. Their arrogance becomes confidence. The original positive trait shields them from scrutiny. Here is the unsettling truth. The halo effect does not only apply to others. It applies to you. If someone compliments you in one area, you may unconsciously feel safer trusting them in unrelated areas. Flattery is often the entry point. A manipulator might highlight your intelligence or kindness early on. That praise creates warmth, and once warmth is established, your defense is lower. You assume good intentions because they saw something good in you. Let me ground you for a moment. The halo effect is not stupidity. It is efficiency. Your brain prefers shortcuts because analyzing every trait of every person in depth would be overwhelming. The problem arises when someone intentionally crafts a halo to hide what sits in the shadows. The shift happens when you separate traits instead of blending them. Attractive does not mean loyal. Confident does not mean competent. Successful does not mean moral. Force your mind to evaluate behaviors independently. Because once you see the halo for what it is, you stop mistaking light in one area for light everywhere. Using reciprocity to create obligation. Nobody likes feeling indebted. That subtle pressure in your chest when someone does you a favor and you immediately think I random. That feeling is not random. It is wired into you. Reciprocity is one of the strongest social rules humans follow. If someone gives, you give back. If someone helps, you help. Entire societies function on this invisible contract. Anthropologists have found that even in ancient tribal systems, reciprocal exchange was the glue that held groups together. Without it, cooperation collapses. Now take that deeply ingrained instinct and place it in the hands of someone who wants leverage. A manipulator does not start by demanding anything. That would trigger resistance. They start by giving. They offer help before you ask. They pay for dinner. They introduce you to opportunities. They listen when you are struggling. On the surface, it looks generous. And sometimes it is. But when generosity has strategy behind it, it becomes a hook. Psychological studies have shown that even small, unsolicited favors dramatically increase compliance. In classic experiments, participants who received a tiny gift, like a free soda, were far more likely to buy raffle tickets afterward, even if they did not particularly want them. The gift created internal tension. The mind seeks balance. Returning the favor relieves that tension. Here is where it turns dark. The manipulator keeps a mental ledger. You may not even realize one exists. Every ride they gave you, every compliment, every time they supported you publicly, none of it is random in their mind, it is stored as credit. Then comes the request. It will not feel outrageous at first. It might be small. Can you cover for me? Can you stay late? Can you cancel those plans? And when you hesitate, the weight of past generosity presses down quietly. After everything they have done for you, saying no feels wrong, ungrateful, cold. In relationships, this tactic can become emotional entrapment. A partner may remind you of how they stood by you during hard times, how they sacrificed for you, how much they invested. Those statements are not always lies. That is what makes them powerful. But when they are used to silence your boundaries or justify mistreatment, reciprocity has shifted from connection to control. Cults and high-control groups use this brilliantly. They overwhelm new members with warmth, gifts, attention, and validation. It feels like belonging, Once the emotional debt is established, expectations increase. Time commitments, financial contributions, loyalty tests. Leaving begins to feel like betrayal because you remember how much they gave you at the beginning. Let me ground you in something important. Wanting to return kindness is not weakness. It is one of your most beautiful human traits. Reciprocity builds trust, friendships, communities. The issue is not the instinct. It is the intention behind the initial gift. Healthy generosity does not keep score. It does not weaponize past support. It does not turn love into leverage. The shift happens when you pause and separate gratitude from obligation. You can appreciate what someone has done without surrendering your autonomy. A gift does not erase your right to say no. Support does not purchase your silence. Because the most dangerous favors are the ones that were never free to begin with. Strategic apologies that avoid real change. Some apologies are not meant to fix anything. They are meant to reset the room. You have probably experienced this. Someone hurts you. You finally gather the courage to confront them. They sigh, look down, soften their voice, and say they are sorry. And almost instantly, the emotional intensity drops. The conflict feels like it is dissolving. But weeks later, the same behavior shows up again. Nothing actually changed. That is not growth, that is strategy. A strategic apology is designed to calm you down without requiring the person to take real responsibility. It works because the word sorry triggers relief in your nervous system. When tension rises in conflict, your body shifts into stress mode. Heart rate increases. Muscles tighten, you prepare for threat. An apology signals safety. The threat seemed to disappear, so your body relaxes, and once you relax, your standards often relax with you. Here is how it usually sounds. I am sorry you feel that way. I did not mean to hurt you. I guess I am just a terrible person then. Fine, I said I am sorry, what more do you want? Notice what is missing. Clear ownership. Specific acknowledgement. Concrete change. The language is vague or subtly deflecting. Instead of saying I lied and that was wrong, they say I am sorry things got out of hand. The behavior disappears from the sentence. Accountability gets blurred. Psychologically, this works because most people are conflict averse. Once an apology appears, you want to accept it. Continuing to press the issue can make you feel harsh or unforgiving. The manipulator relies on that discomfort. They know you would rather restore peace than dissect the problem further. There is also something called cognitive dissonance at play. When someone apologizes, your brain wants to believe the situation is resolved. If you continue to feel uneasy, that creates internal tension. To reduce that tension, you convince yourself it is fine. You tell yourself at least they apologized. You minimize your own hurt to maintain emotional balance. In toxic dynamics, this becomes a cycle. Harm, apology, temporary closeness, repeat. The apology acts like a reset button. It wipes the emotional slate clean without addressing the underlying pattern. Over time, you start measuring effort by words instead of change. You become grateful for basic acknowledgement instead of expecting consistent behavior. Some strategic apologies even flip the script. The person becomes the victim of their own guilt. They say, I hate myself for hurting you. I am such a mess. Suddenly you are comforting them. Your pain gets sidelined. The conversation shifts from their behavior to their feelings about their behavior. And once again, no real accountability is required. Let me ground you in something important. Not every imperfect apology is manipulation. People are human. They stumble over words. They feel defensive. Growth takes time. The key difference is follow through. A sincere apology is paired with behavioral adjustment. It sounds specific. It names the action. It outlines what will be done differently. I interrupted you and that was disrespectful. Next time I will let you finish before responding. That is ownership. That is change. The shift happens when you stop being hypnotized by the word sorry and start watching what follows it. Words can soothe. But patterns reveal truth. Because an apology without change is not repair. It is maintenance of the status quo, wrapped in politeness. Passive-aggressive compliance. Not all resistance looks like rebellion. Sometimes it looks like obedience. You ask someone to do something, they smile. They say sure. They technically follow your instructions. But somehow the energy feels off. The task gets done poorly. Slowly. With just enough incompetence to make you regret asking in the first place. They complied. But they made you pay for it. That is passive-aggressive compliance. On the surface it is cooperation. Underneath it is controlled resentment. Instead of openly disagreeing or setting a boundary, the person agrees outwardly while sabotaging inwardly. This allows them to avoid direct conflict while still expressing hostility. Here is why it is so effective. When someone openly refuses, you can address it. There is clarity. But when someone agrees and then underperforms, it creates confusion. You cannot easily accuse them of defiance because technically they did what you asked. If you confront them, they can say I did exactly what you wanted. Now you look demanding. Overcritical, unreasonable. Psychologically, passive aggression often develops in environments where direct expression feels unsafe. Maybe the person grew up in a household where saying no led to punishment. Maybe they learned that anger was unacceptable. So instead of expressing frustration honestly, they learn to leak it indirectly. But in the hands of someone strategic, this behavior becomes a control tactic. Imagine a partner who feels criticized. Instead of discussing it, they begin complying in exaggerated ways. You want help with chores? Fine, they will do it, but with heavy sighs, loud movements, and visible irritation. The message is clear without being spoken. Every request now carries emotional cost. Eventually, you stop asking. Not because your needs disappeared, but because the tension is exhausting. In workplaces, passive-aggressive compliance can undermine authority. A team member follows instructions to the letter while intentionally ignoring common-sense improvements. Deadlines are technically met, but quality drops. When questioned, they hide behind literal interpretation. I just did what I was told. Responsibility gets diffused. Frustration builds in silence. What makes this tactic manipulative is the denial built into it. The person can always claim innocence. There is no explosive argument, no clear insubordination, just subtle resistance that erodes morale and confidence over time. It also creates self-doubt in the target. You start wondering if you are being too controlling, too sensitive, too hard to please. Because there is no obvious wrongdoing, your brain struggles to label it. That ambiguity keeps you stuck. Let me ground you for a moment. Not all passive behavior is malicious. Some people genuinely struggle with assertiveness. The difference lies in patterns and intention. If someone consistently agrees but repeatedly delivers with resentment or sabotage, that is not accidental. That is communication disguised as cooperation. Healthy dynamics allow room for honest disagreement. I cannot do that right now. I do not agree with this approach. That clarity may create short-term tension, but it builds long-term trust. The shift happens when you stop rewarding silent resentment. Encourage direct communication. Call out patterns calmly. Refuse to participate in the confusion. Because true cooperation is not just about actions. It is about alignment. And compliance without honesty is just resistance wearing a polite mask. Strategic confusion to overwhelm resistance. Have you ever tried to argue with someone and felt like the conversation kept shifting without you noticing? One moment you are talking about one problem. The next moment the topic has changed. Then suddenly you are explaining something unrelated. And somehow you are the one getting emotionally tired. That is strategic confusion. Strategic confusion is the deliberate or unconscious creation of uncertainty to weaken resistance. When a person feels mentally disoriented, their ability to defend boundaries drops. Your brain likes clarity. It wants organized information. When communication becomes messy, contradictory, or overloaded, your cognitive system starts searching for stability instead of focusing on the original issue. Imagine confronting someone about a behavior that hurt you. Instead of addressing the behavior directly, they respond with multiple statements at once. They might bring up your past mistakes. Then talk about how stressed they are. Then mention something you said months ago. Then question whether you are misunderstanding them. The conversation becomes a maze. You entered with one concern, but now you're carrying 5 different emotional threads. Psychologically, this works because of cognitive load. Your working memory can only process a limited amount of information at one time. When too many emotional or logical elements are introduced simultaneously, your brain starts prioritizing survival comfort over argument accuracy. You begin to feel overwhelmed rather than correct. Manipulators may use rapid topic shifts. When you press a sensitive point, they may suddenly talk about something positive to change your emotional state, or they may ask questions that require complex explanations, forcing you to spend energy justifying yourself instead of challenging them. The goal is not necessarily to prove themselves right. The goal is to exhaust your reasoning resources. Strategic confusion can also appear as mixed messaging. One day the person is warm and supportive. The next day they are distant. Then suddenly affectionate again. This unpredictability keeps your emotional system unstable. Humans naturally try to decode patterns. When patterns are inconsistent, you start overanalyzing every interaction. You become hypervigilant. You search for hidden meaning in simple behavior. In extreme cases, this overlaps with psychological tactics similar to gaslighting. If you express discomfort, they may say you are imagining things or misunderstanding. Not necessarily in direct accusation. More often through questions like, "Are you sure that happened?" or "I never saw it that way." These statements slowly introduce doubt into your memory confidence. The danger of strategic confusion is that it shifts the battle from behavior correction to emotional endurance. Instead of defending your boundary, you spend energy trying to make sense of the conversation itself. You start explaining more, repeating yourself, trying different wording, hoping clarity will appear if you just communicate better. Let me ground you in something very important. Not every confusing conversation is manipulation. Some people are genuinely poor communicators. Anxiety, stress, or lack of emotional intelligence can create similar effects unintentionally. The difference lies in consistency and outcome. If clarity is repeatedly blocked, even after you restate your position, that is when you should pay attention. Healthy communication moves toward resolution. Strategic confusion keeps circling without landing. The strongest protection against this tactic is simplicity. State your boundary clearly. Do not chase every new topic introduced. Return the conversation to the original issue. You are not obligated to answer every side question that appears during emotional conflict. Because confusion is not power by itself. Control comes from being the only one who understands the maze while the other person keeps walking inside it. Manufactured crisis to test loyalty. You ever notice how sometimes a problem suddenly appears right when things are going well? Not a real problem. Not something dental, but a situation that feels slightly exaggerated, slightly urgent, and strangely emotionally charged. That is manufactured crisis. A manufactured crisis is not necessarily about creating a disaster. It is about creating a situation that forces you to prove something. Usually loyalty. Sometimes obedience. Sometimes emotional availability under pressure. Here is how it works. The crisis is presented as if it is unexpected and serious. But if you look closely, the timing is often suspicious. It appears when boundaries are being set, when independence is growing, or when attention is shifting away from the person creating the crisis. The shocking part is how the human mind responds to emergency signals. Your brain is wired to prioritize threat resolution over logical evaluation. When something feels urgent, your prefrontal reasoning slows down while emotional survival systems activate. You stop analyzing motives and start thinking about solving the problem quickly. A manipulator does not always create crisis through open conflict. Sometimes it is done through emotional drama. Suddenly they feel deeply hurt by something small, or they express fear about losing you without clear cause. Or they bring up past events that were already resolved. The goal is not necessarily to start an argument. The goal is to pull your focus back into proving that you care. Manufactured crisis works because it exploits the human need to maintain social bonds. When someone you value appears distressed, your natural instinct is to comfort and stabilize the situation. That instinct is not weakness, it is empathy. But in manipulative dynamics, empathy becomes leverage. The pattern usually follows a cycle. First, things are calm. Then a crisis is introduced. Then you are expected to respond immediately. If you delay, hesitation is interpreted as emotional distance or lack of loyalty. Once you engage, the tension slowly resolves, and the relationship returns to temporary peace. The validation you receive after the crisis is often conditional. You may hear statements like "I knew you would stay" or "I just needed to see if you cared." Those sentences are psychologically loaded. They frame your response as a test rather than a natural expression of concern. That framing turns emotional support into performance evaluation. Over time, this can train you to respond faster and sacrifice more to avoid being labeled disloyal. You may cancel plans, explain yourself repeatedly, reduce your independence, not because you want to, but because you fear triggering another crisis. Let me ground something very important here. Not every emotional emergency is manipulation. People genuinely experience fear, anxiety, and distress. The difference is intent and repetition. Healthy relationships do not use emotional emergencies as tools of control. Pay attention to pattern frequency. If crises consistently appear when you assert boundaries, question behavior, or create distance, that is a signal worth observing. The strongest defense against manufactured crisis is emotional pacing. You are not required to respond instantly to every urgent feeling someone presents. Pause. Observe whether the situation is truly dangerous or emotionally amplified. Because real loyalty is not measured by how fast you react to pressure. It is measured by how consistently you are allowed to exist without being forced into emergency proof of devotion. Emotional contagion to influence group mood. Have you ever walked into a group of people who were laughing and felt your mood lift, even if you did not know what they were laughing about? Or walked into a room where tension was thick and suddenly felt yourself becoming quieter, more guarded, more serious? That is emotional contagion. Emotional contagion is the unconscious transfer of emotional states between people inside a group. Humans are highly social creatures. Your brain is constantly reading the emotional temperature of the environment and adjusting your internal state to match it. This happens faster than conscious thought. Researchers like Daniel Kahneman have explored how human decision-making is heavily influenced by emotional and cognitive shortcuts rather than pure logical processing. Emotional contagion is one of those shortcuts. It allows groups to synchronize behavior without verbal coordination. The mechanism behind this is partly biological. When you observe someone expressing a strong emotion, mirror neuron networks in your brain activate, as if you were performing the same emotional experience yourself. If someone smiles warmly, your brain practices smiling internally. If someone displays anxiety, your body subtly prepares for threat. Now imagine someone who intentionally uses this in social or organizational settings. In group environments, mood is often led by the person who sets the emotional tone first. A confident, relaxed presence can make others feel safe and open. A stressed, negative, or angry presence can spread discomfort quickly. This is why leaders, influencers, and sometimes manipulators pay close attention to how they present emotion publicly. A person exploiting emotional contagion may exaggerate emotional expression strategically. In a group, they may display enthusiasm to generate excitement or display concern to generate sympathy. Once the group begins matching that emotional state, individual critical thinking tends to decrease because social harmony becomes the subconscious priority. Groups naturally prefer emotional alignment because disagreement inside a social cluster feels threatening to cohesion. From an evolutionary perspective, synchronizing emotions reduced conflict inside early human tribes and improved survival cooperation. However, this same mechanism can be weaponized. In workplace or social dynamics, someone may intentionally maintain a negative mood to influence others' behavior. For example, silence, visible disappointment, or low energy responses can cause others to become more careful around them. People begin adjusting their speech, movement, and decisions to avoid triggering further emotional disturbance. Emotional contagion also operates through digital communication. Tone in text messages, reaction patterns, and posting behavior can influence how others feel about a situation even without direct confrontation. Repeated exposure to emotionally charged messages can gradually shift group sentiment. Let me ground you in something important. Emotional contagion itself is not harmful. It is the foundation of empathy, social bonding, and shared joy. Without it, human cooperation would be extremely difficult. The danger appears when emotion is used as a steering tool rather than a natural expression. Healthy emotional influence is transparent and positive. It encourages comfort, cooperation, and mutual well-being. Manipulative emotional contagion is often repetitive, directional, and designed to create pressure without open communication. The strongest defense is emotional self-awareness. Pause before matching the emotional state of a group or a dominant person in the room. Ask yourself whether the feeling you are experiencing originated from your own evaluation or from the atmosphere around you. Because moods can spread silently, but awareness breaks the chain. And once you recognize the emotional current flowing around you, you gain the freedom to choose whether to swim with it or stay anchored in your own state. False equivalence in arguments. A false equivalence is a subtle but very powerful way of making two very different things look morally or logically equal when they are not. It works by creating the illusion that balance exists simply because two sides are mentioned together, even if the underlying facts, context, or impact are completely different. At its core, false equivalence relies on the human discomfort with perceived unfairness. Many people are taught that fairness means giving equal attention to both sides of an argument. But equality of attention is not the same as equality of evidence. When someone frames a situation as both sides are equally wrong or equally valid without examining the actual substance, they may be using false equivalence to dilute accountability. The tactic often appears in conversations where one action is significantly more harmful than another, yet the discussion is shifted to suggest symmetry. For example, comparing a minor mistake to a serious violation of trust and presenting them as morally similar is a classic form. The purpose is not truth. The purpose is to reduce emotional or logical pressure on the person whose behavior is being questioned. Psychologically, false equivalence works because it triggers fairness instincts. Your brain wants harmony and balanced judgment. When someone says, "Well, both of us made mistakes," even when the mistakes are not comparable in severity, your emotional system may accept the compromise to avoid conflict. This is especially effective in close relationships where maintaining peace feels more important than pursuing precise accountability. In public discourse, false equivalence is often used to redirect criticism. Instead of addressing a specific issue, the conversation is shifted to a different issue that sounds similar but is not actually comparable. This creates what is sometimes called moral distraction. The audience becomes occupied comparing two unrelated or unequally weighted situations rather than evaluating the original claim. One common variation is proportional distortion. This happens when small actions are framed as equivalent to large systemic problems. Another variation is contextual removal, where differences in intent, impact, or scale are ignored to make two events appear identical. Let me ground this clearly. Recognizing false equivalence does not mean rejecting balance or refusing to consider multiple perspectives. Healthy reasoning requires openness to different viewpoints. The difference is that genuine balance compares things that are truly comparable in context, consequence, and evidence. You can test arguments for false equivalence by asking three simple questions. First, are the situations similar in scale and impact? Second, are the motivations and context comparable? Third, does treating them as equal improve understanding or simply reduce accountability? If the answer to these questions is no, then the equivalence is likely being used to blur truth rather than reveal it. Because not all comparisons are honest comparisons. Sometimes similarity is only a mask worn by imbalance. Gradual desensitization to toxic behavior. Have you ever noticed how something that once shocked you slowly starts feeling normal? Not because it became good, but because your brain stopped reacting to it. That is gradual desensitization. Gradual desensitization is the slow reduction of emotional response to harmful or uncomfortable behavior through repeated exposure. It does not usually happen in one moment. It happens in tiny steps that are easy to ignore at first. That is what makes it dangerous. Think about the first time toxic behavior appears. Maybe someone speaks disrespectfully to you. You feel hurt, angry, surprised. You might even confront them. But then they apologize. Or they explain it away. Or they act sweet afterward. Your brain receives two signals at once: pain and comfort. And because humans are wired to avoid conflict, the comfort signal often gets weighted slightly heavier. Then it happens again. Not exactly the same way. Slightly softer. Slightly more subtle. Maybe the tone is a little sharper. Maybe the criticism is wrapped inside a joke. Maybe the dismissal is delivered with a smile. Your brain starts learning something dangerous. The behavior is not catastrophic enough to require emergency response, so your emotional threshold slowly shifts. Psychologically, this works because of adaptation. Your nervous system is designed to reduce sensitivity to repeated stimuli. If you were equally shocked every time you heard a loud sound in a city, you would live in constant stress. Adaptation helps you function. But in toxic environments, adaptation becomes vulnerability. The most frightening part of gradual desensitization is that you rarely notice the transition. There is no single moment where you think, I am accepting abuse now. Instead, there is a series of small compromises. Maybe you stop correcting disrespectful comments because it feels exhausting. Maybe you start laughing at jokes that used to hurt you. Maybe you tell yourself it is not that serious. Over time, your definition of acceptable behavior expands to include things you once rejected. This process is often reinforced by intermittent positive treatment. The person may alternate between kindness and toxicity. That unpredictability creates emotional conditioning similar to reward-based reinforcement systems. Your brain starts hoping for the good version of them to return, so you tolerate the bad version longer. Let me ground something important here. Desensitization is not always caused by manipulation. Sometimes people remain in unhealthy environments because they are financially dependent, socially connected, or emotionally invested. Survival strategies can also create tolerance to harmful behavior. The key difference lies in whether the tolerance is conscious or quietly eroding your sense of self-respect. Ask yourself a simple but uncomfortable question. If this behavior appeared on the first day, would I accept it? If the answer is no, then you are not dealing with a change in values. You are dealing with adaptation pressure. Healthy relationships do not require you to become numb to protect peace. Respect should feel stable, not something you must gradually learn to tolerate. The shift begins when you track your emotional reactions over time. Notice what used to bother you but now feels normal. That pattern is often the earliest warning sign. Because toxicity does not always enter your life loudly. Sometimes it enters quietly, one small step at a time, until you are standing somewhere you never intended to stay. Selective listening to distort conversations. Have you ever felt like you said something very clearly, but the other person responded as if you had said something completely different? Not misunderstood in a normal way, but selectively heard. That is selective listening. Selective listening happens when someone intentionally or unconsciously processes only the parts of your message that serve their emotional or strategic interest, while ignoring the rest. It is not the same as simple distraction or poor attention. It is a filtering behavior. Human attention is naturally selective. Your brain cannot process every sound, word, or detail in the environment at once. So it prioritizes information that feels emotionally or cognitively important. But in conversations, selective listening can be used as a psychological defense or manipulation tactic. One common pattern is responding to a small, less important part of your statement, while completely ignoring the main concern you raised. You might explain why a behavior hurt you, but the other person focuses on one sentence you said in frustration instead of addressing the behavior itself. Suddenly the conversation becomes about your tone, your wording, or a minor detail that was not the original issue. This technique works because it shifts the burden of explanation. Instead of defending your boundary, you are now forced to clarify what you meant, justify your emotional reaction, or correct their interpretation. The original topic quietly disappears. Selective listening also creates what feels like conversation distortion. You start wondering whether you were unclear. So you repeat yourself. You rephrase. You try speaking slower or more logically. Meanwhile, the listener keeps extracting fragments that are easiest to challenge. Psychologically, this can trigger self-doubt. When your message is consistently reframed or partially acknowledged, your brain begins questioning your communication ability. You may start thinking, maybe I am bad at explaining things, or maybe I am too emotional. That doubt shifts confidence away from your own perspective. Another variation appears as strategic memory filtering. The person may remember only parts of conversations that support their narrative and forget statements that contradict it. If confronted, they may genuinely claim they do not recall. Sometimes this is intentional. Other times it is the brain protecting itself from uncomfortable information. In toxic group dynamics, selective listening can also be used to isolate individuals. If one member's concerns are repeatedly partially acknowledged but never fully resolved, that person may eventually stop speaking. Silence becomes the outcome of repeated conversational frustration. Let me ground something very important. Selective listening is not always malicious. Some people struggle with emotional regulation, anxiety, or cognitive overload during conflict. They may focus on the easiest or least threatening part of a message because processing the full emotional meaning feels overwhelming. The difference between healthy communication difficulty and manipulation lies in pattern consistency and outcome. If someone repeatedly distorts or fragments your message, even after you clarify your intent, that is worth paying attention to. The strongest response to selective listening is returning the conversation to the core point. Instead of chasing their selective interpretation, restate the main issue calmly and directly. Do not allow the discussion to be permanently redirected to peripheral details. Because communication is not just about speaking, it is about being heard in a way that preserves the meaning you intended. And when listening becomes selective, understanding becomes optional. Hidden ultimatums disguised as choices. Have you ever felt like you were given a choice, but somehow both options felt like pressure? Like you were free to decide, but the freedom came with invisible consequences attached. That is how hidden ultimatums work. A hidden ultimatum is a demand disguised as a choice. Instead of saying do this or else, the person presents two options where one option is socially, emotionally, or relationally punished, while the other is presented as the acceptable path. The manipulation is not in the words themselves. It is in the structure of the choice. For example, someone might say you can do whatever you want, but I will be very hurt if you choose that. On the surface, it sounds respectful. You are being given freedom, but the emotional weight attached to one option quietly pushes you toward the other. Human beings are highly sensitive to social and emotional punishment signals. Even if nothing is explicitly threatened, your brain processes the implied consequence. Disappointing someone you care about activates internal discomfort. That discomfort can be stronger than direct commands, because it feels like it came from your own moral compass. Hidden ultimatums are often framed as expressions of feeling rather than requests for behavior. Instead of saying I want you to stay home tonight, the statement becomes something like I guess I will just be lonely tonight. I do not want to control you. You should do what you want. The first sentence signals emotional dependency. The second sentence removes responsibility from the speaker. But the combination functions as pressure. What makes this tactic psychologically effective is the illusion of autonomy. You believe you are making the decision freely. You are not being forced. No one is shouting. No one is giving direct orders. But the emotional environment is shaped in a way that makes one choice feel morally or relationally safer. Over time, people exposed to repeated hidden ultimatums may start preemptively adjusting behavior to avoid guilt or tension. You might stop exploring options that you know will trigger disappointment signals, even if those options are important for your own growth. This can slowly shrink personal freedom without any open confrontation. Another variation appears as choice framing. The person may present two options, but only one is realistically acceptable. For example, they might say you can either support me or be against me. That structure eliminates neutral positions. Nuance disappears. You are pushed into alignment categories. Hidden ultimatums are especially powerful in close relationships because they exploit attachment and empathy. You want to maintain emotional harmony, so instead of challenging the structure of the choice, you may sacrifice your preference to protect the connection. Let me ground something important here. Not every emotional expression that creates discomfort is manipulation. People are allowed to express sadness, loneliness, or disappointment. The difference lies in whether emotional expression is used to control your decision space. Healthy communication sounds like I would prefer if you stayed, but I respect your choice. Hidden ultimatums sound like I am not stopping you, but I will be deeply hurt if you leave. The strongest defense is recognizing when a choice is not truly neutral. Ask yourself whether both options are actually acceptable or whether one option carries emotional punishment. Because real freedom is not just the absence of force. It is the absence of pressure disguised as permission. Playing hot and cold to trigger anxiety. Sometimes the most confusing emotional experiences are not caused by what someone does, but by how unpredictably they do it. One moment they are warm, attentive, responsive. The next moment they are distant, quiet, or emotionally unavailable. You are left trying to understand what changed. Did you do something wrong? Did the relationship shift? Or is this just normal behavior? That is the hot and cold pattern. Playing hot and cold is a behavioral strategy that creates anxiety by alternating between emotional reward and emotional withdrawal. The human brain is highly sensitive to uncertainty in social bonding. When affection is unpredictable, your nervous system starts scanning constantly for cues about the next emotional outcome. Research in behavioral psychology, including work associated with Daniel Kahneman on uncertainty and decision-making, shows that unpredictable reward patterns are often more psychologically engaging than consistent ones. This is similar to reinforcement schedules observed in addiction studies, where intermittent rewards create stronger attachment and anticipation. Here is why hot and cold behavior is so powerful. When someone shows warmth, your brain releases signals associated with safety and acceptance. You feel wanted, valued, connected. Then suddenly, the person withdraws. The emotional contrast creates a form of social withdrawal shock. Your brain starts asking what caused the change. The danger is that you begin modifying your behavior to restore the warm state. Maybe you become more agreeable, more attentive, more careful about what you say. You start monitoring tone, expression, and timing, hoping to avoid triggering another cold phase. Without realizing it, your behavior shifts toward emotional compliance rather than authentic expression. The psychological mechanism behind this is anxiety conditioning. When emotional reward is inconsistent, your mind cannot predict safety. Humans naturally dislike uncertainty in attachment relationships because social connection historically meant survival protection. So uncertainty activates vigilance. In many manipulative patterns, the hot phase is used as reinforcement. During this phase, the person may be highly affectionate, validating, and emotionally engaging. This creates strong positive emotional memory. The cold phase then becomes a tool to maintain control because you begin chasing the return of the positive state. What makes this tactic especially disturbing is that it rarely looks like obvious abuse. There is no single moment you can point to and say this is wrong. Instead, it is a cycle. Warmth, distance, warmth again, silence, attention, withdrawal. Over time, you may start blaming yourself for the distance phase. You replay conversations searching for mistakes. You become hyper-aware of your own behavior, speech, and emotional expression. Your internal focus shifts from what you want to how to keep the other person emotionally stable. Let me ground something important. Not every fluctuation in emotional availability is manipulation. People experience stress, fatigue, mood variation, and personal struggles. The difference is pattern intent and consistency. Healthy relationships may have moments of distance, but they do not use warmth as a reward and withdrawal as pressure. Emotional safety means you do not have to earn basic connection repeatedly. The strongest protection against hot and cold behavior is emotional steadiness. Do not chase warmth when it disappears. Do not over-adjust behavior to restore connection. Observe whether affection is stable or performance-based, because love that is used to trigger anxiety is not connection. It is control wrapped in comfort. Overloading with affection before withdrawal. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by how much affection someone showed you at the beginning of knowing them? The attention was constant. The compliments were frequent. The emotional warmth felt almost intense, like being wrapped inside a comfortable story where you were the center of focus. And then suddenly, it stopped, not slowly in a natural way. Not because the relationship matured or settled into a stable rhythm, but like a switch was turned off. That pattern is called affection overload followed by withdrawal. Overloading with affection before withdrawal is a tactic where excessive emotional attention is given early to create strong attachment before pulling back. The human brain does not just register the behavior. It registers the emotional high created by it. When someone showers you with compliments, messages, promises of deep connection, or intense emotional validation in a short period of time, your brain begins associating that person with strong positive emotional stimulation. This is partly related to reward processing and expectation formation. Researchers such as Daniel Kahneman have studied how emotional reward influences decision-making under uncertainty. The important psychological mechanism here is contrast memory. Your brain does not evaluate experiences only by their absolute value. It evaluates them by comparison. If the early interaction felt exceptionally warm, then the later normal level of attention may feel like rejection, even if it is objectively reasonable. The withdrawal phase does not need to be aggressive or obvious. Even slight reduction in communication can feel painful after emotional saturation. Manipulators may use affection overload as an entry strategy. They create what feels like emotional intimacy very quickly. They may share personal stories early, express strong admiration, or act as if a deep bond already exists. This accelerates trust formation because humans are wired to respond positively to perceived emotional vulnerability. But the danger is the dependency loop that can form. Once your brain associates that person with intense validation, you may begin unconsciously seeking the return of that emotional high when withdrawal happens. You might check messages more often, analyze conversations repeatedly, wonder whether something you said caused the distance. The withdrawal phase does not necessarily have to involve hostility. Silence can be enough, shorter responses, delayed communication, less emotional enthusiasm. Because your brain is comparing the current state with the earlier high-intensity state, the difference feels larger than it actually is. This tactic can slowly shift your emotional regulation toward external validation. Instead of maintaining internal emotional stability, your mood begins reacting to their availability pattern. Let me ground something important. Not every person who shows strong early affection is manipulative. Some people naturally express excitement when they connect with someone new. The difference lies in sustainability. Healthy affection tends to stabilize over time rather than follow a cycle of emotional flooding and sudden absence. Watch for repetition. If intense affection consistently appears before periods of withdrawal or compliance pressure, that is a behavioral signal worth noticing. The strongest protection is pacing emotional investment. Do not allow early intensity to define long-term trust. Observe how affection behaves when conflict appears, when boundaries are expressed, and when your attention is not immediately available. Because genuine emotional connection does not need to overwhelm you first to make you stay later. It grows without forcing your nervous system into attachment shock. Subtle comparison to lower self-worth. Sometimes the thing that hurts the most is not direct criticism. It is the small comparison that sits quietly inside normal conversation. You are not told you are not good enough. You are just shown, again and again, how someone else is better. That is subtle comparison. Subtle comparison is a psychological influence tactic, where someone lowers your sense of self-worth by placing you beside an idealized or superior reference point without openly insulting you. It is socially acceptable on the surface because nothing negative is said directly. But the emotional effect can be very deep. The technique works because human self-evaluation is highly relational. You do not judge yourself in a vacuum. You measure yourself against people around you, against social expectations, and against narrative signals you receive from others. Imagine someone saying things like, "Why can't you be more like her?" Or, "He is so disciplined, unlike some people I know." Or, "You are good, but they are really exceptional." The structure is important. The compliment appears first or the criticism is softened by polite language. That creates what feels like a fair statement. But the emotional message embedded underneath is comparison pressure. What makes this tactic especially powerful is that it is rarely delivered as an attack. Instead, it is framed as advice, observation, or humor. You might hear statements delivered casually during normal conversation. Maybe they mention how someone else earns more, or how another partner is more attentive, or how a friend handles problems better. Your brain does something interesting when exposed to repeated comparison signals. It starts searching internally for evidence that supports the implied evaluation. If someone subtly suggests that you are less organized, you may begin noticing every small mistake you make. If they hint that you are emotionally difficult, you may start monitoring your reactions more closely. This is called internalization of external judgment. Over time, the comparison does not need to be repeated loudly. Your mind may start generating it automatically. You might hear the voice of that comparison even when the person is not present. Social comparison theory explains why this works. Humans naturally evaluate themselves through social context. It helped early communities determine status, cooperation roles, and resource distribution. But in modern interpersonal manipulation, that same mechanism can be weaponized. The dark version of this tactic is selective highlighting of others' strengths while ignoring your strengths. If someone constantly talks about how another person is more successful, more caring, more attractive, or more intelligent, your brain begins building a distorted statistical sample of social reality. You are not being told you are bad. You are simply being exposed to repeated evidence that someone else is better. Let me ground something important. Healthy comparison can inspire growth. Seeing someone skilled can motivate improvement if the message is framed constructively. The difference lies in whether the comparison expands your potential or compresses your self-perception. Ask yourself one uncomfortable question. Do I feel motivated after these comparisons, or do I feel smaller? If the feeling is consistently smaller, then the comparison may not be about improvement. It may be about emotional positioning, because the most effective way to lower someone's confidence is not to attack them directly. It is to quietly show them that someone else is always standing slightly above them. Creating secrets to bond through exclusivity. Have you ever felt closer to someone simply because you shared something that nobody else knew? Not something dramatic, not necessarily dangerous. Just something private. Something that felt like it belonged only between the two of you. That feeling is the psychology of exclusivity bonding. Creating secrets to bond through exclusivity is a tactic where emotional closeness is built by constructing a shared private world. Humans are naturally drawn to groups, but inside groups there is another deeper instinct. The desire to feel chosen. Not just accepted, but specially selected. When someone tells you something confidential early in a relationship, your brain interprets it as trust. But there is another layer happening quietly. You begin associating that person with emotional privilege. You feel honored to be inside their inner circle. Psychologists studying social attachment patterns have observed that shared secrecy increases perceived intimacy because it creates what feels like a protected social macrospace. This is related to group cohesion mechanisms discussed in work influenced by Daniel Kahneman regarding how emotional meaning often outweighs objective information in decision-making. The manipulation potential appears when secrecy is intentionally manufactured rather than naturally formed. A person may start by sharing personal stories that are framed as sensitive or exclusive. They might say, "I normally do not tell anyone this," or "You are the only person I trust with this." These statements are powerful because they elevate your social role inside their emotional hierarchy. Once you accept the role of privileged listener, a subtle psychological contract forms. You may start feeling responsible for protecting the secret. You may hesitate to share your own doubts about the relationship, because that could break the exclusive bond. Your loyalty becomes tied not just to the person, but to the private world created between you. Another variation involves shared criticism of outsiders. The person may create an us versus them narrative. Maybe they complain about friends, family, or social groups in ways that position you as the only understanding ally. This strengthens emotional fusion because humans naturally bond more strongly inside perceived shared opposition environments. What makes this tactic subtle is that it feels romantic or trustworthy on the surface. Sharing secrets is often associated with intimacy. But there is a difference between natural intimacy and engineered exclusivity. Healthy intimacy allows privacy, but does not isolate you from other relationships. It does not pressure you to keep secrets that make you uncomfortable. It does not frame your connection as something that must remain hidden to survive. The darker version of this tactic appears when secrecy is used as control currency. If you know something about someone, especially something sensitive, that knowledge can be used to discourage boundary setting. You may hesitate to disagree, leave, or confront behavior because you feel emotionally invested in protecting the shared secret world. Let me ground something very important. Trust is not built by secrecy alone. Trust is built by consistency, transparency, and emotional safety. A relationship that requires you to hide things from others in order to feel special is creating dependence rather than genuine closeness. The strongest protection is asking one simple question. Does this secrecy make me feel valued and free, or valued but trapped inside an exclusive emotional space? Because real connection does not need darkness to survive. It grows stronger when it can stand in the light without losing meaning. Strategic jealousy induction. Sometimes jealousy is not something that happens naturally. Sometimes it is carefully nudged into existence. Strategic jealousy induction is a behavioral influence tactic where attention is intentionally redirected toward third parties to trigger emotional insecurity and competitive attachment. The goal is not always to create actual romantic interest elsewhere. The goal is to create psychological pressure by making someone feel replaceable or threatened by social alternatives. Human beings are deeply wired for social comparison. Your brain constantly evaluates your social value relative to others. This mechanism helped early humans maintain group position, access resources, and protect mating or social bonds. Modern psychology, including work related to Daniel Kahneman, has shown that emotional decision-making is heavily influenced by perceived relative status rather than absolute facts. In strategic jealousy induction, the person may casually mention interactions with other people in a way that is designed to be noticeable, but not overtly suspicious. For example, they might talk about someone finding them attractive, or about spending enjoyable time with another person, or about receiving attention from outside the primary relationship. The presentation is usually controlled. It is not framed as betrayal. It is framed as normal social behavior. This is what makes it psychologically effective. If the behavior were openly disrespectful, it would trigger confrontation. But when it is ambiguous, your brain starts filling in possible meanings. Jealousy is powerful because it combines two strong emotional drivers: fear of loss and desire for exclusivity. When you perceive that someone you value has other potential options, your brain increases attention and attachment motivation. Evolutionarily, this response helped maintain pair bonding and group cohesion. Manipulators may use strategic jealousy induction to increase perceived desirability or maintain control over emotional dependence. The pattern may include selective sharing of social interactions, highlighting admiration from others, or subtly comparing you with alternative social figures. The tactic can also involve withdrawal of attention while appearing socially active elsewhere. This does not necessarily mean physical infidelity. Even symbolic signals of external validation can be enough to trigger anxiety if the relationship already contains emotional uncertainty. What makes this strategy especially subtle is that it can be disguised as harmless social freedom. The person may say they are just being friendly, just living their life, or just talking normally. The manipulation is not in the activity itself. It is in the emotional pressure created by the presentation. Over time, strategic jealousy induction can condition behavior. You may begin increasing effort to secure attention. You may become more agreeable. You may suppress disagreement to avoid triggering perceived competition. Your behavior shifts toward emotional retention rather than authentic expression. Let me ground something important. Not all jealousy signals are manipulation. Humans naturally experience jealousy when they care about someone. The difference lies in intention, frequency, and outcome. Healthy relationships do not use jealousy as a behavioral management tool. The strongest protection is emotional security independence. Do not respond to jealousy triggers by competing for attention. Instead, evaluate whether the relationship encourages stability or keeps you in a state of emotional vigilance. Because love that requires you to constantly prove your replaceability is not security. It is psychological negotiation disguised as affection. Reputation smearing behind the scenes. Not all attacks on your reputation happen in front of you. Some of the most damaging ones happen quietly, in conversations you are never part of. Reputation smearing behind the scenes is a social influence tactic, where negative narratives are spread indirectly about someone without confronting them openly. The goal is not always to start a public conflict. The goal is to shape how other people perceive you before you even enter the room. Humans rely heavily on social information when evaluating trust and status. You do not personally investigate every person you meet. Instead, your brain uses community signals as shortcuts. If several people express similar opinions about someone, even casually, your mind tends to treat that pattern as meaningful. The smearing process usually starts subtly. It may begin with statements that are technically not accusations but carry emotional suggestion. Things like "I am not sure I trust them" or "I have noticed something strange about that person." These sentences are psychologically powerful because they introduce doubt without providing evidence. The listener's brain then performs its own interpretation. Your imagination fills the gap with possible negative scenarios. That is how uncertainty becomes suspicion. Reputation attacks often rely on repetition rather than intensity. One dramatic accusation can be questioned or rejected. But repeated small comments can slowly shift group perception. The human brain is more sensitive to frequency of exposure to single high-impact events. Social psychology research has shown that familiarity can influence perceived truthfulness. This phenomenon is sometimes called illusory truth effect, where statements repeated multiple times begin feeling more credible even if they are false. Smearing also works through selective storytelling. The person spreading the narrative may share only moments that support the negative image they want to create. Context is removed. Positive behavior is ignored. Neutral actions are reframed negatively. For example, kindness may be described as manipulation. Confidence may be described as arrogance. Silence may be described as secrecy. The same behavior can be emotionally colored depending on the narrative frame. Behind-the-scenes smearing is particularly dangerous because it removes the victim's opportunity to defend themselves. If you do not know that a negative story is being spread, you cannot correct it. By the time you notice social distance or changed behavior from others, the narrative may already be partially accepted. Group environments are especially vulnerable to this tactic because people tend to avoid social conflict. Instead of confronting the source of the rumor, individuals may quietly adjust their behavior toward the person being targeted. This creates social isolation without open confrontation. Let me ground something very important. Not every negative opinion about you is the result of intentional smearing. People can form honest judgments based on their experiences. The difference lies in whether information is being shared responsibly or strategically distorted to damage social standing. Watch for patterns where information spreads without clear source, where stories change slightly as they pass through different people, or where you are never given the opportunity to clarify your side. The strongest defense is building multiple, independent social relationships and maintaining consistent behavior across contexts. When your real character is visible to many different groups, it becomes harder for behind-the-scenes narratives to stick. Because the most effective reputation attacks are not loud accusations. They are the quiet stories that start in corners, grow in whispers, and wait for you to hear them too late. Controlled rumor seeding. Sometimes information is not spread to inform people. Sometimes it is spread to slowly guide what people believe without them realizing where the idea came from. Controlled rumor seeding is the deliberate or strategic introduction of partial, ambiguous, or emotionally suggestive information into a social environment in order to influence collective perception over time. Unlike open propaganda or direct accusation, rumor seeding works by allowing the audience to participate in constructing the story themselves. The psychological strength of rumor seeding comes from uncertainty filling. When people hear incomplete information, their brains automatically try to complete the narrative. Humans dislike unresolved social stories. Your mind wants closure. So when someone drops a suggestive statement like "I heard something about that person" or "people are talking about them," the listener's imagination begins generating possible explanations. Research in behavioral decision-making, including work associated with Daniel Kahneman, shows that human judgment is heavily influenced by heuristic processing rather than exhausted evidence evaluation. This means people often rely on emotional signals, repetition, and social proof instead of verifying facts. Controlled rumor seeding usually follows a multi-step structure. First is the suggestion phase. The information is presented indirectly, not as a claim, but as curiosity. Statements may sound like questions or observations rather than accusations. This reduces defensive resistance because the speaker is not appearing hostile. Second is the distribution phase. The same idea is introduced in slightly different forms across multiple conversations. One person may hear it as a casual comment. Another may hear it framed as concern. Another may hear it as gossip. The variation makes the information appear organically generated rather than centrally manufactured. Third is the normalization phase. Once the rumor is repeated enough, it starts feeling familiar. Familiarity can create perceived truth because of the psychological phenomenon where repeated exposure increases credibility even without supporting evidence. The tactic becomes especially powerful because the source of the rumor is often hidden or ambiguous. People tend to trust information more when it appears to come from multiple independent observers rather than from a single identifiable origin. Controlled seeding exploits this social trust heuristic. Another dangerous element is emotional framing. Rumors are rarely seeded using neutral language. They are usually attached to emotional themes such as suspicion, fear, or moral judgment. For example, instead of saying someone is late sometimes, the rumor may be framed as they are unreliable or you cannot trust them. The purpose is not necessarily to make people believe a specific event happened. The purpose is to create a negative probability bias around the target's character. In group environments, rumor seeding can lead to social exclusion without formal decision-making. People may start feeling uncomfortable around the target without knowing exactly why. They may reduce communication gradually. The person affected may notice behavioral changes but not know what caused them. Let me ground something important. Not all spreading of information is malicious. Humans naturally share experiences, opinions, and observations. The difference between normal communication and controlled rumor seeding lies in intent, verification avoidance, and emotional targeting. Healthy social environments encourage clarification. If a story is true, it can withstand direct explanation. If a story relies on ambiguity, it usually weakens when confronted with factual context. The strongest defense is asking where information came from before emotionally reacting to it. Do not treat unverified social narratives as evidence of truth. Because rumors do not need to be loud to be powerful. They only need to travel quietly, one uncertain conversation at a time, until they feel like reality. Flipping the script during confrontation. Have you ever tried to confront someone about something that hurt you, and suddenly found the conversation turning in a direction you did not expect? You came prepared to talk about one behavior, one event, one feeling. But somehow you ended up defending yourself. That is flipping the script during confrontation. Flipping the script is a conversational defense strategy where the person under criticism shifts focus away from their behavior and redirects attention toward the other person's actions, character, tone, or past mistakes. The purpose is not always to resolve the conflict. Sometimes it is to destabilize the person raising the concern. The pattern often begins when you express a boundary or point out a problem. Instead of acknowledging the issue, the other person introduces a new emotional angle. They might ask why you are bringing this up now, or suggest that you are overreacting, or bring up something you did earlier that is unrelated to the current discussion. This works because human attention is limited. Behavioral research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that decision-making under emotional pressure relies heavily on cognitive shortcuts rather than systematic reasoning. When multiple emotional signals are introduced during confrontation, your brain may shift from logical defense into emotional regulation mode. The tactical power of script flipping lies in its ability to create defensive confusion. Instead of responding to the original accusation or concern, the conversation becomes about whether your delivery was appropriate, whether your timing was correct, or whether your memory of the event is accurate. The topic quietly changes without explicit declaration. Common forms of this tactic include moral reversal, where the person suggests that your attempt to address harm is itself harmful. For example, they may say you are attacking them, or making them feel bad, even if you are speaking calmly. This creates pressure because many people are socially conditioned to avoid being seen as aggressive. Another variation is shared responsibility expansion. Instead of addressing their behavior, they frame the situation as something both of you contributed to. While shared accountability can be healthy, it becomes manipulation when it is used to dilute clear wrongdoing that should be specifically addressed. Flipping the script also often involves emotional repositioning. The person may shift from being the one under criticism to presenting themselves as misunderstood, stressed, or victimized by the confrontation itself. Once the role changes, your brain may instinctively switch from asserting boundaries to offering comfort. This is related to social harmony instincts. Humans are wired to reduce interpersonal tension. When someone expresses distress, empathy responses activate automatically. If your opponent strategically expresses emotional discomfort, Your focus may move from solving the original problem to stabilizing the relationship atmosphere. Let me ground something important. Not every conversation shift is manipulation. Some people become defensive because confrontation triggers shame, anxiety, or fear. The difference lies in whether the conversation eventually returns to the original issue or remains permanently redirected. You can test for script flipping by watching whether the initial concern is ever directly acknowledged. Healthy communication includes phrases like "I understand what you are saying about this specific behavior." The strongest response is staying anchored to the original point. Do not chase every new argument introduced. Gently repeat the main issue if the conversation drifts. You are not obligated to respond to emotional diversions that do not address the core problem. Because confrontation should be a path toward clarity, not a maze designed to make you forget why you started walking in the first place. Exploiting empathy for personal gain. Sometimes the people who ask for your kindness are not the ones who will return it. They are the ones who learn how your heart works, and then gently press the buttons that make you respond. Exploiting empathy for personal gain happens when someone intentionally or repeatedly uses another person's compassionate nature to obtain emotional, social, or material advantage without offering genuine reciprocal care. It is different from simply receiving help. The difference is intention and pattern. Human beings are naturally wired for empathy. You feel discomfort when someone around you is suffering. Your brain and body react automatically because social cooperation historically improved survival. This automatic response can be emotionally weaponized because it bypasses logical evaluation. The tactic usually begins with vulnerability signaling. The person may share stories of hardship, fear, loneliness, or injustice. These stories are not necessarily false. The manipulation does not depend on fabrication. It depends on selective emotional presentation. By highlighting suffering and minimizing responsibility, they activate your compassion response. Psychological research associated with Daniel Kahneman has shown that emotional systems often influence decision-making before rational evaluation occurs. When empathy is triggered, your brain prioritizes helping behavior over critical analysis. Once empathy is activated, boundary resistance becomes weaker. You may feel uncomfortable saying no when someone appears distressed. You may start sacrificing time, energy, or resources to relieve their emotional state. The internal dialogue changes from "what do I want" to "can I live with feeling guilty if I refuse?" Exploiting empathy often involves creating moral pressure without explicit demands. Instead of asking directly, the person may express statements like, "I guess I am just too much trouble," or "nobody else understands me." These statements function as emotional hooks. They do not command you to help, but they imply that helping is the morally correct response. Another variation is chronic distress amplification. Normal human life contains stress, sadness, and difficulty, but in exploitation patterns, emotional suffering is emphasized repeatedly, while positive or stable experiences are minimized. This creates a perception that your support is constantly needed to maintain the other person's emotional stability. The dangerous part is how the target's identity can become linked to being a helper. You may begin feeling responsible for protecting the other person's mood, solving their problems, or preventing their disappointment. When you fail to meet these perceived expectations, guilt may arise even if no explicit obligation was stated. Let me ground something very important. Empathy itself is not weakness. Empathy is one of the most valuable human abilities because it enables cooperation, compassion, and social connection. The problem appears when empathy is transformed from voluntary kindness into emotional obligation. Healthy relationships allow you to help without fear and say no without punishment. If your kindness is only safe when you are sacrificing yourself, then empathy is being used as leverage rather than shared humanity. Watch for patterns where distress appears repeatedly when boundaries are set, or where appreciation is replaced by expectation after you provide help. The strongest protection is preserving your capacity to feel compassion without losing your right to protect your own well-being. Because empathy should be a bridge connecting people, not a tool used to carry someone else's weight while you slowly stop standing upright. Manufactured coincidences to appear fated. Sometimes two people meet at just the right time. They listen to the same music. They share the same strange hobbies. They discover they were born in similar places or experienced similar life events. And it feels meaningful. It feels like destiny. But meaning can be manufactured. Manufactured coincidences are events or circumstances intentionally arranged, highlighted, or selectively presented to create the illusion that a connection is fate rather than design. The goal is to trigger emotional belief that the relationship or situation is predestined. Human brains are naturally pattern-seeking machines. You are constantly searching for order inside randomness, because recognizing patterns helped early humans survive. When your mind detects similarity between events, it tries to assign significance even if the connection is statistically weak. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman explains that people often rely on intuitive meaning construction rather than analytical probability evaluation when emotions are involved. Manufactured coincidence tactics often start by collecting information about the target. A person may learn your preferences, your past experiences, your favorite places, or your personal memories. Then they may intentionally position themselves inside contexts where those elements appear naturally. For example, they mention that they also like the same rare book you mentioned before. Or they might, randomly, show interest in locations that you care about. Or they might reveal similar childhood experiences in a carefully timed conversation. The important detail is timing. The information is not necessarily false. That is why the tactic is psychologically effective. The manipulation comes from arrangement, not invention. When multiple similarities are revealed gradually rather than all at once, your brain interprets the accumulation as meaningful convergence. This is called narrative coherence bias. Your mind prefers stories that feel organically connected rather than statistically accidental. Another method involves event synchronization. The person may show up at places you frequent, message you at emotionally significant moments, or reference topics that you were recently thinking about. If this happens repeatedly, your brain may start constructing the belief that the connection is guided by something larger than chance. This is related to what psychologists call agency attribution bias, where people tend to assign intentional purpose to events that may be random or socially engineered. The feeling of fate is powerful because it lowers critical evaluation. If you believe something is meant to be, you are less likely to question motives or structural inconsistencies. The relationship or interaction begins to feel sacred, special, or emotionally destined. That emotional framing can make it harder to recognize manipulation signals later. Manufactured coincidence can also be reinforced by storytelling. The person may emphasize how unusual the meeting was, how strange it is that so many similarities exist, how life keeps bringing you together. These statements guide your interpretation towards supernatural or romantic causality, rather than practical explanation. Let me ground something very important. Not every coincidence is manipulation. Real life contains random overlapping patterns. Humans naturally share interests, experiences, and environments. The difference lies in repetition, intentional exposure, and emotional framing. Healthy connections do not require you to believe the relationship is mystical or predetermined to feel valuable. Watch for situations where coincidence narratives are used to discourage independent thinking. Statements like "we were always meant to be together" can sound romantic, but they can also function as emotional boundary weakening tools if they discourage you from considering alternatives. The strongest defense is remembering that meaningful connection does not require manufactured destiny. Because real bonds are not built by arranging life events to feel fated. They are built by choosing each other honestly, without hiding the difference between chance and design. Silent judgment through micro-expressions. Have you ever talked to someone and felt a strange shift in the atmosphere, even though they said nothing negative? No argue, no insult, no clear rejection, just a very small facial movement. A slight tightening of lips, a brief glance away. A tiny pause before responding. That is silent judgment through micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are extremely brief facial movements that reveal emotional reactions people may not consciously control. They usually last less than half a second. Because they are so fast, most people do not notice them directly. But the brain is highly sensitive to them on a subconscious level. Human communication is not only verbal. Your brain is constantly reading emotional signals from posture, eyes, facial muscle tension, and breathing rhythm. This ability isn't because early humans needed to detect threat or social rejection quickly to survive inside groups. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that much of human judgment is driven by automatic emotional processing rather than deliberate logical analysis. Micro-expressions work inside this automatic system. Silent judgment through micro-expressions is powerful because it does not create open conflict. Nothing is said that you can directly challenge. If someone openly criticizes you, you can respond, explain, or defend yourself. But when judgment is communicated silently, the target is left interpreting emotional signals. For example, a quick eyebrow raise combined with a downward gaze can signal skepticism or disbelief. A tight smile without eye engagement can communicate social discomfort or hidden disagreement. Slight head tilting away during your explanation can unconsciously signal dismissal. The psychological effect is often subtle anxiety induction. You may start wondering whether you said something wrong. You may replay the conversation internally, searching for the moment that triggered the reaction. Your focus shifts from expressing your idea to monitoring the listener's emotional response. What makes this tactic socially potent is that it preserves plausible deniability. If you ask about the reaction, the person can say nothing is wrong, or that you are imagining things. This can create self-doubt because you cannot easily prove the judgment was intentional. Micro-expression judgment can also be used to enforce social conformity inside groups. When someone expresses an opinion that is socially disapproved within the group, other members may not argue verbally. Instead, they may display synchronized small signals such as brief silence, shared glances, or minimal response delay. These signals communicate social evaluation without explicit confrontation. The danger is that repeated exposure to silent judgment can condition behavior. You may begin adjusting how you speak, how long you maintain eye contact, or how you express disagreement to avoid negative micro-signal feedback. This creates self-monitoring behavior. Let me ground something very important. Not every microexpression reflects judgment. Humans naturally display small facial movements due to fatigue, distraction, emotional processing, or personality differences. It is dangerous to assume malicious intent from every subtle signal. The key distinction is consistency and pattern context. If micro-expression signals of rejection are repeatedly when you express specific ideas, boundaries, or emotional needs, then it is reasonable to observe the pattern. The strongest defense is focusing more on the content of your communication than on constantly decoding facial signals. You are not responsible for managing another person's subconscious reactions. Because confidence is not built by eliminating every possible silent judgment. It is built by continuing to express your truth even when the room says nothing out loud. Indirect threats masked as advice. Sometimes danger does not sound like danger. It sounds helpful, concerned, protective, even kind. That is the psychology behind indirect threats masked as advice. Indirect threats are statements that appear to be guidance, but contain a hidden consequence if you do not follow the suggestion. Instead of saying do this or something bad will happen, the message is framed as advice that implies negative outcomes without explicitly stating them. The power of this tactic comes from social conditioning. People are taught to respond positively to advice because advice is associated with care, wisdom, or mentorship. When a threatening message is disguised as guidance, your natural resistance to aggression is bypassed. For example, someone might say, I am just telling you this because I care about you. But people who act like that usually end up alone. On the surface, it sounds like concern. But the second part creates a fear association. Your brain registers the social outcome described as a warning about what might happen to you. Behavioral psychology research linked to Daniel Kahneman shows that humans are more sensitive to potential losses than equivalent gains. This loss aversion effect means that even implied negative outcomes can create strong emotional pressure. Indirect threats often rely on ambiguity. If the consequence is not explicitly stated, the speaker can deny threatening intent if confronted. They may say they were just sharing experience or offering advice. This creates plausible deniability while still delivering psychological pressure. Another variation is future social prediction framing. Statements like I have seen many people lose good opportunities because they were stubborn or you should be careful. Some people regret choices like that are examples. These do not directly command behavior, but they plant a mental association between the listener's potential action and negative social or personal outcomes. The tactic is especially effective in close relationships because it mixes emotional attachment with fear signaling. You may feel that rejecting the advice risks disappointment, rejection, or social disapproval, even if nothing is openly demanded. Indirect threats can also be delivered through conditional concern. For example, I just want you to be safe, or I would hate to see something happen to you, can function as emotional pressure, if said repeatedly in response to boundary setting. The message may imply that your independent decision could cause distress or harm. Let me ground something important. Not all advice that mentions negative outcomes is manipulation. Genuine guidance sometimes includes warning about risks. The difference lies in whether the advice encourages your autonomy or restricts it through emotional pressure. Healthy advice sounds like I think this is risky, but it is your choice. Manipulative advice often sounds like I am saying this for your own good, followed by a statement that makes non-compliance feel socially or emotionally dangerous. Watch for patterns where advice appears mainly when you assert independence, question behavior, or express alternative preferences. The strongest defense is separating information from pressure. Evaluate the logic of the advice without reacting to the emotional implication, because real guidance gives you knowledge. It does not make you feel like something bad will happen if you choose to think for yourself. Emotional debt accumulation. Emotional debt accumulation is a pattern where kindness, support, or effort given to someone is quietly stored as an expectation of future repayment, even if it is never directly stated. It is not the same as gratitude or healthy reciprocity. Gratitude is voluntary and free. Emotional debt is psychological pressure wrapped inside history. This process usually begins with generosity. Someone helps you during a difficult moment. They listen when you are stressed. They provide comfort when you feel lost. These actions may be genuinely kind at the beginning. But in some dynamics, the memory of those actions is later used as leverage. Instead of saying you owe me, the person may remind you indirectly, They might mention how much they sacrificed for you, or how they were the only one who stayed when others left, or how they supported you during your hardest time. The human brain is highly sensitive to social obligation signals. Behavioral research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional and cognitive decision-making is often influenced by perceived loss and social pressure rather than pure logical evaluation. When someone highlights their past contribution repeatedly, your brain may interpret it as an unfinished social contract. Emotional debt accumulates quietly. It does not usually appear as a single demand. It appears as repeated reminders of past kindness. Each reminder adds another layer of internal obligation. You may start feeling guilty when you say no. Not because you are doing something wrong, but because your mind is trying to balance the emotional ledger. The dangerous part is that emotional debt does not always require explicit requests. The person may not say, "I want you to do this because I helped you." Instead, they may use statements like, "After everything I did for you," or "I thought you would appreciate me more." These phrases activate your empathy and social fairness instincts. Over time, you may begin adjusting behavior preemptively. You might agree more often, avoid conflict, reduce boundary expression, not because you consciously want to repay the debt, but because your brain wants to avoid the discomfort associated with perceived unreturned kindness. Intermittent reinforcement can strengthen this effect. If the person alternates between kindness and emotional pressure, your brain associates compliance with the return of emotional safety. This is similar to reward conditioning patterns observed in behavioral psychology. Emotional debt accumulation can also be used to discourage independence. When you attempt to set boundaries, the person may respond by emphasizing their past sacrifices. This shifts the conversation from current behavior to historical contribution. The purpose is to make boundary setting feel morally uncomfortable. Let me ground something very important. Emotional debt is not the same as healthy gratitude. It is normal and good to feel appreciation for people who helped you. Healthy relationships do not erase history, but they also do not treat history as a permanent binding contract. The difference is freedom of response. In healthy dynamics, you can say thank you and still choose differently. In emotional debt manipulation, gratitude is transformed into obligation. Watch for patterns where past help is repeatedly mentioned during disagreement, or where you feel internal guilt when expressing your own needs. The strongest protection is separating appreciation from obligation. You can value what someone did without believing you must surrender your autonomy because of it, because kindness should create connection, not invisible chains that tighten quietly every time you try to move. Overpromising to secure commitment. Sometimes the fastest way to make someone trust you is to tell them what they want to hear before they have a chance to test whether it is real. Overpromising to secure commitment is a psychological influence pattern where expectations are intentionally or carelessly set far above what can realistically be delivered in order to gain emotional, social, or relational agreement. The promise itself becomes the attraction, not the future action that is supposed to fulfill it. This tactic works because human decision-making is heavily influenced by imagined future reward. When someone describes a desirable outcome in detail, your brain begins simulating that experience. Behavioral research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional anticipation can strongly bias evaluation even before evidence exists. Overpromising usually appears during early stages of connection. The person may describe themselves as extremely reliable, deeply committed, or uniquely capable of providing what you want. The language is often confident and emotionally reassuring. Statements like "I will always be there for you," or "you will never have to worry about that with me" create a sense of security before behavior has been demonstrated. The psychological mechanism is expectation anchoring. Once your mind accepts a high-value promise as a reference point, later reality is compared against that anchor. Even if the actual performance is reasonable, it may feel disappointing because it does not match the original emotional projection. The danger is not only broken promises. It is the emotional leverage created by the promise itself. When someone overpromises, you may start investing trust, time, or emotional energy based on that projected future. You might make personal decisions assuming the promise will hold. This creates what feels like a mutual commitment even though one side has not yet demonstrated consistent action. Another variation is strategic uncertainty management. The person may avoid specifying how or when the promise will be fulfilled. Instead of giving concrete details, they use abstract confidence language. For example, "Don't worry, things will work out," or "I have big plans for us." Vagueness allows flexibility later. If challenged, they reinterpret the promise or shift the meaning. This creates plausible denial structure because the statement was never strictly measurable. Overpromising also interacts with social bonding instincts. Humans tend to trust people who express certainty and positive future orientation. Strong confidence signals are often subconsciously associated with competence and leadership. This is why overpromising can sometimes appear charismatic rather than suspicious during early interaction. The risk appears when commitment is secured before accountability is established. Once emotional or social commitment is obtained, the person may reduce effort gradually. This is sometimes called the expectation fulfillment gap, where the initial promise creates a high motivation entry point, but sustained performance does not follow. Let me ground something important. Not every optimistic statement is manipulation. People are allowed to express hope, ambition, or confidence about the future. The difference lies in whether promises are supported by behavior and whether commitments are communicated in measurable terms. Healthy commitment sounds like "I will do my best to support this, and here is how I plan to follow through." Overpromising dynamics sound like absolute certainty without operational detail. Watch for patterns where large promises appear early, are repeated often, but are accompanied by slow or inconsistent execution. Because real commitment is not built by saying what someone wants to hear. It is built by doing what was promised long after the excitement of the promise itself has disappeared. Withdrawing validation to create craving. Have you ever felt that someone suddenly became emotionally colder right after giving you attention and validation? Not openly rejecting you. Not fighting with you. Just quietly reducing the emotional signals that made you feel appreciated. That is withdrawal of validation to create craving. Withdrawing validation is a behavioral influence pattern where emotional approval is deliberately reduced after it has been established, in order to increase the target's desire to regain that approval. The human brain is wired to seek social acceptance because belonging historically increased survival chances inside cooperative groups. The psychological power of this tactic comes from reward expectation disruption. When someone gives you attention, praise, or emotional warmth, your brain releases neurochemical signals associated with social reward processing. Behavioral economics research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that people often respond more strongly to changes in reward availability than to reward magnitude itself. In other words, losing something pleasant can hurt more than never having it at all. The pattern usually starts with strong positive reinforcement. The person may show high interest, frequent communication, or intense emotional engagement. You begin associating that person with psychological comfort and approval. Then, without clear explanation, the level of validation decreases. The withdrawal is often not dramatic. It may appear as slower message responses, less enthusiastic tone, shorter emotional feedback, or reduced praise. Nothing overtly hostile happens, but your brain registers the difference between the previous state and the current state. This creates what is known as social reward deprivation pressure. Your mind starts searching for ways to restore the earlier emotional state. You may begin adjusting behavior unconsciously, speaking more carefully, sending more messages, avoiding disagreement, increasing effort to receive the same level of validation you experienced before. The danger lies in how craving develops. Human motivation systems respond strongly to intermittent reinforcement. When validation is given unpredictably, your brain cannot form a stable expectation model. This uncertainty often strengthens attachment behavior because the possibility of reward keeps attention focused on the source. Manipulative use of this tactic may involve alternating warmth and withdrawal. The person may suddenly become very affectionate again after you show signs of distancing or compliance. This reinforces the behavioral loop because your brain learns that effort or emotional adjustment may bring back the positive signal. Over time, emotional self-regulation can shift externally. Instead of maintaining internal confidence, your mood may begin depending on whether validation signals are present. You might start monitoring conversations for signs of approval or rejection. Let me ground something very important. Not all emotional variation is manipulation. People experience stress, fatigue, distraction, or personal emotional cycles. The difference lies in pattern consistency and intention. Healthy relationships provide stable baseline validation even when there is disagreement or temporary distance. Validation should not be treated as a reward that must be earned repeatedly through compliance. Watch for situations where approval appears to increase when you are cooperative and decrease when you express boundaries. The strongest defense is maintaining internal validation independence. You can appreciate positive feedback without becoming emotionally dependent on its repetition. Because connection should not feel like a hunger that grows louder every time approval becomes silent. It should feel like something that nourishes you without forcing you to chase it. Selective transparency to build illusion of honesty. Sometimes someone looks honest because they are open about certain things, but you never see the whole picture. That is selective transparency. Selective transparency is a communication strategy where a person intentionally reveals parts of information while hiding other important details in order to create the appearance of honesty. It is different from complete lying. The manipulation lies in what is shown, not necessarily in what is hidden. Human beings are generally more trusting toward people who appear willing to share personal information. When someone discloses something private, your brain interprets as a signal of vulnerability and trustworthiness. Social psychology research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional signals often influence judgment faster than detailed logical evaluation. Selective transparency works because people tend to evaluate honesty based on visible behavior rather than invisible omissions. For example, someone might openly admit small mistakes while carefully avoiding discussion of larger issues. This creates what feels like moral balance. Your brain registers the admission of error as evidence that the person is self-aware and accountable. Meanwhile, the more serious information remains concealed. The strategy often follows a pattern of controlled disclosure. The person may voluntarily share information that makes them look reflective, misunderstood, or morally reasonable. They might talk about past struggles, personal growth, or how they have learned from mistakes. These stories are not necessarily false. The manipulation comes from the strategic choice of what is revealed and what is excluded. Selective transparency also builds what feels like relational intimacy. When someone shares secrets, opinions, or emotional experiences, you begin associating them with trustworthiness. Your brain treats self-disclosure as social proof of sincerity because in normal social bonding, mutual vulnerability is a sign of connection. However, selective transparency allows the speaker to maintain narrative control. They can present themselves as honest without exposing information that could create negative valuation. If confronted about missing details, they may respond by saying they never lied, or that nobody asked them about that part. This creates plausible deniability structure. The person technically did not fabricate information. They simply constructed a filtered version of truth. Another variation involves emotional transparency without factual transparency. Someone may openly express feelings such as regret, sadness, or concern while avoiding discussion of behavior that caused the situation. Emotional openness can function as reputation protection because it signals humanity while deflecting accountability. The danger is that selective transparency can create false confidence. You may believe you know the person deeply because they shared meaningful-sounding information, but you are evaluating a curated version of their identity rather than the full behavioral pattern. Let me ground something important. Not all selective disclosure is manipulation. People have the right to maintain privacy. Healthy boundaries involve choosing what to share and what to keep personal. The difference is whether transparency is used to build trust or to construct an image of honesty that prevents deeper questioning. Watch for patterns where honesty appears high in low-risk areas, but disappears when discussion approaches accountability, commitment, or inconsistency. The strongest protection is remembering that openness in one direction does not guarantee honesty in all directions. Because real honesty is not about revealing what is safe to reveal. It is about being willing to face truth even when it is uncomfortable to show. Creating dependency through problem-solving control. Sometimes help can feel good even when it slowly makes you less independent. Creating dependency through problem-solving control is a behavioral influence pattern where someone positions themselves as the primary source of solutions in another person's life. Instead of encouraging independent thinking, the helper gradually becomes the gatekeeper of problem resolution. The pattern usually starts with assistance that looks completely positive. Someone offers to solve your small problems. Maybe they help you make decisions, fix technical issues, or explain confusing situations repeatedly. At first, this feels supportive. Humans naturally value people who reduce their stress. Research in behavioral decision science associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that people tend to favor options that minimize cognitive and emotional effort. The subtle shift happens when assistance begins replacing your own problem-solving ability. Instead of teaching you how to handle similar situations in the future, the person continues solving the problem for you. They may respond quickly whenever you struggle, sometimes even before you ask for help. This creates a psychological structure where your brain starts associating difficulty with external intervention rather than internal capability. Over time, you may begin deferring judgment. You might wait to ask them before making decisions. Not necessarily because you are forced, but because you start believing they understand the situation better. The person becomes a cognitive shortcut in your life. When uncertainty appears, instead of analyzing options, you look toward them for validation or instruction. Dependency forms through what is called learned helplessness reinforcement. If every time you attempt solving something independently you receive criticism, correction, or dismissal, your brain may start interpreting independent effort as risky. You may feel anxiety when trying to make decisions alone because past experiences suggested that your judgment might be questioned or replaced. Another variation involves selective withholding of problem-solving knowledge. The person may solve your problem, but not fully explain how it was done. This keeps you reliant because you cannot replicate the solution independently. You receive the result without gaining the skill. The relationship becomes similar to having access to answers without access to understanding. The dependency is often maintained through emotional framing rather than direct control. Statements like "I just want to make your life easier" or "You do not have to worry about this, I will handle it" can sound caring. But if repeated across many situations, they can discourage personal competence development. This tactic can also function inside group or organizational contexts. A dominant problem solver may position themselves as indispensable by controlling information flow, decision interpretation, or technical knowledge access. Others begin believing that functioning without that person is difficult. Let me ground something very important. Not all helping behavior is manipulative. Teaching, mentoring, and supporting others are healthy forms of social cooperation. The difference lies in whether help builds independence or replaces it. Healthy support sounds like "Here, you can solve this yourself next time." Dependency creation sounds like "Just let me handle it whenever this happens." Watch for patterns where your confidence in solving problems alone decreases, while reliance on one person's input increases. Because real support does not make you smaller in the process of being helped. It makes you stronger after the help is given. Moral grandstanding to gain psychological upper ground. Sometimes winning an argument is not about proving you are correct. It is about making the other person look morally inferior. Moral grandstanding is a social influence behavior where someone presents their opinions, values, or emotions in an exaggeratedly virtuous or morally superior way in order to gain social or psychological dominance during interaction. The goal is not necessarily ethical discussion. The goal is moral positioning. The tactic works because humans are highly sensitive to social reputation signals. People naturally want to be seen as good members of their community. Behavioral decision theory connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional meaning often influences judgment more strongly than logical consistency, especially in social conflict situations. Moral grandstanding usually appears in conversations where disagreement exists. Instead of focusing on the substance of the argument, the person shifts attention toward moral character evaluation. For example, they may frame their position as the only compassionate, intelligent, or socially responsible choice. The implicit message becomes that anyone disagreeing must be ignorant, selfish, or morally deficient. The presentation is often highly expressive. The person may use emotionally charged language, public declarations of righteousness, or criticism framed as ethical duty. Phrases like "How can anyone support something so heartless?" or "I am just standing up for what is right" are examples of framing disagreement as moral failure rather than intellectual difference. What makes this tactic psychologically effective is social conformity pressure. Most people are socially conditioned to avoid appearing immoral in group environments. When someone positions themselves as the defender of moral truth, challenging them may feel socially risky. You are not just disagreeing with an opinion, you may feel like you are challenging the moral identity they are projecting. Moral grandstanding can also involve selective compassion signaling. The person may publicly display concern for certain groups, values, or causes while ignoring similar situations that do not support their narrative. This selective ethical visibility helps construct an image of consistent virtue, even if behavior does not fully match the presentation. Another variation is moral framing escalation. Small disagreements are reframed as ethical battles. For example, a simple preference difference might be described as injustice, harm, or social irresponsibility. This escalation increases emotional intensity and can pressure others into compliance to avoid appearing morally insensitive. The tactic also creates what can be called psychological upper ground positioning. When someone successfully frames themselves as morally superior, conversation dynamics shift. Others may feel compelled to justify themselves rather than continue asserting their original viewpoint. The focus moves from evaluating ideas to defending character. Research on social judgment bias suggests that moral reputation strongly influences perceived credibility. If someone is seen as morally virtuous, their statements are more likely to be accepted without detailed scrutiny. This is why grandstanding can indirectly function as a persuasion shortcut. Let me ground something important. Not all moral expression is grandstanding. People can genuinely care about ethical issues and express values passionately. The difference lies in whether the expression invites discussion or shuts it down through superiority signaling. Healthy moral communication sounds like "I believe this is important because of these reasons." Moral grandstanding often sounds like "Anyone who disagrees with this is morally wrong." Watch for patterns where moral language is used primarily during disagreement, where discussion shifts toward character judgment, or where emotional virtue display replaces logical explanation. Because morality should guide behavior toward understanding and justice, not become a stage where someone stands taller by making others feel smaller. Artificially raising stakes in minor conflicts. Sometimes a small disagreement suddenly starts feeling like a life-defining moment. That feeling can be created intentionally. Artificially raising stakes in minor conflicts is a psychological influence pattern where someone reframes a small issue as if it has serious emotional, moral, or relational consequences. The purpose is not to solve the problem. The purpose is to increase pressure so the other person feels compelled to submit, apologize, or abandon their position. Human brains are highly sensitive to perceived threat magnitude. Behavioral research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that decision-making under perceived loss risk tends to favor safety-preserving choices over assertive reasoning. When a conflict is framed as high consequence, your brain may shift from logical evaluation into damage avoidance mode. The tactic usually begins with emotional escalation framing. Instead of discussing the specific issue, the person may introduce broader implications. A small disagreement may be described as a sign of incompatibility, disrespect, betrayal, or lack of love. The conflict stops being about the original topic and becomes about relationship survival or moral character. For example, a minor scheduling disagreement may be reframed as "you never prioritize me," or "this shows you do not care about us." These statements transform a practical problem into an existential relationship evaluation. The psychological effect is anxiety induction. When the stakes are raised artificially, your mind begins thinking about worst-case outcomes rather than the actual situation. You may start worrying that disagreement will cause abandonment, social rejection, or permanent relationship damage. Another variation involves future consequence projection. The person may imply that if the current disagreement is not resolved in a particular way, negative outcomes will follow. These outcomes are often vague but emotionally powerful. Statements like "this will cause problems later," or "you will regret this," are examples of pressure through uncertainty. Artificial stake inflation also works through emotional identity linking. The conflict is presented as proof of something about your personality rather than about behavior. Instead of saying "I disagree with this action," the message becomes "Sunlight, this is who you are." Once identity is involved, people become more defensive or more compliant depending on social conditioning. The tactic can be especially effective in close relationships because humans are wired to prioritize relationship preservation over argument victory. Many people will choose emotional peace rather than continue a conflict that feels existentially dangerous. Let me ground something important. Not every emotional reaction that increases conflict intensity is manipulation. Some people genuinely feel strongly about certain issues. The difference is whether the escalation serves understanding or serves control. Healthy conflict communication keeps the discussion proportional to the issue. Minor disagreements should not suddenly be framed as relationship-ending events unless there is truly serious harm involved. Watch for patterns where small problems repeatedly become big moral or emotional tests. Because when every disagreement feels like a crisis, the real goal may not be solving problems. It may be training you to choose submission over clarity. Subtle interruptions to establish dominance. Have you ever been speaking and noticed someone entering your sentence before you finished it? Not in an enthusiastic way. Not because they were excited about what you were saying. But in a way that made it feel like your thoughts were being pushed aside. That is subtle interruption as a dominance signal. Subtle interruptions are conversational behaviors, where someone cuts into another person's speech slightly before the natural completion point, in order to control conversational flow, assert authority, or reduce the other person's narrative space. Unlike loud or aggressive interruption, this version is socially masked because it may sound like normal conversation overlap. Human conversation is naturally rhythmic. People usually wait for a slight pause or completion cue before responding. When someone repeatedly interrupts early, it can create a psychological signal that their speech has higher priority than yours. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that social decision-making is often influenced by automatic emotional interpretation, rather than deliberate logical evaluation. When someone interrupts consistently, your brain may interpret it as social hierarchy positioning rather than simple communication style. Subtle interruption dominance works because it creates conversational ownership pressure. The person who controls speaking turns indirectly controls topic direction. If your sentence is cut off, your idea may not be fully expressed. The interruption itself may become the new conversational focus. This shifts attention away from your message toward interaction management. There are several common forms of this behavior. One variation is completion takeover. The interrupter finishes your sentence for you, but often in a way that slightly changes meaning or redirects emphasis. This can create the impression that they understand you better than you understand yourself, which can reinforce social authority positioning. Another variation is anticipation interruption. The person begins speaking when they predict what you are going to say, even if your actual statement was different. This communicates conversational control confidence because it implies their interpretation is more important than your expression. There is also validation interruption. This occurs when someone interrupts with agreement signals such as "yes, I know," or "exactly," but does so before you finish explaining your idea. While it may sound supportive, it can function as closure-forcing behavior. The conversation is emotionally accepted before full explanation is delivered. The psychological effect of repeated subtle interruption is gradual confidence suppression. You may start speaking faster to avoid being cut off. You may reduce detail in your explanations. You may become more hesitant to express complex thoughts because the communication space feels unstable. Let me ground something important. Not all conversational overlap is dominance behavior. Some people naturally speak with high energy or are culturally accustomed to overlapping dialogue. In many social contexts, overlapping speech can indicate engagement rather than control. The difference lies in pattern symmetry. Healthy conversation involves mutual interruption tolerance, where both participants can express ideas without systematic suppression. Dominance signaling occurs when one person consistently interrupts while the other adapts by shrinking conversational contribution. The strongest response is maintaining your speaking rhythm. If interrupted, calmly continue your sentence after the interruption instead of abandoning it. Do not automatically yield the floor unless the interruption adds meaningful relevance to your point. Because confidence in conversation is not about speaking the loudest or fastest. It is about protecting the space where your thoughts are allowed to finish forming before someone else tries to complete them for you. Pretended confusion to avoid answering. Have you ever asked someone a clear question and received a response that somehow avoided the question without openly refusing to answer it? Not silence. Not disagreement. Just a strange kind of confusion. That is pretended confusion to avoid answering. Pretended confusion is a conversational defense pattern where someone claims not to understand a question in order to delay, redirect, or avoid providing a direct response. It is different from genuine misunderstanding. The key difference is repetition and context awareness. Human communication relies heavily on shared meaning construction. When someone truly does not understand something, clarification usually follows naturally. But in strategic confusion behavior, the confusion itself becomes the response. The tactic works because social interaction is often guided by cooperation instincts. When someone says, "I do not understand what you mean," or "Can you explain that again?" your brain may interpret this as a request for clarification rather than avoidance. Behavioral decision research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that people often prefer cognitive simplicity during conflict situations. When faced with emotionally uncomfortable questions, the mind may choose uncertainty reduction strategies, including apparent misunderstanding. Pretended confusion usually appears during accountability pressure. For example, if you ask about a specific behavior, the person may respond with statements like, "What exactly are you referring to?" or "I am not sure what you mean by that." These responses may be technically valid questions. However, when repeated after clear explanation, they function as avoidance mechanisms. The psychological strength of this tactic lies in conversational burden shifting. Instead of defending their behavior or providing information, the person forces you to spend additional energy re-explaining the issue. This creates frustration fatigue. Your focus moves from obtaining the answer to trying to make the question understandable enough to receive a response. Another variation involves selective comprehension denial. The person may respond to complex or sensitive parts of your statement while claiming confusion about the core issue. They might acknowledge minor details, but act uncertain about the main accountability point. Pretended confusion also creates plausible deniability structure. If confronted about avoidance behavior, the person can claim they were genuinely trying to understand. This makes it socially difficult to accuse them of manipulation because confusion is generally associated with intellectual difficulty rather than strategic behavior. The tactic can be particularly effective in emotional conversations because confrontation already increases cognitive load. When your emotional state is activated, your ability to detect conversational deflection may decrease. Repeated use of this behavior can slowly condition you to simplify or avoid important questions. You may start rephrasing your concerns into softer or more general language just to get a response. That shift reduces your communication precision over time. Let me ground something important. Not every request for clarification is manipulation. Genuine confusion exists. Some people process information differently, and complex topics may require repetition. The distinction lies in pattern behavior. If confusion disappears when the topic is comfortable and reappears when accountability or sensitive issues are discussed, then it may not be genuine misunderstanding. Healthy communication involves honest engagement with the question after clarification is provided. If someone still claims confusion after multiple clear explanations, that is a signal worth observing. The strongest response is maintaining question clarity without emotional escalation. Repeat the core question calmly if necessary, because understanding should move conversation forward. Confusion should not become a shield that hides answers behind the appearance of intellectual uncertainty. Weaponizing personal insecurities, shared in trust. Sometimes the most painful betrayal is not when someone attacks what you are proud of. It is when someone uses the things you were ashamed of, the things you whispered only because you trusted them, and turns those private vulnerabilities into tools against you. Weaponizing personal insecurities shared in trust happens when information revealed in a safe emotional moment is later used to manipulate, shame, or pressure the person who shared it. It is different from simply remembering someone's struggles. The harm comes from strategic usage of that knowledge during conflict, control, or social positioning. Human beings reveal insecurities because trust reduces psychological defense barriers. When you believe someone is safe, your brain interprets disclosure as bonding behavior. Research in behavioral psychology associated with Daniel Kahneman suggests that emotional trust often develops faster than rational risk assessment because social bonding mechanisms evolve to prioritize cooperation. The tactic usually begins with vulnerability invitation. The person creates an environment where you feel comfortable sharing weaknesses. They may express their own struggles first, which triggers reciprocal disclosure because humans naturally respond to vulnerability with vulnerability. This is called reciprocal self-disclosure bonding. Once private information is obtained, it is stored as emotional leverage. The weaponization does not usually happen immediately. The knowledge may remain dormant until a moment of disagreement, boundary setting, or social competition. Then the insecurity is referenced indirectly or directly. For example, someone might bring up your fear of abandonment during a conflict that has nothing to do with that fear. Or they may use your past mistake to question your judgment in an unrelated situation. The emotional shock comes from the violation of the safety context where the information was originally shared. The psychological effect can be extremely destabilizing because it attacks both identity and trust simultaneously. You may feel shame not only because the insecurity was exposed, but because it was exposed by someone you believed would protect it. This can create what is sometimes called betrayal-based self-doubt conditioning, where the victim begins questioning their ability to judge trustworthiness. Another variation is social audience weaponization. The person may reveal your insecurity in front of others, sometimes framed as a joke or concern. Humor framing is particularly dangerous because it provides plausible deniability. If confronted, they can claim they were only joking. The brain reacts strongly to social embarrassment because reputation protection was historically important for survival inside cooperative groups. Let me ground something very important. Not every mention of your past insecurity is malicious. People sometimes discuss personal history during problem-solving or emotional reflection. The difference lies in intention, timing, and pattern repetition. Healthy relationships treat disclosed vulnerability as protected information, unless you explicitly consent to broader sharing. Watch for patterns where your insecurities are referenced during arguments, used to justify criticism, or revealed to others without your permission. The strongest protection is selective vulnerability sharing. Do not share your deepest insecurities during early trust stages. Observe how someone handles small vulnerabilities before revealing deeper ones. Because real trust is not measured by how much you reveal. It is measured by how safely the other person holds what you revealed after the conversation ends. Encouraging self-doubt through leading questions. Have you ever answered a question and only later realized that the question itself was designed to make you doubt your own judgment? Not because it directly accused you of being wrong, but because it guided you toward feeling uncertain about what you already believed. That is encouraging self-doubt through leading questions. Leading questions are structured inquiries that subtly contain the answer or push the listener toward a specific emotional or cognitive conclusion. Instead of asking for open information, they steer thinking in a predetermined direction while keeping the appearance of neutrality. The power of this tactic comes from how the human brain processes questions. When someone asks you something, your mind automatically tries to generate a response that satisfies the conversational expectation. Behavioral decision theory associated with Daniel Kahneman explains that people often rely on intuitive system, one thinking under social pressure rather than deliberate analytical reasoning. Leading questions often contain hidden assumptions. For example, questions like "Why are you always so sensitive?" or "Don't you think you overreact?" sometimes already presuppose that you are sensitive or that you are overreacting. Even if you disagree internally, the structure of the question forces your mind to evaluate the possibility that the assumption might be true. The psychological effect is called internal validation disruption. Instead of starting from your own perspective, you begin checking whether the assumption might apply to you. This creates cognitive friction because your self-perception is momentarily placed under external evaluation. Over time, repeated exposure to such questions can weaken confidence in your judgment. Another form involves certainty camouflage. The question may sound curious but actually pushes a narrative. Statements like "Do you really think that was the best decision?" or "Are you sure you want to do that?" can function as behavioral hesitation triggers. They do not command you to change behavior directly. Instead, they insert doubt between intention and action. The danger of leading questions is that they can slowly transform your internal decision voice. You may start replaying them after conversations end. You might ask yourself whether your choice was actually wrong. The question continues working even when the speaker is no longer present, because your brain treats the uncertainty as unresolved social evaluation. This mechanism is social approval sensitivity. Humans are evolutionarily designed to monitor group acceptance signals. When a question implies judgment, your mind may treat it as a mini social test rather than a simple request for information. Leading questions are especially effective during emotional moments because emotional arousal reduces analytical resistance. When you are stressed, hurt, or trying to resolve conflict, your cognitive processing resources are already partially occupied. Let me ground something very important. Not all questions that cause reflection are manipulative. Good communication often uses questions to promote self-awareness and growth. The difference is whether the question opens thinking space or narrows it. Healthy reflective questions sound like, "What made you choose this?" or "How did you feel about that decision?" These invite explanation rather than impose evaluation. Watch for patterns where questions repeatedly position you as the problem source, where uncertainty is introduced without evidence, or where your confidence decreases after conversations. The strongest defense is pausing before answering. If a question feels emotionally loaded, you are allowed to respond by rephrasing or asking for clarification instead of reacting immediately. Because your thoughts do not need to pass someone else's hidden test before you are allowed to believe in them. Your judgment should be questioned by evidence, not quietly eroded by questions that already assume the answer. Exploiting fear of abandonment. Have you ever felt the anxiety rise when someone you care about suddenly becomes distant, even if nothing clearly bad has happened? Not because they said they would leave. Not because there was a fight. Just because the emotional connection felt unstable. That is the fear of abandonment being exploited. Exploiting fear of abandonment is a psychological influence pattern where someone uses the possibility of emotional rejection, withdrawal, or loss of connection as a tool to influence behavior. It does not always involve direct threats. The pressure is often created through emotional atmosphere rather than explicit statements. Human attachment systems are extremely sensitive to loss signals. From early childhood development into adult relationships, social connection functions as a safety regulation mechanism. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that humans tend to weigh potential losses more heavily than equivalent gains. This loss aversion effect means that the possibility of abandonment can create stronger emotional motivation than the promise of reward. The tactic usually begins with emotional dependency anchoring. The person may establish themselves as a primary source of comfort, validation, or stability in your life. You may begin associating emotional safety with their presence. This is not necessarily achieved through force. It is often created through repeated patterns of attention, followed by subtle signals that your access to that attention is conditional. Once attachment sensitivity is activated, behavioral pressure can be introduced indirectly. The person may express statements that trigger uncertainty, such as "I am not sure how long this will last," or "I hope things do not change between us." These phrases are not direct abandonment threats, but they introduce the idea that the relationship stability is fragile. Another variation involves emotional withdrawal signaling. Silence, reduced communication, or colder responses may appear after moments of disagreement or boundary expression. The unpredictability creates what is sometimes called attachment anxiety conditioning. Your brain starts associating emotional safety with compliance behavior because distance appears when you resist. Research in decision psychology related to social reward uncertainty shows that intermittent emotional availability can strengthen attachment behavior because the brain treats potential reward restoration as motivating uncertainty. The exploitation occurs when your behavior begins adjusting to avoid abandonment cues. You may apologize more quickly, avoid expressing disagreement, increase reassurance seeking communication, or suppress your own needs to maintain emotional proximity. None of these actions are necessarily conscious decisions. They emerge from anxiety regulation pressure. Fear of abandonment can also be leveraged through comparison suggestion. The person may imply that other people would not tolerate your behavior, or that relationships are difficult because of certain traits. These statements are rarely framed as direct criticism. They function as social isolation signaling, reinforcing the idea that staying connected requires emotional compliance. Let me ground something very important. Fear of abandonment is not weakness. It is a natural human attachment response. Humans are biologically wired to seek stable social bonds because isolation historically increased survival risk. The difference between healthy attachment and exploitation lies in freedom perception. Healthy relationships do not make you feel that emotional connection is something you must constantly earn through anxiety management. Watch for patterns where distance appears when you express independence, where reassurance is demanded but rarely reciprocated, or where emotional stability depends mainly on your behavior. The strongest protection is developing internal emotional security. You can care deeply about someone while still knowing that your self-worth and safety do not disappear if the relationship changes. Because love should not feel like standing on unstable ground, afraid that one wrong step will make the person you care about slowly vanish into silence. Subtle mockery disguised as humor. Have you ever laughed at something someone said, but later felt a small sting somewhere inside your mind, like the joke was actually about you even though it was never said directly? Not because they insulted you openly. Not because they argued with you. Just because the humor felt slightly pointed. That is subtle mockery disguised as humor. Subtle mockery is a communication pattern where criticism, judgment, or social positioning is delivered through jokes, sarcasm, or playful-sounding statements that contain hidden negative meaning. The surface-level message appears harmless, but the emotional subtext targets confidence, behavior, or social status. The psychological strength of this tactic comes from ambiguity. If someone challenges the joke, the speaker can respond by saying they were just joking. This creates what is called plausible social denial. Because the statement was framed as humor, confronting it may make the target appear overly sensitive or socially rigid. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional processing often occurs faster than logical interpretation during social interaction. This means the emotional impact of a statement can register before your rational mind evaluates whether it was actually offensive. Subtle mockery often uses comparison humor. The structure usually involves highlighting a trait of the target while implying inferiority relative to another person, group, or idealized standard. For example, jokes that repeatedly associate someone with being clumsy, overly emotional, or less competent can function as reputation-shaping signals rather than simple entertainment. Another common form is socially acceptable stereotype reinforcement. The joke may rely on cultural assumptions that are already emotionally loaded. Because the audience may laugh, the target may hesitate to object. Social laughter becomes a conformity pressure mechanism. Mockery disguised as humor is especially effective in group environments. Humans are highly sensitive to social acceptance cues. When others laugh, your brain may interpret the situation as socially approved. This can trigger internal conflict if you feel hurt but do not want to appear disconnected from the group response. The tactic also works through what can be called emotional exit shielding. If confronted, the speaker can retreat behind the statement, "I was just kidding." This response removes accountability, while preserving the psychological effect of the original message. Over time, repeated subtle mockery can contribute to self-perception distortion. You may start internalizing the repeated themes contained inside jokes about you. If humor repeatedly frames you as less competent, overly sensitive, or socially awkward, your mind may begin searching for evidence supporting that narrative. Let me ground something important. Not all humor that involves personal traits is malicious. Playful teasing among people who share trust can strengthen social bonds. The difference lies in consent, context, and emotional outcome. Healthy humor feels mutual and safe. Both participants can laugh without feeling targeted. Subtle mockery feels one-directional and leaves the target emotionally evaluated rather than included. Watch for patterns where jokes appear more frequently during disagreement, where laughter follows statements that reduce your confidence, or where your discomfort is dismissed as lack of humor. Because real humor creates shared joy. It does not hide judgment behind laughter while pretending the sting was never meant to be felt. Emotional comparison with past partners. Sometimes you are not being judged directly. You are being measured against someone who is not in the room. Emotional comparison with past partners happens when someone evaluates your behavior, effort, or personality by implicitly or explicitly referencing a previous relationship. The comparison is rarely presented as direct criticism. Instead, it appears as nostalgic reflection, observational comments, or seemingly harmless statements about the past. The psychological pressure comes from relative evaluation rather than absolute judgment. Human beings do not evaluate experiences in isolation. Your brain naturally compares current situations with stored emotional memories. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that decision-making is strongly influenced by reference points. Satisfaction is often determined by how current experience compares to what you expected or what you previously experienced. In relationship dynamics, this can manifest through statements like "my ex used to do this" or "you are good, but they were better at that." The emotional structure of these comments is important. The comparison is usually framed as factual observation rather than direct attack, which makes it socially harder to challenge. The tactic works because it activates insecurity through social ranking pressure. When someone mentions a past partner's positive trait during interaction with you, your brain may begin evaluating whether you are meeting an invisible performance standard. You may start adjusting behavior, speech patterns, or emotional expression to avoid falling below that implied benchmark. Another variation is nostalgic idealization. The past relationship may be described in selectively positive terms, while negative experiences are minimized or omitted. This creates a distorted comparison dataset inside your perception. Your brain receives information that suggests the previous partner was exceptionally good, even if the full relationship history was more complex. Emotional comparison can also function as behavioral conditioning. If positive behavior from you is followed by references to past partners' superiority, your mind may begin associating effort with evaluation pressure. Over time, you might start trying to outperform a memory rather than responding naturally to the relationship in front of you. This is related to what is called social reference anchoring. When a past partner is used as a reference anchor, your perceived value inside the relationship becomes positioned relative to that memory. Instead of being evaluated as an individual connection, you are evaluated inside a comparative emotional framework. The dangerous part is internalization. You may start believing that you must compete with someone who is no longer part of the present relationship. The comparison target may become psychologically symbolic rather than real. You are not responding to a person. You are responding to a narrative. Let me ground something very important. Not every mention of past relationships is manipulation. People naturally carry emotional history, and discussing past experiences can be healthy when it promotes understanding and growth. The difference lies in intention and repetition. Healthy communication about past partners usually focuses on learning, not ranking. It sounds like I learned this from my previous relationship and want to do better now. Comparison becomes harmful when it is used to pressure behavior, create insecurity, or establish superiority hierarchy. Watch for patterns where past relationship references appear during disagreement, when boundaries are expressed, or when validation is expected. Because love should not feel like you are trying to win against a ghost who lives only inside someone else's memory. Creating illusions of scarce attention. Have you ever felt that someone's attention was valuable only because it seemed hard to get? Not because they said they were busy. Not because they set clear boundaries. But because their emotional availability felt deliberately limited. Like attention itself was something you had to earn repeatedly. That is the psychology of creating illusions of scarce attention. Scarce attention illusion is a behavioral influence pattern where someone controls perceived emotional access by making interaction feel limited, unpredictable, or selectively distributed. Humans are naturally drawn to things that appear rare because scarcity is associated with value and competition in social and economic behavior. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that perceived loss and opportunity limitations strongly influence decision-making. When something feels difficult to obtain, the brain tends to assign higher importance to it, even if the objective value has not changed. The tactic usually begins with irregular responsiveness. Communication may be warm and engaging at times, followed by periods of reduced interaction without clear explanation. The key psychological mechanism is unpredictability. When attention is delivered inconsistently, your brain cannot form a stable expectation model. Humans are naturally wired to seek social reward signals. If validation, conversation, or emotional warmth appears occasionally rather than consistently, your reward processing system begins treating the interaction as something valuable and uncertain. This is similar to behavioral reinforcement schedules where intermittent reward patterns can create stronger attachment motivation than constant reward delivery. Another variation involves symbolic business signaling. The person may emphasize how many demands they have, how important they are, or how many people want their attention. The purpose is not necessarily to communicate lifestyle reality. The purpose is to frame their availability as socially valuable and therefore scarce. Scarce attention also works through selective emotional initiation. The person may rarely start conversations but respond warmly when you initiate them. This creates a structure where you begin associating emotional reward with effort of reaching out first. Over time, you may feel responsible for maintaining interaction momentum. The psychological effect is what can be called attention acquisition anxiety. You may start monitoring message timing, conversation quality, or emotional tone in order to preserve access to attention signals. Small changes in response speed or enthusiasm can trigger disproportionate emotional interpretation, because your brain treats attention as a limited resource. The danger of this tactic is gradual dependency formation. When emotional warmth feels scarce, you may begin increasing effort to secure it. You might communicate more, tolerate more inconsistency, or suppress disagreement to avoid risking further reduction of interaction. Let me ground something very important. Not all limited availability is manipulation. People have different life schedules, energy levels, and communication styles. Healthy emotional boundaries are not the same as strategic scarcity. The difference lies in pattern intention. Healthy scarcity sounds like I may not respond immediately, but I care about our connection. Manipulative scarcity feels like emotional access must be earned through behavior compliance. Watch for patterns where attention increases when you are compliant and decreases when you express independence. Because emotional connection should not feel like standing in a line, hoping that your turn for warmth will come again before the door quietly closes. Reward withdrawal to increase compliance. Sometimes cooperation is not achieved by punishment. It is achieved by giving something pleasant, and then taking it away when behavior is not desired. Reward withdrawal to increase compliance is a behavioral influence pattern where positive reinforcement is intentionally reduced or removed when someone does not follow expected behavior. Instead of using direct punishment, the strategy relies on emotional discomfort created by the loss of previously given reward. Human behavior is highly sensitive to changes in reward availability. Research in behavioral decision science associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that loss of a positive state often produces stronger emotional response than gaining an equivalent positive state. This phenomenon is closely related to loss aversion theory. The pattern usually begins with reward establishment. The person first creates a baseline of positive emotional experience such as attention, warmth, praise, or inclusion. Once the target associates the relationship with reward signals, behavioral expectations become emotionally anchored. Then conditional reward reduction is introduced. If the target does not comply with certain preferences, express agreement, or behave in the desired manner, the previously provided positive signals may decrease. The reduction is rarely framed as punishment. Instead, it appears as natural mood change, business, or emotional fatigue. The psychological pressure comes from contrast memory. Your brain does not evaluate emotional experience in absolute terms. It compares current emotional state with previous state. If warmth was high before and becomes lower after disagreement, your mind may interpret the change as negative consequence of your behavior even if no explicit link was stated. This mechanism can create compliance motivation. You may begin adjusting behavior to restore the reward state. Not necessarily because you are forced, but because your brain seeks emotional homeostasis. You might avoid disagreement, increase reassurance communication, or suppress personal preferences. Reward withdrawal is especially effective when combined with intermittent reinforcement. If positive signals return unpredictably after compliance behavior, the attachment system becomes more sensitive. Behavioral psychology studies influenced by work-related Daniel Kahneman and reinforcement learning theory show that unpredictable reward patterns can strengthen persistent seeking behavior. The tactic can function through emotional silence, reduced enthusiasm, or slower communication responses rather than explicit punishment. What makes this strategy difficult to detect is that nothing obviously aggressive happens. There is no confrontation. The change is environmental rather than declarative. Let me ground something important. Not all emotional fluctuation is manipulation. People experience fatigue, stress, mood variation, and personal life pressures. The difference lies in whether reward signals are systematically tied to compliance behavior. Healthy relationships do not require you to earn basic emotional presence repeatedly. Watch for patterns where approval is noticeably higher when you agree and noticeably lower when you express independence. Because cooperation built on fear of losing warmth is not genuine connection. It is behavioral conditioning wrapped inside affection. Using silence to force over explanation. Have you ever said something clearly, finished your explanation, and then the other person just stayed silent? Not a normal listening silence. Not a thoughtful pause that feels respectful. But a heavy silence that makes you start wondering whether your answer was good enough. That is using silence to force over explanation. Using silence strategically is a conversational pressure pattern where someone does not respond immediately after receiving an explanation in order to create discomfort that pushes the other person to continue talking, justify themselves further, or reveal more information than they originally intended. Human communication is psychologically sensitive to social feedback timing. When someone speaks, they expect at least minimal response signals such as acknowledgement, agreement cues, or clarification requests. Behavioral economics research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that uncertainty and ambiguity can increase cognitive and emotional tension during decision and communication processing. Silence itself is not necessarily negative. In healthy communication, silence can indicate reflection, respect, or information processing. The difference lies in pattern intention. Strategic silence usually appears after you provide an answer, defend a position, or express a boundary. Instead of engaging with your statement, the other person remains quiet long enough to make you uncomfortable. Your brain begins interpreting the absence of response as potential disapproval or hidden disagreement. Humans are naturally wired to monitor social acceptance signals, and silence can function as a powerful social signal even without words. The pressure created by silence triggers what can be called justification expansion behavior. You may start adding details, rephrasing your argument, or providing extra background information that was not requested. This happens because your brain is trying to eliminate the uncertainty created by the lack of feedback. Over-explanation becomes a self-defensive response. You begin speaking more than necessary because you want to confirm that your message was understood or accepted. The original communication purpose becomes secondary to emotional tension reduction. Another variation involves evaluative silence. The person may stay silent specifically after you say something emotionally or socially sensitive. The absence of response functions as a psychological mirror that forces you to fill the conversational gap. Many people experience this as pressure to continue talking until some form of validation or rejection signal appears. The danger of this tactic is confidence erosion through ambiguity. Repeated exposure can condition you to feel that your statements are incomplete unless the other person provides feedback. You may start preparing longer explanations preemptively, trying to prevent silence responses before they happen. Let me ground something very important. Not all silence is manipulation. People sometimes need time to think, regulate emotions, or process complex information. The difference lies in whether silence is followed by meaningful communication or used as a behavioral pressure instrument. Watch for patterns where silence appears mainly during accountability discussions, boundary expressions, or disagreement moments. The strongest response is not rushing to fill silence with extra justification. You are not responsible for eliminating every pause in conversation. Your statement does not need additional explanation simply because someone chose not to respond immediately. Because truth does not become more correct by being repeated until silence disappears. Sometimes confidence means allowing your words to stand even when the room chooses not to answer. Find helplessness to gain assistance. Have you ever noticed someone struggling with something that they are perfectly capable of doing themselves, but they look to you for help in a way that makes it feel wrong to say no? Not because they asked directly in a demanding way. Not because they forced you, but because they appeared helpless in a way that triggered your natural urge to assist. That is feigned helplessness to gain assistance. Feigned helplessness is a behavioral influence pattern where someone intentionally or repeatedly presents themselves as unable to perform a task in order to receive help, guidance, or emotional or material support from others. The key difference between genuine difficulty and strategic helplessness lies in consistency, effort visibility, and response pattern. Human beings are biologically wired to respond to signs of vulnerability. From an evolutionary perspective, helping behavior inside social groups improved survival cooperation. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that emotional cues can influence decision-making faster than detailed logical evaluation, especially when compassion triggers are activated. Feigned helplessness usually begins with skill minimization. The person may repeatedly express uncertainty about tasks they are capable of learning or performing. Statements such as "I am just bad at this" or "I cannot figure this out," even after small effort, can function as assistance solicitation signals. The psychological mechanism relies on caretaker activation. Many people have internalized social norms that value being helpful, kind, and supportive. When someone displays vulnerability, your brain may automatically shift toward problem-solving or protection behavior. This response is not weakness. It is empathy operating according to social bonding instincts. Another variation involves effort avoidance signaling. The person may attempt a task briefly, but stop when difficulty appears, then request help before completing reasonable independent problem-solving attempts. The presentation is important. The behavior is not framed as refusal but as difficulty. This tactic can gradually shift responsibility boundaries. If assistance is consistently provided, the person may begin expecting help as default response rather than optional support. Your role may slowly move from helper to primary problem solver. The danger of this pattern is capability erosion perception. You may start believing that helping is necessary because the person cannot function independently. Meanwhile, the person may maintain learned reliance because assistance is reliably available. Feigned helplessness can also be reinforced through emotional framing. Statements like "I only trust you to help me," or "I feel safer when you handle this," can create relational obligation pressure. The target may feel morally uncomfortable refusing because help is framed as emotional bonding. Let me ground something very important. Not all requests for help are manipulation. Humans naturally depend on each other for learning, growth, and problem solving. The difference lies in whether the person makes reasonable independent effort before requesting assistance, and whether assistance supports skill development. Healthy help sounds like "I tried this first, but got stuck here. Can you show me how to solve it so I can do it myself next time?" Strategic helplessness often sounds like "I cannot do this without you," even when the task is manageable. Watch for patterns where ability claims decrease over time, where requests appear before genuine effort is shown, or where your involvement becomes necessary for routine tasks. Because real support helps someone stand on their own feet, it does not slowly convince them that they cannot stand without holding your hand. Strategic topic switching to avoid accountability. Sometimes a conversation is going in one direction, and suddenly it is not. You are talking about behavior that caused harm, or asking for explanation, or seeking clarity about responsibility, and then, without directly refusing to answer, The other person starts talking about something else. That is strategic topic switching to avoid accountability. Strategic topic switching is a conversational deflection pattern where the speaker changes the subject when confronted with uncomfortable questions, criticism, or responsibility claims. Unlike open denial, this method avoids confrontation by redirecting attention rather than resolving the original issue. Human attention is naturally limited and context-sensitive. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman demonstrates that cognitive load and emotional discomfort can reduce systematic reasoning during social interaction. When a new topic is introduced, your brain must reorient focus, which can weaken persistence on the original accountability question. The tactic usually appears during conflict or evaluation pressure. For example, if someone is asked about broken promises, they may respond by discussing unrelated stress, past events, or your behavior. The shift may be subtle rather than abrupt. The conversation may move from specific action evaluation to general relationship discussion. Strategic topic switching works because humans are socially conditioned to maintain conversational flow. When someone introduces a new subject, many people respond naturally because ignoring conversational input can feel socially awkward. The accountability question is therefore displaced without being explicitly rejected. Another variation involves emotional topic displacement. Instead of answering the question, the person may introduce emotional content, such as "I am tired of fighting" or "Why are we always talking about negative things?" These statements frame accountability discussion itself as the problem rather than the behavior under examination. This creates what can be called accountability reframing. The focus shifts from evaluating specific action to evaluating whether discussion of that action is socially appropriate. If successful, the original concern may never be addressed. Strategic topic switching can also use complexity overload. The person may introduce multiple new issues simultaneously, forcing you to address several points instead of staying focused on the original question. Your cognitive resources become divided, making it harder to maintain argument structure. The psychological effect is frustration fatigue. You may feel like the conversation is running in circles. Each time you try returning to the original topic, another sub-issue appears. Eventually, some people stop accountability, not because the issue was resolved, but because the communication process became exhausting. Let me ground something very important. Not every topic shift is manipulation. Humans naturally associate ideas, and sometimes conversations move organically between related subjects. The difference lies in whether the original question is eventually answered or continuously avoided. Watch for patterns where direct questions are never answered despite multiple attempts to bring the discussion back. The strongest response is gently anchoring the conversation to the initial issue. You can say, "I understand that point, but I would like to return to the question I asked earlier." Because accountability is not maintained by chasing every new topic introduced. It is maintained by keeping the conversation connected to the truth you are trying to reach. Planting seeds of suspicion. Sometimes distrust does not begin with a clear accusation. It begins with a feeling that something might be wrong, even when nothing has been proven. Planting seeds of suspicion is a psychological influence pattern where uncertainty is introduced about a person, event, or idea without providing direct evidence. The goal is not necessarily to convince you of a specific negative truth. The goal is to make your mind start generating possible negative interpretations on its own. Human cognition is highly sensitive to uncertainty signals. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that the human brain often treats ambiguous risk as emotionally threatening because uncertainty forces the mind to imagine worst-case possibilities. The tactic usually begins with suggestive statements rather than direct claims. Someone might say, "I am not sure about them," or "there is something about that situation that feels off." These sentences are carefully structured. They do not accuse, they only introduce doubt. Your brain then performs the work of filling the informational gap. This works through what is called inference generation pressure. When information is incomplete, your brain naturally searches for explanation models. If the suggestion is emotionally negative, your mind may start constructing scenarios that justify the suspicion. The suspicion does not need factual foundation because the emotional narrative is being built internally. Another method involves pattern suggestion framing. The person may highlight small unrelated behaviors and present them as possibly meaningful. For example, pointing out that someone was late once, avoided eye contact once, or spoke differently one time. Individually, these events are neutral. But when framed together, they can appear like evidence of hidden intent. The psychological danger lies in how your brain processes repeated uncertainty cues. You may begin monitoring behavior more closely. Instead of evaluating actions normally, you start searching for confirmation of the planted doubt. This is related to confirmation bias activation, where your perception selectively notices information that supports the suspicious narrative. The seed of suspicion grows not by proving something is wrong, but by making you uncomfortable with the possibility that it might be. This tactic is especially powerful because it does not require the speaker to maintain the accusation. If confronted, they can say they were just sharing a feeling or observation. Plausible deniability protects the influence source while the doubt continues working inside your thinking process. Let me ground something important. Not every expression of concern is manipulation. People sometimes share worries because they genuinely feel uncertain or protective. The difference lies in whether information is shared responsibly or whether doubt is introduced without evidence. Watch for patterns where suspicion is suggested repeated without verification, where neutral behavior is framed negatively, or where you are encouraged to distrust without clear justification. The strongest protection is asking a simple question when doubt is introduced. What evidence supports this concern? Because suspicion that is not supported by facts does not protect you. It slowly teaches your mind to fear shadows that may not exist. Exploiting cultural norms for compliance. Sometimes people do not ask you directly to change your behavior. Instead, they remind you of what you are supposed to do according to culture. Exploiting cultural norms for compliance is a psychological influence pattern where social traditions, expectations, or collective values are used as pressure tools to shape individual behavior. The tactic works because humans are highly social creatures who depend on belonging and acceptance inside their community. Cultural norms are powerful because they are emotionally internalized early in life. From childhood, people learn what is considered respectful, proper, or socially acceptable inside their environment. Behavioral psychology research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that social decision-making is often driven by emotional processing, rather than detailed logical reasoning. When a behavior is framed as culturally correct, your brain may treat it as morally required rather than personally chosen. The tactic usually appears as norm-referencing statements. Someone may say things like "good children always listen to their elders," or "in our culture, people do not behave like that." These statements are not direct commands, but they function as behavioral boundary signals because they attach compliance to social identity. The psychological mechanism is social belonging pressure. Humans have a strong evolutionary motivation to avoid exclusion from their group. Historically, being isolated from a tribe or community reduced survival probability. Because of this, your brain may interpret norm violation as potential social risk, even when the situation is not actually dangerous. Exploiting cultural norms can also involve moral tradition positioning. The person may frame their preference as aligned with cultural wisdom or ancestral values. This creates authority association because tradition is often subconsciously linked to legitimacy. Challenging the statement may feel like challenging community identity, rather than simply disagreeing with an individual. Another variation involves shame signaling through social expectation comparison. Statements such as "everyone knows this is how things should be done," or "people will think badly if you do that," create imagined audience pressure. The target may start evaluating behavior based on perceived social judgment, rather than personal judgment. The danger of this tactic is identity conformity conditioning. If compliance is repeatedly associated with being a good member of the community, you may gradually prioritize external social approval over internal preference. Decision-making begins shifting from "what do I want" to "what will people think." Cultural norm exploitation is especially effective in close family or traditional social structures because belonging value is extremely high. Emotional discomfort from potential social disapproval can sometimes outweigh logical evaluation of the request. Let me ground something very important. Cultural norms themselves are not manipulation. Shared values, traditions, and social etiquette help communities function. The difference lies in whether norms are used to guide behavior respectfully or to silence personal autonomy. Watch for patterns where cultural expectations are invoked mainly during disagreement, boundary setting, or independent choice expression. Healthy communication sounds like "in our culture, many people do this, but you are free to choose what feels right for you." Manipulative usage sounds like "this is what people like us are supposed to do." The strongest protection is remembering that belonging to a community does not require surrendering your ability to think, feel, or decide independently. Because culture provide a home for your identity, not become a wall that traps your voice inside someone else's definition of how you are supposed to live. Gradual normalization of disrespect. Sometimes disrespect does not arrive as a single shocking event. It arrives quietly, one small step at a time, until you stop noticing that the boundary you once protected is already gone. Gradual normalization of disrespect is a behavioral conditioning pattern where unacceptable behavior is introduced in very small increments so that emotional resistance decreases over time. Instead of starting with obvious hostility, the behavior begins slightly outside your comfort zone and then slowly moves further away from respectful treatment. Human psychology is highly adaptive to repeated stimuli. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that people often adjust expectations based on reference experience rather than absolute standards. This means your definition of normal treatment can shift if exposure to behavior is gradual enough. The process usually begins with minor boundary crossings. It might be a slightly dismissive tone, a small interruption, or a joke that feels uncomfortable, but is not serious enough to justify confrontation. Because the behavior is not extreme, you may decide not to react to maintain social harmony or avoid conflict. The danger is what happens after the first acceptance. Once a small level of disrespect is tolerated, the psychological threshold for unacceptable behavior shifts. The brain treats the new experience as the updated reference point. Future behavior is evaluated relative to this new baseline rather than the original standard. Gradual normalization often uses ambiguity. The behavior is not clearly respectful or clearly disrespectful. Instead, it sits in a gray zone where you are unsure whether reacting would be reasonable or overly sensitive. This uncertainty increases internal self-monitoring. You may start asking yourself whether you are being too strict or emotionally reactive. Another mechanism is intermittent respect reinforcement. The person may alternate between respectful behavior and subtle disrespect. This unpredictability can create emotional conditioning because the positive treatment moments reduce your motivation to confront negative behavior. Your brain begins hoping for the return of the respectful state. Social relationship attachment also plays a role. If the person is someone you care about, your brain may prioritize preserving the relationship over enforcing strict boundary standards. Conflict avoidance becomes emotionally rewarding because it temporarily preserves connection. Over time, you may notice that behavior once considered unacceptable now feels normal. You might laugh at comments that would have hurt you before, tolerate tone patterns you once challenged, or ignore dismissive signals because responding feels exhausting. This is adaptation pressure rather than conscious acceptance. Let me ground something very important. Not every change in tolerance is manipulation. People grow, communication styles evolve, and relationships naturally go through adjustment phases. The difference lies in direction. Healthy relationship development usually increases mutual respect over time. Gradual normalization of disrespect moves in the opposite direction by slowly lowering the respect baseline. Watch for patterns where discomfort grows quieter but not smaller, where boundaries are set but ignored slowly rather than rejected openly, or where you feel increasingly uncertain about what behavior is acceptable. The strongest defense is remembering your original standard of respect and periodically checking whether the relationship is moving closer to it or quietly drifting away from it, because disrespect does not always break doors loudly. Sometimes it enters like a guest who stays too long and slowly starts acting like the house belongs to them. Overcomplicating simple issues to confuse. Sometimes a simple question stops feeling simple after a conversation begins. Overcomplicating simple issues to confuse a conversational influence pattern where straightforward topics are expanded into unnecessarily complex arguments in order to create uncertainty, delay resolution, or shift focus away from the original point. Human cognition prefers clarity when solving practical problems. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that when people are presented with excessive information, cognitive overload can push decision-making toward avoidance or simplified emotional responses rather than structured reasoning. The tactic usually starts by adding layers of detail that are not directly relevant. Instead of addressing the core issue, the person may introduce technicalities, hypothetical scenarios, or peripheral considerations. The original question becomes buried under multiple sub-arguments. This creates what can be called resolution displacement. Your brain has limited working memory capacity when processing active conversational information. When too many elements are introduced simultaneously, it becomes difficult to maintain logical structure. As a result, you may start feeling that the issue is more complicated than it actually is. Overcomplication can also function through semantic expansion. The person may redefine terms used in the discussion. For example, if the topic is about a simple behavior, they may start discussing philosophical interpretations, emotional history, or unrelated theoretical frameworks. The purpose is not knowledge sharing. The purpose is conversational diffusion. Another method involves conditional scenario multiplication. The person may respond to a simple concern by asking a series of additional questions, such as "but what if this happens?" or "how can you be sure about that?" or "have you considered every possible outcome?" While critical thinking is valuable, excessive hypothetical branching during conflict can function as resistance. The psychological effect is decision paralysis induction. When a problem appears overly complicated, your brain may interpret resolution as requiring more information than you actually need. You may start delaying judgment because you feel you are missing something important. This tactic is particularly effective when combined with emotional framing. If complexity is presented as intellectual superiority, challenging it may feel socially risky. You might worry about appearing simplistic or uninformed if you push back and return to the main issue. Let me ground something important. Not all detailed explanation is manipulation. Some topics genuinely require complexity. Science, policy, and technical reasoning often involve multi-layer analysis. The difference lies in whether complexity improves understanding or functions primarily to avoid answering the core question. Watch for patterns where the conversation never returns to the original simple point despite repeated attempts to do so. The strongest response is simplifying the discussion structure. You can restate the main issue in one clear sentence and ask for a direct response to that point before exploring additional details. Because complexity should illuminate truth, not hide it inside layers of unnecessary uncertainty. Selective memory to rewrite outcomes. Have you ever walked away from a situation remembering it clearly, only to hear the other person describe it later in a way that barely resembles what actually happened? Not a small difference in perspective. A complete shift in who said what, who decided what, and who was responsible for what. That is selective memory used to rewrite outcomes. Selective memory rewriting is a psychological maneuver where someone recalls past events in a way that favors their image, reduces their responsibility, or increases their victim status. The key is not simple forgetfulness. It is patterned reconstruction that consistently shifts outcomes in one direction. Human memory is not a perfect recording device. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman and cognitive psychology shows that memory is reconstructive rather than reproductive. When we recall events, we rebuild them from fragments, emotions, and current beliefs. This natural flexibility creates space for distortion. The tactic usually begins with small detail adjustments. The person might slightly change the sequence of events or the tone of a conversation. Instead of saying they agreed, they say they felt pressured. Instead of acknowledging a choice, they frame it as something that happened to them. Over time, these small changes accumulate. If repeated often enough, the revised version can begin to feel emotionally real, even to the person rewriting it. This is what makes the pattern powerful. It may not always feel like intentional lying. It can be motivated reasoning shaped by self-protection. Another variation involves outcome reframing. If a decision led to negative consequences, the memory may be reconstructed to emphasize external factors. The role of chance, other people, or unclear communication becomes larger, while personal agency becomes smaller. The goal is subtle reputation preservation. The psychological effect on the other person can be destabilizing. When your memory conflicts with someone else's confident narrative, you may start doubting your own recall. Humans naturally assume that confident storytelling signals accuracy. If the other person speaks with certainty, your brain may interpret your own uncertainty as error. This can lead to what is sometimes called narrative erosion. You begin questioning your own version of events. Over time, you may hesitate to assert your recollection because confrontation feels exhausting. The revised story gradually becomes the accepted history. Selective memory rewriting also works socially. If the altered version is shared with others first, it can become the dominant narrative. People often accept the first coherent explanation they hear. Later corrections may appear defensive rather than clarifying. Let me ground something very important. Memory differences alone are not manipulation. Two people can genuinely remember the same event differently because perception filters vary. The difference lies in consistent directional bias. If memory revisions always reduce one person's responsibility and increase the others, that pattern deserves attention. The strongest protection is documentation and calm clarification. Restate what you remember without aggression. Focus on specific behaviors rather than emotional accusations. Consistency matters more than intensity, because when outcomes are quietly rewritten often enough, reality itself can begin to feel negotiable. And once truth becomes flexible, accountability becomes almost impossible to hold in place. Emotional timing to strike at vulnerable moments. There is a difference between bringing up an issue and choosing the exact moment when someone is least able to defend themselves. Emotional timing to strike at vulnerable moments is a manipulation pattern where difficult conversations, criticism, demands, or pressure are introduced precisely when the other person is emotionally, physically, or mentally depleted. The power of the tactic does not come from the argument itself. It comes from when it is delivered. Human decision-making is highly state-dependent. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that cognitive resources fluctuate depending on stress, fatigue, and emotional load. When someone is tired, overwhelmed, or distressed, their ability to process information critically is reduced. The tactic usually begins with observation. The person waits. They notice when you are exhausted after work, grieving, anxious, or distracted by another problem. Instead of offering support during that vulnerable state, they introduce a serious issue or request. Because your mental energy is low, resistance becomes harder. When the brain is under stress, it prefers short-term relief over long-term evaluation. You may agree to something just to end the conversation. You may accept blame without fully analyzing it. You may promise changes you would not normally commit to under stable conditions. Another variation involves emotional stacking. If you are already upset about one situation, the person adds another layer of criticism. This compounds your stress load. Under emotional overload, clarity decreases. You may struggle to separate issues or defend yourself coherently. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is reduced executive control. Executive control refers to the brain functions that help you evaluate options, regulate impulses, and maintain boundaries. When emotional intensity rises, these systems operate less efficiently. Decisions become reactive rather than reflective. Emotional timing can also appear during moments of joy or celebration. Instead of striking when you are weak, the person strikes when you are open. For example, introducing a serious request during a romantic moment or after good news. Your positive emotional state lowers suspicion and increases generosity. The danger of this pattern is consent distortion. Agreements made under emotional vulnerability may not reflect your true preferences. Later, when you regain clarity, you may feel confused about why you agreed in the first place. Let me ground something very important. Not every difficult conversation held during a stressful time is manipulation. Sometimes urgent matters require immediate discussion. The difference lies in repetition and pattern awareness. If serious demands consistently appear when you are tired, overwhelmed, or emotionally raw, that timing is not random. The strongest protection is recognizing your state before responding. You can say, "I want to discuss this, but I am not in the right headspace right now. Let us talk about it when I can think clearly." Because timing changes power. And when someone consistently chooses moments when your defenses are lowest, the conversation is no longer about resolution. It becomes about advantage. Leveraging shared enemies for bonding. Sometimes closeness does not begin with shared values. It begins with shared dislike. Leveraging shared enemies for bonding is a psychological influence pattern where connection is built primarily through mutual criticism, opposition, or hostility toward a third person or group. The emotional glue is not admiration, it is collective rejection. Human beings bond quickly over common threats. From an evolutionary perspective, identifying a shared enemy increased group survival. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman and social cognition suggests that emotional reactions to perceived threats are processed rapidly and can intensify group cohesion. When two people agree that someone else is wrong, dangerous, or foolish, their sense of alliance strengthens. The tactic usually begins subtly. Someone might point out another person and watch your reaction. If you agree, the criticism deepens. The conversation becomes more animated. Shared frustration turns into shared identity. Without realizing it, the foundation of the bond is being constructed around opposition. This works because agreement feels good. When someone validates your negative perception of another person, your brain experiences social confirmation. You feel understood. You feel aligned. That emotional synchronization can be mistaken for deep compatibility. Another variation involves exaggerating the threat. The third party may be described as more malicious, more incompetent, or more harmful than they objectively are. Heightened emotional framing intensifies the sense of unity. The more dangerous the enemy appears, the stronger the alliance feels. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is in-group out-group differentiation. When a clear out-group is identified, the in-group bond strengthens automatically. You begin to see yourselves as a team. Language may shift from I to we. The relationship feels special because it is positioned against something external. The danger emerges when bonding relies primarily on negativity. If most conversations revolve around criticizing others, the relationship may lack constructive foundation. The closeness depends on maintaining a shared opponent. Once the enemy disappears or you disagree about them, the bond weakens. Leveraging shared enemies can also function as loyalty testing. If you defend the third party or show neutrality, the person may question your allegiance. This creates pressure to maintain agreement even if your opinion changes. Let me ground something very important. Sharing occasional frustration about others is normal. Humans vent, process experiences, and seek validation. The difference lies in whether negativity is the primary bonding tool. Healthy relationships are built on shared goals, mutual growth, and positive alignment. Strategic enemy bonding is built on shared opposition. Watch for patterns where conversations quickly turn toward criticism, where disagreement about the enemy feels risky, or where closeness increases mainly during negative discussions. Because a bond built on fighting someone else can feel intense. But intensity is not the same as stability. And when the connection depends on having someone to stand against, it may struggle to stand on its own. Inducing obligation through excessive generosity. Sometimes the pressure to comply does not come from force. It comes from kindness that feels too big to ignore. Inducing obligation through excessive generosity is a psychological influence pattern where someone gives more than necessary in order to create a sense of emotional debt. On the surface, it looks like pure kindness, but beneath it, there is an unspoken expectation waiting to be activated later. Human beings are deeply wired for reciprocity. Social psychology research consistently shows that when someone gives us something, we feel a natural pull to give back. This is not weakness. It is a cooperation mechanism that helps communities survive. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman demonstrates that social and emotional exchanges strongly influence decision-making, often more than rational cost-benefit analysis. The tactic usually begins with disproportionate giving. The person offers help, gifts, time, attention, or favors that exceed what the situation reasonably requires. The generosity may feel flattering at first. You might think they are simply thoughtful or unusually supportive. But the scale matters. When generosity consistently feels larger than the relationship stage justifies, it can create internal imbalance. Your brain starts calculating fairness. Even if the giver never states an expectation, you may feel subtle pressure to reciprocate in some form. Another variation involves public generosity. The person may provide help in front of others or speak openly about what they have done for you. This amplifies social pressure because now the perceived debt is not only private. It becomes part of the social narrative. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is obligation activation. When someone gives excessively, refusing their later request can feel morally uncomfortable. Your mind may recall their previous generosity and frame non-compliance as ingratitude. This emotional framing increases the likelihood that you will agree, even if the request crosses your boundaries. Excessive generosity can also function as control positioning. If one person is always giving more, they may occupy the role of benefactor. Over time, this can shift power dynamics. The receiver may begin to feel dependent or inferior, even if the original help was not requested. The danger is delayed expectation revelation. The favor might not be called in immediately. It may surface during conflict or when you attempt to assert independence. Statements such as "after everything I have done for you" can suddenly appear. The generosity becomes a leverage tool. Let me ground something very important. Generosity itself is not manipulation. Many people give freely without expectation. The difference lies in whether the giving is conditional or later used as currency in emotional negotiation. Healthy generosity does not keep score. It does not resurface during disagreement as proof of moral superiority. Watch for patterns where giving feels strategic, where gratitude is subtly monitored, or where requests appear shortly after large favors. Because true generosity creates warmth without pressure. It does not quietly build a psychological invoice waiting for the moment it can be presented for payment. Conditional support to control decisions. Support feels safe. It feels stabilizing. It feels like someone is on your side no matter what. Now imagine that support slowly becoming dependent on whether you choose the option they prefer. Conditional support to control decisions is a psychological influence pattern where emotional backing, approval, or assistance is offered only if you make choices aligned with the other person's expectations. The support is not removed openly. It is adjusted based on compliance. Human beings are deeply sensitive to approval signals. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that perceived loss weighs heavier than equivalent gain. When emotional support is threatened or reduced, your brain may react as if something valuable is being taken away, even before it fully happens. The tactic usually begins subtly. At first, the person appears supportive. They listen, encourage, and reassure you. But when you express an idea that does not align with their preference, the tone shifts, the warmth becomes cooler. The enthusiasm decreases. The conversation may become shorter or more distant. Nothing is directly said like "I will not support you." Instead, you feel it. This works through emotional contingency framing. Your brain starts linking decision-making with connection security. If you choose what they prefer, the warmth remains. If you choose differently, the emotional climate changes. Over time, you may unconsciously start selecting options that preserve harmony rather than reflect your authentic judgment. Another variation involves future withdrawal hints. Statements such as "I do not know if I can stand by you if you go down that path," or "I just cannot support something like that" create anticipatory anxiety. Even if support has not yet been removed, the possibility of it can be enough to influence behavior. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is attachment leverage. Humans fear relational instability. When support feels conditional, decision-making becomes entangled with fear of losing connection. Your focus shifts from evaluating what is right for you to evaluating what will maintain relational security. Conditional support can also appear in practical forms. Financial help, professional backing, or social endorsement may be offered only if you follow a specific direction. The offer appears generous, but the underlying message is that independence comes at the cost of connection. The danger lies in identity erosion. If major life decisions are repeatedly shaped by preserving someone else's approval, you may slowly lose clarity about what you actually want. Compliance begins to feel like loyalty, even when it is self-suppression. Let me ground something very important. Healthy relationships allow disagreement without emotional abandonment. Support does not require identical choices. Someone can say "I would choose differently, but I respect your decision and I am here for you." Watch for patterns where warmth consistently rises with agreement and falls with independence. The strongest protection is separating support from control in your own mind. Support should empower your decisions, not narrow them. Because when approval becomes conditional, choice stops being free, and decisions made under fear of losing support rarely feel fully your own. Subtle future withdrawal threats. Sometimes the threat is not loud. It is not an ultimatum. It is not a door being slammed. It is a sentence that quietly suggests that one day, they might not be there. Subtle future withdrawal threats are influence tactics where someone hints that their presence, love, support, or commitment could disappear if certain expectations are not met. The threat is not direct enough to confront easily, but clear enough to create anxiety. Human attachment systems are highly sensitive to abandonment cues. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that anticipated loss can trigger stronger emotional reactions than actual loss. When the possibility of losing something important appears, your brain shifts into protection mode. The tactic usually begins with conditional forecasting. Instead of saying "do this or I will leave," the person says things like "I do not know how long I can keep doing this," or "people eventually get tired of feeling unappreciated." These statements are framed as observations about the future, not threats. But they plant a clear association between your behavior and potential abandonment. The power lies in ambiguity. Because the statement is not explicit, confronting it can feel dramatic. If you respond defensively, they can say you misunderstood. This preserves plausible deniability while the emotional effect remains active. Another variation involves comparative forecasting. They may mention stories of other relationships that ended because of similar issues. The message is indirect but pointed. This is what happens when people do not change. The future is painted as fragile. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is anticipatory attachment anxiety. Your brain begins scanning for signs of distancing. Small changes in tone or attention may feel amplified. You may increase effort, reassurance, or compliance to prevent the imagined future withdrawal from becoming real. Subtle future withdrawal threats can also appear during moments of vulnerability. When you are already unsure, stressed, or seeking reassurance, a hint that the relationship might not survive can hit harder. Your emotional system may prioritize security over self-expression. The danger is behavioral shaping through fear. If you consistently adjust your actions to avoid triggering potential abandonment, your choices become less about authenticity and more about preventing loss. The relationship dynamic shifts from mutual commitment to conditional stability. Let me ground something very important. Not every expression of exhaustion or doubt is manipulation. People sometimes honestly communicate when they are struggling. The difference lies in pattern and intention. Healthy communication sounds like "I am feeling overwhelmed, and I want us to work on this together." Subtle threat communication sounds like "I cannot promise I will always stay if this continues." Watch for repeated hints that link your independence or disagreement with the possibility of them disappearing. The strongest response is clarity. You can calmly ask, "What exactly do you mean by that, and what are you asking for specifically?" Bringing ambiguity into the open reduces its power, because commitment should not feel like a fragile object constantly held over your head. And when the future is used as leverage, the present stops feeling safe. Quiet boundary erosion through repetition. No one storms through your boundaries on day one. If they did, you would see it clearly and probably walk away. The real shift happens quietly, repeatedly, almost politely. Quiet boundary erosion through repetition is a manipulation pattern where small violations are introduced again and again until your resistance weakens. The first time you notice it. The 5th time, you question whether it is worth addressing. The 10th time, it starts to feel normal. Human psychology adapts to repeated exposure. Research associated with Daniel Kahneman shows that people evaluate experiences relative to recent patterns rather than original standards. This means your sense of what is acceptable can slowly recalibrate without you consciously deciding to change it. The tactic usually begins with a minor overstep. Maybe you say you need space, and they text a little more than you asked. Maybe you set a time limit, and they stretch it slightly. The violation is small enough that confronting it feels disproportionate. You tell yourself it is not a big deal. That is where repetition does its work. When the same small overstep happens again and again, your brain starts conserving energy. Constantly enforcing boundaries requires effort. If each violation is subtle, you may begin to let it slide to avoid tension. Over time, the line you drew becomes blurred. Another variation involves testing reactions. The person watches how firmly you respond. If you push back strongly, they retreat temporarily. If you hesitate, they advance a little further next time. It becomes a slow negotiation where only one side is actively adjusting. The psychological mechanism behind this pattern is desensitization. Just like repeated noise becomes background sound, repeated boundary crossing can become background behavior. What once triggered discomfort now barely registers, not because it is acceptable, but because you are tired of reacting. Quiet erosion also benefits from social framing. If the person acts casual and unbothered, your reaction may feel dramatic by comparison. You might question whether you are overreacting. That self-doubt weakens enforcement even more. The danger is cumulative loss. Each small concession may seem harmless on its own, but stacked together, they reshape the relationship dynamic. You may wake up one day realizing that you tolerate things you once clearly said you would not. Let me ground something important. Not every repeated request is manipulation. Sometimes people forget, misunderstand, or genuinely struggle to adjust. The difference lies in respect for correction. Healthy dynamics show adjustment after boundaries are communicated. Erosion patterns show temporary compliance followed by gradual return to the same behavior. The strongest defense is consistency. You do not need to escalate emotionally. You need to repeat your boundary with the same calm clarity each time it is crossed. Repetition built the erosion. Repetition can also rebuild the line. Because boundaries rarely collapse all at once, they fade quietly, one small compromise at a time, until you forget where the edge used to be. Playing savior to create dependency. It feels incredible when someone steps in during your lowest moment and says, "Do not worry, I will handle it." Relief, gratitude, safety. Now, imagine that same person slowly positioning themselves as the only one who can handle it. Playing savior to create dependency is a psychological control pattern where someone consistently rescues, fixes, or intervenes in ways that make you rely on them rather develop your own stability. On the surface, it looks generous. Underneath, it can quietly reshape power. Human beings are wired to bond strongly with those who reduce stress. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that relief from perceived loss or threat creates a powerful emotional contrast effect. When someone removes your anxiety, your brain associates them with safety and reward. The tactic usually begins during genuine vulnerability. You are overwhelmed, confused, financially stressed, emotionally hurt, or facing a difficult decision. The person steps in confidently. They solve the problem quickly. They reassure you that you do not have to worry. At first, this feels like support, but over time a pattern forms. Instead of encouraging you to build your own capacity, they position themselves as the central solution. You may hear phrases like "let me deal with that," or "you are not good at this, I will take care of it." The psychological mechanism behind this pattern is capability displacement. Each time someone rescues you without encouraging growth, your brain begins associating competence with them, rather than yourself. Your confidence in handling similar situations alone may slowly decrease. Another variation involves subtle discouragement. If you attempt independence, they may highlight risks or past mistakes. Not aggressively, just enough to make you second-guess yourself. The message becomes clear. You are safer when I am in control. Playing savior can also create moral leverage. Because they have helped you repeatedly, you may feel indebted. Disagreeing with them later can feel like betrayal. The emotional equation becomes uneven. They gave you stability, so now you owe them loyalty. The danger is gradual autonomy erosion. At some point, you may realize you hesitate to make decisions without consulting them. Not because you are incapable, but because dependence has been conditioned. The savior role becomes their identity, and your independence becomes a quiet threat to that identity. Let me ground something very important. Helping someone during hard times is not manipulation. Healthy support empowers growth. A true ally says, "I will help you now, and I will also show you how to handle this yourself next time." Manipulative savior dynamics keep you in loop of rescue without development. Watch for patterns where help replaces skill building, where independence triggers subtle resistance, or where gratitude is quietly expected in exchange for guidance. Because real support strengthens you. It does not quietly position someone else as the hero of every chapter of your life. And when someone insists on always being the one who saves you, you have to ask whether they are protecting you, or protecting their role as the only person you believe you cannot function without. Strategic delay to increase anticipation. Sometimes the most powerful move is not action. It is waiting on purpose. Strategic delay to increase anticipation is a psychological influence pattern where someone intentionally slows down responses, decisions, rewards, or emotional escalation in order to heighten desire, curiosity, or perceived value. The delay is not accidental, it is calibrated. Human psychology reacts strongly to anticipation. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that uncertainty and delayed outcomes can amplify emotional intensity. When the brain expects a reward but does not receive it immediately, dopamine activity associated with motivation can actually increase during the waiting period. The tactic usually begins in subtle ways. A message is read but not answered immediately, even though time is available. A decision that could be made quickly is postponed. Plans are hinted at but not fully confirmed. The person creates a small gap between expectation and fulfillment. That gap is where anticipation grows. When you are unsure when something will happen, your mind starts rehearsing possibilities. You imagine conversations. You replay previous interactions. The delay keeps the interaction active in your thoughts longer than immediate closure would. Another variation involves controlled emotional pacing. The person may show interest, then pull back slightly. They may promise something exciting but deliver it later than expected. The unpredictability keeps attention focused. You are not sure what comes next, so your brain stays alert. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is reward uncertainty amplification. Predictable rewards are comforting but less stimulating. Uncertain rewards are more engaging because they activate both hope and tension. That emotional mixture can feel intense and memorable. Strategic delay can also create perceived scarcity. If access to someone's time, affection, or decisions feels limited or paced carefully, you may interpret it as high value. The mind often equates difficulty of access with importance. The danger lies in emotional conditioning. If you begin associating excitement with unpredictability, you may mistake inconsistency for depth. The waiting itself becomes part of the attraction. You may tolerate delays that undermine clarity, simply because the anticipation feels powerful. Let me ground something important. Not all delay is manipulation. People are busy. Decisions sometimes require thought. Healthy pacing in relationships and negotiations can build stability and intention. The difference lies in pattern and purpose. Healthy delay comes with communication and consistency. Strategic delay designed for influence often comes with ambiguity and emotional spikes. Watch for patterns where timing feels intentionally stretched to keep you thinking, guessing, or chasing. The strongest protection is emotional regulation during waiting periods. Ask yourself whether the delay adds genuine value or simply increases your psychological investment. Because anticipation can be beautiful when mutual. But when timing is used as a lever, waiting stops being romance or strategy and starts becoming control disguised as patience. Inconsistent standards to maintain instability. One day the rule is strict. The next day the same behavior is ignored. Then suddenly it is a problem again. Inconsistent standards to maintain instability is a psychological control pattern where expectations, rules, or evaluations change unpredictably. What is acceptable today may be criticized tomorrow. The shifting ground keeps you off balance. Human beings crave predictability. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that uncertainty increases cognitive stress and reduces confident decision-making. When standards are stable, you can adjust your behavior logically. When standards keep changing, your brain shifts from strategy to survival mode. The tactic usually begins with subtle contradictions. You might be praised for being independent in one situation, then criticized for not asking for input in another. You may be told honesty is important, then punished emotionally for expressing an uncomfortable truth. The inconsistency is rarely acknowledged directly. This creates expectation instability. Your mind tries to map the pattern so you can predict the correct behavior. But because the rules shift, prediction fails. Over time, you may stop trusting your own judgment about what is appropriate. Another variation involves selective enforcement. Certain behaviors are ignored when convenient and highlighted when useful for criticism. The standard exists, but it is activated only when it benefits the person controlling the dynamic. This selective activation keeps you uncertain about where you stand. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is cognitive dissonance fatigue. When your experience does not align with stated values, your brain works harder to reconcile the contradiction. That mental effort can drain clarity. Instead of challenging the inconsistency, you may start adjusting yourself to reduce tension. Inconsistent standards can also strengthen emotional dependency. If approval feels unpredictable, you may invest more energy trying to secure it. Small moments of praise become highly valued because they are not guaranteed. The instability itself keeps you engaged. The danger is identity confusion. When feedback shifts constantly, you may question whether you are actually inconsistent, rather than recognizing the moving standards. Self-doubt grows because there is no fixed reference point. Let me ground something very important. Not all change in expectations is manipulation. People evolve, situations change, and sometimes standards genuinely need updating. The difference lies in transparency and fairness. Healthy dynamics communicate changes clearly and apply standards consistently. Manipulative inconsistency keeps the rules unclear and selectively applied. Watch for patterns where you feel you cannot win because the criteria keep shifting. The strongest response is calmly asking for clarity. What is the consistent expectation here? And will it apply the same way next time? Because stability allows growth. But when standards move like shifting sand, you stop building forward and start scrambling just to keep your footing. Disguised criticism as constructive feedback. Sometimes the words sound helpful. Calm tone. Measured delivery. Maybe even a smile. But when you walk away, you do not feel improved. You feel smaller. Disguised criticism as constructive feedback is a manipulation pattern where negative judgments are framed as helpful guidance. But the underlying intention is control, superiority, or subtle belittling. The language suggests growth. The emotional impact suggests diminishment. Human beings are wired to value feedback. We are taught that growth requires correction. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that framing strongly influences how information is processed. When something is labeled constructive, your brain lowers its defenses because it expects usefulness, not attack. The tactic usually begins with a credibility setup. The person may say, "I am only telling you this because I care, or I just want you to improve." This positions them as a mentor or supporter. It creates a moral shield around what comes next. Then the criticism is delivered. But instead of focusing on specific behaviors and clear solutions, the feedback targets identity. You are too emotional. You lack leadership presence. You are not naturally good at this. The comments feel broad, personal, and difficult to measure. Another variation involves imbalance. True constructive feedback includes both strengths and areas for improvement, grounded in observable actions. Disguised criticism often highlights flaws disproportionately, while offering vague or unrealistic suggestions for change. The psychological mechanism behind this tactic is authority positioning. By framing themselves as the evaluator of your growth, the person subtly elevates their status. You become the one needing improvement. They become the one qualified to judge. Over time, repeated exposure can create self-monitoring anxiety. You may start filtering your behavior excessively, trying to pre-correct flaws that are not clearly defined. Because the feedback feels intellectual and calm, you may hesitate to challenge it, even if it feels unfair. Disguised criticism can also be timed strategically. It may appear after you succeed, express confidence, or assert independence. The sudden feedback dampens momentum. Instead of celebrating progress, you are pulled back into self-doubt. Let me ground something important. Not all uncomfortable feedback is manipulation. Real growth often requires honest correction. The difference lies in clarity, intent, and impact. Healthy constructive feedback is specific, actionable, and proportionate. It focuses on behavior, not identity. It empowers you with tools, not insecurity. Manipulative criticism hides behind the language of improvement, but leaves you feeling dependent on the critic's approval. Watch for patterns where feedback consistently lowers your confidence without increasing your competence. The strongest protection is asking direct questions. What specific behavior are you referring to? What measurable change would improve this? Can you give an example? Because real feedback builds you. It may challenge you, but it strengthens you. When criticism consistently shrinks your sense of self while claiming to help you grow, the goal may not be your development. Gradual identity shaping through repeated suggestion. Identity does not usually change in one dramatic moment. It shifts quietly through repetition. Gradual identity shaping through repeated suggestion is a psychological influence pattern where subtle comments, labels, and expectations are introduced over time until they begin to influence how you see yourself. No single statement feels powerful enough to resist. But together, they start building a new self-image. Human beings construct identity through reflection and feedback. We learn who we are partly by observing how others respond to us. Research connected to Daniel Kahneman shows that repeated framing can influence perception, especially when it aligns with emotional reinforcement. When a suggestion is repeated often enough, the brain starts treating it as familiar, and familiarity can be mistaken for truth. The tactic usually begins with light labeling. Someone might casually say you are just not a confrontational person, or you are the emotional one in the group, or you are bad with money. At first, it sounds like a harmless observation. You may even laugh. But the comment returns. In different situations, the same label is used again. Over time, your brain starts building an identity association. You may begin behaving in ways that match the description, not because it is accurate, but because it feels expected. Another variation involves expectation priming. The person predicts your reactions before they happen. You will probably overthink this. You are going to get upset about that. These statements subtly shape your anticipated behavior. When the moment comes, acting differently requires extra psychological effort. The mechanism behind this tactic is self-concept reinforcement. Humans seek consistency between internal identity and external behavior. If a label is repeated frequently, you may unconsciously align your actions with it to reduce cognitive dissonance. It becomes easier to behave in accordance with the suggestion than to constantly challenge it. Gradual identity shaping can also involve selective validation. When you act in line with the suggested identity, you may receive more attention or approval. When you act outside of it, the response may feel cooler or skeptical. This reinforcement loop strengthens the shaping process. The danger is narrowed self-perception. You may stop exploring parts of yourself that contradict the repeated narrative. Your world becomes smaller, defined by someone else's description rather than your full potential. Let me ground something very important. Not every repeated observation is manipulation. Sometimes people genuinely notice patterns in your behavior. The difference lies in whether the feedback expands your growth or confines your identity. Healthy reflection sounds like I have noticed this tendency, but you are capable of many things. Manipulative shaping sounds like this is just who you are. The strongest defense is conscious self-examination. Ask yourself whether the label feels empowering or limiting. Does it describe a temporary habit or define your entire character? Because identity is powerful. And when someone repeatedly tells you who you are, you may slowly start believing them. The question is whether the person shaping that belief wants you stronger or simply easier to predict and control.